Chapter 300, and one luring the tiger away from the mountain looking at Lin Bai, Bai Zai, and the thin man who had turned into black shadows and disappeared on the other side of the bamboo forest. Fatty looked around and carefully observed his surroundings. This doesn't seem to be enough. Fatty looked at the wound that had already stopped bleeding and thought of the terrifying side of the city lord. He could not help but mutter in his heart again. Immediately after, he was a little regretful. Should he have let the thin man beat him up freely just before? No, no, no. Fatty hurriedly shook his head again. If he had let the thin man continue, then he definitely would not be able to stand it. After looking around, Fatty's eyes lit up. Not far away from him was a rotten, stagnant pool. There was a dead rat floating in the stagnant pool. He quickly ran over with his big belly and grabbed a handful of mud with his bare hands. Tisk! This is really F-seeking stinky. Fatty took a sniff and almost vomited all the food he had eaten last night. I'm going all out. Enduring the stench, Fatty randomly smeared the mud on his clothes. After smearing it, he felt that it was not enough, so he pulled off one of his sleeves. What a pity, I don't know how to use fire. Otherwise, if I were to burn it again, it would be even more realistic. Fatty scratched his chin. He thought about whether he should give himself some wounds or something, but thinking about the pain just now, he decided to forget about it. At this moment, the sound of shuttling came from within the bamboo forest. Fatty immediately shivered. He's here. Fatty looked in the direction of the bamboo forest. Not long after, a few figures flashed out and arrived in front of him. The city lord's expression was cold as he looked at Fatty. However, after smelling the stench, he could not help but take a step back and coldly asked, "Where's that demon Lin Bai? Shouldn't you be following him?" According to the previous plan, Fatty did not need to listen to his orders. He could decide when and what to do. As long as he watched Lin Bai closely and did not let Lin Bai escape from the city lord's range. But now, Fatty revealed a panicked expression and hurriedly bent down. He said anxiously, This, the three of them and the three little beasts might have noticed that I was following behind and ambushed me here. I did not notice them immediately and was ambushed. Useless thing." After the city lord heard this, his expression became even colder and darker. His voice had a faint trace of anger. How could someone following others get ambushed by the people he was following? Fatty hurriedly raised his head and squeezed out a smile that was even uglier than crying. He said, "However, I know where they went. I just stalled them here for a while. I think they must have not gone far away." When he heard Fatty's words, not only did the city lord's face not turn any better, it turned even uglier. He hurriedly shouted, "Then what are you laying there for and not leading the way? Do you want them to escape?" The few people behind the city lord looked at each other. They looked at each other and began to doubt Fatty's ability. Their suspicions were not without reason. Fatty was a spy that the city lord had specially planted beside Lin Bai. Since that was the case, his ability and strength would not be lacking. But now that they saw it, they felt that the situation was a little different. Yes, Fatty's expression was exaggerated. He turned his head and ran in the opposite direction where Lin Bai had left. "It's this way. I'll lead the way. We must capture this great demon, Lin Bai, today, on the other side." Lin Bai and the other two had already sneaked into the heart of the capital. The peddlers on the streets had also set up blankets. It was too early for pedestrians to walk in 2s and 3s. "Hey, how long do you think Fatty can delay the city lord?" The thin man looked at Lin Bai and the other two and asked in a low voice. The three of them were walking along the alleyway, carefully walking in the direction of the city lord's estate. Along the way, they did not meet anyone who was searching for Lin Bai. It seemed that they had all been tricked by Fatty. Fatty's acting skills. Bai Xi frowned and recalled Fatty's previous act. "It's hard to say. We have to move faster. I know a small path. Once we leave this alleyway, we can follow it to the back of the city lord's estate." As they spoke, the three of them followed the path Bai Zai had told them and arrived at the back of the city lord's estate. Behind the city lord's estate stood many old houses. They were messy and dilapidated. If they followed this path, they could smell the stench of urine, feet, and feces. "If we go any further, we'll reach the back door of the city lord's estate." Usually, the city lord's estate would prepare resources or servants through the back door. It's best if we don't get too close. The city lord's mansion must have planted spies here. Bai was very familiar with the capital and was not surprised by the back door of the city lord's estate. Then, let's go in from here. Lin Bai raised his head and looked at the wall beside him. The wall was made of stones and was covered with moss. The height of the wall was 3 to 4 people tall. This is the safest place. The sky is not completely bright yet. We have to move quickly. The thin man was the best at hiding and agreed with Lin Bai and Bai Zai. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard not far away. Hey, do you think that Lin Bai will be caught today? We've been tormented by him recently, and we can't even rest well. We didn't need to patrol at this time in the past. If he can escape today, then I, Zhang, will kneel down and kowtow to him. Lin Bai will definitely not be able to escape today. 2 guards of the city lord's estate walked over, yawning and drowsy. Wait, did you hear something? The guard who was walking in front showed a vigilant expression and slowly approached the front. However, after turning a corner, the alley was empty. After a while, a wild cat jumped out and left in a hurry. You are too nervous. There's no one. Even if Lin Bai had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to come to the city lord's estate again. The other guard smiled when he saw the cat. Looks like I misheard. Let's go, let's go. Lin Bai and the other 2 were lying on the outer wall. They held their breath as they looked at the 2 guards. They only let out a sigh of relief when they disappeared from their sight. As most of the people had gone to capture Lin Bai, the guards in the city lord's estate were relatively weak. They turned left and right and arrived at the city lord's main hall. On the left and right sides of the main entrance of the main hall, there were 2 guards who were armed with long spears and wearing armor. They were knocked down by the experienced skinny man without making a sound. This city lord lives in such a luxurious place. The skinny man had just walked into the main hall when he saw the resplendent decorations inside and side. It's right in front. Let's go. Lin Bai did not care about his surroundings. His gaze was on the side of the main hall. Fatty had already told Lin Bai how to enter the city lord's secret chamber, and the purpose of Lin Bai's trip was precisely this secret chamber. According to Fatty, the lighting inside the secret chamber was dim, and there was a thick stench of blood. However, he was too afraid to look around at that time, so he did not have much information. Chapter 302, Entering the Secret Chamber Crack. A loud sound rang out from the depths of the Great Hall, following which, a hidden door was slowly opened. Hiss! When the thin man saw such a hidden door, he could not help but suck in a breath. If it was someone who did not know how to open the secret chamber, even if they spent a week here, they might not be able to open the entrance to the secret chamber. For example, the last time Lin Bai came to wreak havoc in the city lord's estate, he had sneaked into this hall. However, on one hand, he did not have much time, and on the other hand, he did not have any clues, so he did not find this secret chamber. Soon after, the thin man rubbed his palms again. His eyes shone with a golden light as he said, "Since he hid it so mysteriously, could there be something good inside? Cough, my cultivation has stagnated for many years. If there is," the thin man recalled Fatty's cultivation. It was something given to him by the city lord, and he had successfully broken through. He had only exchanged a few rounds with Fatty, but the thin man could already feel the explosive increase in his strength after breaking through. This made him look forward to what he would look like after breaking through. No problem. Bai Zai nodded at Lin Bai and the thin man behind him. He had already confirmed that there were no traps at the entrance of the secret chamber. The 3 of them stepped into the secret chamber together. The door to the secret chamber was an unknown length of tunnel. The walls of the tunnel were smooth and complete. It looked like it had been excavated by humans. After walking for about 30 meters, the tunnel gradually became wider. In the distance, there were 2 torches that lit up the open door. This is the smell of blood. Just as Bai Zai approached the open door, a strong smell of blood assaulted her nostrils. This fishy smell is not ordinary. What is the city lord doing inside? The thin man turned to look at Lin Bai, wanting to get an answer from him. From the thin man's perspective, since Lin Bai had been slandered by the city lord and was being pursued by the city lord, he would definitely know some secrets about the city lord. However, the truth was not what the thin man had thought. Lin Bai did not know at all. The open door was made of fine iron. When one touched it, one would feel a chill run down one's spine. In addition, strange black patterns were carved on both sides of the door. There was no logic in the carving of the patterns, as if it was someone's casual work. The skinny man was filled with excitement. After thinking for a long time, he could only give up. After taking 2 steps, he did not forget to turn around and spit. Behind the door was a spacious and bright space. This was also the place where the smell of blood was the strongest. A few wooden tables were scattered all over the place. On the wooden tables were scattered bottles and jars, as well as books. These are all very ordinary books. These pills, Baizai randomly picked up a few books and a few bottles of medicine. These are also ordinary healing medicines. They're not worth anything at all. How can this be? The thin man was a little unwilling. He picked up one book after another and bottle after bottle of medicine. After a long while, the thin man seemed to have lost his dream. He said weakly, "They are all really ordinary things. Come here and take a look." Lin Bai stood on the inside, his back facing the two of them. However, his voice was somewhat different. Bai Zai and the thin man found it strange and hurried over, but the next second they were stunned. On the innermost side, there was a pool. The pool was emitting a foul smell. It was a scarlet liquid, and the liquid was mixed with hair, dead mice, and so on. Ugh! Bai Zai and the thin man couldn't help but run to the side and vomit. It wasn't that the two of them had never seen such a disgusting thing, and they had never seen such a disgusting thing. This is a blood pool, and there are many dead things in it. Lin Bai pinched his nose and sized it up. Maybe the city lord is doing something unspeakable here, but what exactly is it? Lin Bai was also quite curious. To build such a large blood pool, it would definitely require a lot of people and wild beasts. The city lord was actually able to do this without alerting others. Or, those who had already sensed that something was wrong were already. How disgusting! The thin man wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand, and his face turned deathly pale. With that spit, he even spat out yesterday's food. So the city lord only used this secret chamber as a place to hide this blood pool? Baizai also walked over, and her expression was as unsightly as the thin man's. Lin Bai did not respond and looked around. This huge space could be said to be empty. There were only medicine bottles, books, and wooden tables that had just been flipped over. Other than that, there was this blood pool. No, what if the city lord intentionally let people see this blood pool to make others think that this is his secret? Lin Bai's words made the thin man and Baizai shiver. So you're saying that there's another mechanism here? The thin man looked around, and for some reason, he felt a cold wind blowing from his back. Baizai frowned and quickly said, "That must be it. Let's hurry up and find it. Fatty definitely can't delay for too long." Following that, the three of them began to rummage through this secret chamber to see if there was another mechanism that could open another secret chamber. On the other side, the sun slowly rose. Fatty was at the foot of a mountain, madly running forward, not daring to stop for even a moment. Behind him was the city lord, as well as a few of the city lord's subordinates. "Fatty, you can't have remembered wrongly, right? How long have we been chasing at this speed? The demon Lin Bai has 2 injured people with him, so there's no way he can run fast. Logically speaking, we should have caught up to him." One of them asked, his voice filled with frustration. This was no wonder. After all, they had not slept all night, and they had to continue chasing so early in the morning. If it was an ordinary person, they would not have been able to hold on. "It's absolutely right. I just saw them go in this direction." Fatty panted heavily. His clothes that were soaked in sweat stuck tightly to his fat body. "Are you sure?" the city lord asked coldly. His eyes swept over Fatty like blades. "Absolutely," Fatty hurriedly nodded. He could not help but regret. He regretted coming to the city lord's place as a spy. Although being a spy did bring him a lot of benefits, every minute and every second was a life of bloodshed. An ordinary person would not be able to stand it. City lord. At this moment, another person opened his mouth. "We have walked so far and did not even see the traces they left behind. Then, are they pretending to run over here for another purpose?" The person who spoke was a thin man with deep-set eyes. Just as he finished speaking, the city lord's expression changed, and so did Fatty's. Fatty had never expected that his plan would be exposed so quickly. This was half the time that Lin Bai had given him, but we also don't know if Lin Bai really did it. What if they are still ahead? Fatty had an idea and checked. But the city lord stopped and said, Now, quickly follow me back to the City Lord's estate. Chapter 303 Hard Search in the Secret Chamber. The atmosphere was becoming more and more agitated. Coupled with the stench of blood in the blood pool, it made people feel even more agitated and depressed. It was very difficult for them to calm down. Lin Bai, Bai Zai, and the thin man were sweating profusely. They were in a state of anxiety as they searched every corner of the secret chamber. They did not even let go of the pebbles scattered in the corners. I've checked all these bottles and jars. I've also checked these books carefully. There's nothing suspicious about them, let alone any traps. The thin man's forehead was covered in sweat, and his eyes were filled with anxiety. He was like an ant standing on a hot pot. He could only look left and right anxiously. The bottles, jars, and books in front of him were all opened, and the things inside were poured out. The thin man had even checked whether there were any hidden layers in these old books. He was an expert in this area, and he was able to inspect them smoothly and seamlessly. However, even at this level, he still did not find anything suspicious. This made the thin man suspect that there was no mechanism in this secret chamber. In fact, the City Lord's secret was not in the City Lord's estate, and all of this was just a cover for the City Lord to trick them into coming here. With this thought in mind, the thin man felt a thin layer of cold sweat all over his body, which made him shiver involuntarily. The thin man looked around the secret chamber and felt that the secret chamber had become even colder and more terrifying than before. He hurriedly shook his head and pushed this thought out of his mind. Bai Zai panted heavily and kept wiping the sweat on her forehead. She simply sat down next to the thin man and said, "I've checked all the corners and places that I think are possible, as well as the floors. Everything is normal." Bai Zai searched the entire floor of the secret chamber, inch by inch, from beginning to end. She was sure that she had not missed a single spot. However, even with this kind of thorough search, she still could not find anything suspicious. Bai Zai was also very depressed about this. Based on their speculation, there was another secret chamber in this secret chamber. It was basically a nail in the coffin. However, how would they enter the other secret chamber? "Do you think there's no secret chamber here?" the skinny man asked in a low voice, as if he was afraid that someone would see this voice. "There must be one. It must be hidden somewhere else." Bai Zai shook her head, but even though she said that, she was also thinking about the possibility that the skinny man had mentioned. "No, I didn't find anything either." Lin Bai walked over and shook his head. Behind him was Little Black, Little Green, and Little Red. The three little beasts also shook their heads cutely. Their black eyes blinked, and they felt a little guilty. Lin Bai and the three little beasts searched the walls and the ceiling one by one, but they did not find anything suspicious. Little Red even flew in the sky and touched every part of the ceiling. At this moment, it was sitting on the ground with a haggard face. This made Lin Bai very puzzled. If there was another secret room in this secret room, then there must be some kind of mechanism here. Even if it was opened by other means, there would still be some traces left behind. However, Lin Bai did not find any traces of these two possibilities. This made him think about it, but he could not figure it out. Looking at the time, the City Lord might have already discovered them. No matter how much they chased after them, there was no trace of them. Gradually, they began to suspect their true purpose. Even if Fatty was there, he would not be able to delay them for long. Therefore, they had to speed up on their side. However, the current situation made Lin Bai somewhat at a loss. These tables, books, bottles, and jars aren't here, nor are they on the ground or on the walls. Does that mean that this place might be the City Lord's trap, and that he wants us to walk right into it? In the end, the thin man couldn't hold back the thought in his heart. He asked Bai Zai and Lin Bai, his expression a little nervous. Once this thought appeared, it would linger in his mind, and he simply couldn't get rid of it. "No, there must be something here. We subconsciously did not look for it. Think about it carefully. With the City Lord's temperament, this place is definitely just a diversion." Lin Bai shook his head. What the skinny man said, Lin Bai had also thought about it seriously in his heart. However, if the City Lord really wanted them to walk into the trap and let them come to this secret room, then the City Lord himself did not need to run around with Fatty. With the City Lord's cunningness, he would definitely have a better idea. He would let Lin Bai and the others fall into the trap without anyone noticing. It wouldn't be as time-consuming and laborious as it was now. But we've already searched this place, and there really isn't any. Look, there are tables, bottles, jars, and books. I definitely didn't leave any of them behind. The thin man became anxious. He was afraid that the city lord would appear behind him in the next moment. At that time, the entrance to this secret chamber would be small and narrow. If there were a bunch of people blocking the entrance, then the three of them would really be unable to escape. Looking at the blood pool skinny man, he could guess the consequences of being caught by the city lord. It would definitely be extremely cruel and tragic. Lin Bai frowned. He placed a hand on his chin and rubbed his chin as he fell into deep thought. Just as he was at a loss, Little Black rubbed Lin Bai's leg. Seeing that Lin Bai did not react, it opened its mouth and bit on Lin Bai's pants. "Hey, Little Black, what's wrong?" Lin Bai lowered his head and looked at the pitch-black Little Black as he asked. Little Black tugged at Lin Bai's pants and pulled him inside. Then, he pointed at a claw in a human-like manner. There, we haven't searched there yet." Bai Zai and the skinny man saw Little Black's actions. They followed Little Black's claw and looked over. That was the inner side of the secret chamber, but that place had clearly been searched by Bai Zai. There wouldn't be any place left behind. "No, there's still that blood pool." Bai Zai cried out in surprise and stood up from the ground. The excitement on her face couldn't be suppressed, but the smile on her face soon disappeared. After all, that blood pool was different from an ordinary blood pool. There were too many disgusting and rotten things in it. Just standing next to it made people feel the urge to vomit. They wanted to vomit their entire stomachs out. Is there really something there? The thin man's expression was extremely ugly. If there was something in the blood pool, then that was another matter. If there wasn't anything in the blood pool, they would have stained their entire bodies with the rotten and stinky blood, rotten flesh, and corpses. Just thinking about it made the thin man want to retreat. Since things have come to this point, we can only give it a try. If there isn't anything here, we can only retreat quickly. Fatty won't be able to hold on for long. Lin Bai followed Little Black to the side of the blood pool. He had already made up his mind. He had to search the blood pool. If he couldn't find it, he had to leave the city lord's estate quickly. Otherwise, they and Fatty wouldn't have a good ending. Damn it. Let's do it. Chapter 304, Flattered the Wrong Way City Lord's Estate. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. It was so hot that it made one dizzy. The surrounding space seemed to have become distorted. Under the city lord's lead, the few people hurriedly arrived in front of the city lord's estate. Fatty followed closely behind. His expression was even uglier than if he had eaten shit. At this moment, "You really saw Lin Bai and the others running in that direction? Are you sure?" A burly man beside Fatty came over. His eyes were like sharp blades as he scanned Fatty from head to toe before asking with a tone filled with doubt. The meaning behind his words was that if what you said was false, then there was no need for me to tell you what would happen next. Fatty hurriedly arranged his expression. He nodded. "It's absolutely true. I saw them running in that direction, but I don't know why we didn't see them later, but I keep feeling that they're still in that direction." At this point, Fatty couldn't say that he had seen wrongly. Otherwise, with the city lords and these people's temperaments, he would definitely be handled here. Not only that, Fatty did not want to betray Lin Bai and the others. City Lord, why are you back so early? Could it be that you have caught that demon Lin Bai?" In front of the city lord's estate, 2 guards stood respectfully at the side. One of them even came forward with a fawning expression, wanting to suck up to the city lord. The city lord glanced at that person, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. With a bang, a blast of air exploded from the city lord's body, knocking the person who was approaching far away. That person fell to the ground and fainted with blood all over his face. Hiss! The remaining guard who didn't suck up sucked in a breath of cold air. He also had the desire to suck up, but in the end, he still couldn't do it. This made him feel extremely fortunate, or else. "You!" The city lord glared at the guard, and the guard immediately shivered. "During the time I was away, was there anything abnormal in the city lord's estate?" The guard's eyes rolled around, and after thinking carefully, he said, "There wasn't. I've been patrolling the city lord's estate since morning. If there were any movements, it definitely can't be able to hide it from us. Hee, we've already hidden from you." Big brother Lin Bai and the others were inside. Fatty resisted the urge to ridicule. Actually, he didn't really have the mood to ridicule. He only wanted to relax his mood a little. If he kept tensing up, he was afraid that the city lord would see through him. At the same time, Fatty was also having a headache. Did Lin Bai and the others gain anything? Did they leave the city lord's estate? Along the way, Fatty had thought of several ways to delay the city lord's return. However, the city lord had already made up his mind. He didn't delay the city lord for too long. He must not be discovered by the city lord. Fatty clenched his fists tightly. You seem to be very nervous? The burly man, who had just spoken to Fatty, saw that Fatty was acting strangely and asked cautiously. Cough, cough. Fatty's expression was a little awkward. That, I might have eaten something bad last night, this? Pooh, Fatty had not even finished speaking when a fart popped out. That burly man smelled the stench and immediately distanced himself from Fatty. If not for this stench, he would have even wanted to beat Fatty up. Who? The Fatty let out a long sigh of relief and returned to his calm expression. No matter how others looked at him, they would not be able to see any fallacies. Are you sure? The city lord's eyes were like cold blades, causing the guard to tremble involuntarily. Yes, I'm sure. There was definitely no one entering the city lord's estate. The guard could not even speak properly and hurriedly nodded his head like a chicken pecking on rice. HMPH? The city lord flicked his sleeves and strode into the courtyard, heading straight for his main hall without the slightest hesitation. City lord, let's split up and search the city lord's estate. This way, it'll be faster. The burly man ran to the city lord's side and gave his suggestion. In his opinion, this was undoubtedly the best choice. Splitting up the number of people to search different parts of the city lord's estate would greatly increase the efficiency. No need, follow me. The city lord shook his head and his voice was very deep. When the burly man heard this, he tactfully shut his mouth. Even though the burly man had a lot of questions, after hearing the city lord's tone, he did not dare to ask. If he continued to ask, the result would be even uglier than the previous guard. The people behind the big man and the Fatty all fell silent. No one dared to disturb the city lord at this time. Just looking at the city lord's back, they could feel an inexplicable aura, as if it was strangling their throats. It was suffocating. It's indeed in the direction of the main hall. The other people were still a little curious, but when the Fatty saw the city lord coming to the main hall, he was not surprised at all. However, this also gave the Fatty a headache. He originally thought that the city lord would still be in the city lord's estate, searching east and west. That would take some time, so Lin Bai and the others would have enough time to leave. Before the city lord entered the main hall, he met a few patrolling guards. Those guards originally wanted to ask questions, but when they saw the city lord's ashen face, they hurriedly moved aside and stood to the side. Trembling after entering the main hall, there was an extremely extravagant display. After that, there was an empty main hall. Not even a ghost could be seen, let alone a person. City lord, looks like that devil Lin Bai isn't here. Should we start a search in the city lord's estate, or should we? The burly man couldn't hold it in. He suppressed his fear and asked with his head lowered, trying his best to flatter him. The city lord glanced at the burly man coldly, but didn't say anything. Instead, he walked to the front and twisted something. Then, not far behind him, a secret door was opened. There were no traces of it being moved. The city lord frowned. He had specially left a detail at the opening of the mechanism that only he could notice. If the mechanism was opened when he did not know about it, then this detail would disappear. When the Fatty saw the change in the city lord's expression, his heart tightened and he began to think of the worst. Hey Fatty, what are you doing here? Hurry up and follow me. After everyone else entered the secret room, the big man saw that the Fatty was still standing there and shouted loudly. With this shout, the remaining people, including the city lord, all stopped and turned their heads to look over. You mother seek her. The Fatty cursed this big man in his heart. This big man had been targeting him from the start. If it wasn't for this man, he would have had the chance to escape. But now there were so many pairs of eyes staring at him. Fatty could only give up. I'll be at the back. Fatty, you go in front. The burly man said with a smile and came behind Fatty. Fatty saw that the city lord did not stop him, so he could only stand in the middle of the group. The secret passage was very long and quiet. The remaining people only felt their hearts tremble. Only Fatty listened to the silence and let out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 305, "This is only my personal hobby." The secret passage was narrow and long. The group of people walked in silence. Other than the city lord, the others did not even dare to make a sound. Gradually, a strong stench appeared. Everyone's expression changed. They wanted to say something, but when they saw the silent city lord, who did not think much of it, they shut their mouths again. However, their hearts pounded. They had seen big scenes before and were people who licked blood with the tip of a knife. However, this was the first time they had smelled such a strong, fishy smell of blood. Fatty inadvertently turned his head to look at the big man behind him. The big man's face was ashen and his forehead was covered in sweat. He must have been scared silly. Only then did Fatty feel much better. According to his calculations, they were not far from the secret chamber. However, until now, he did not hear any strange sounds from inside. That meant that Lin Bai and the others had already left. After a while, a large door appeared. There were 2 torches on both sides of the door. When the burly man saw the large door and the patterns on it, his face turned even more green. He had a bad feeling, but he could not explain why he had this feeling. Soon after, everyone entered the secret chamber. The secret chamber was very wide. There were tables, books, and medicine bottles scattered around. Other than that, there was not a single person. Not to mention a person, there was not even a ghost. However, the people behind the city lord didn't care if there was anyone here. Instead, they stared blankly at the pool not far away. The pool was filled with blood, rotten meat, and corpses. There were even black hairs on the meat. Soon, 2 people who couldn't accept the situation began to retch. They vomited all over the floor and couldn't even straighten their backs. This, the man was dumbstruck. He wanted to ask something, but he could not speak a complete sentence. The city lord did not say a word. He walked directly to the side of the blood pool and walked around it. His brows were tightly knitted and relaxed. It seems that they have never been here before. The city lord turned around and came in front of everyone. When he said this, he looked straight at Fatty. Fatty looked back with an expressionless face. At this moment, he was still somewhat grateful to this big man. If it wasn't for this big man disturbing him several times, making him prepared, otherwise, if the city lord's eyes saw him, he would definitely be exposed. The city lord retracted his gaze and crossed his arms in front of his chest, revealing a thoughtful expression. He slowly said, "Then you guys go in the direction that Fatty said. I will send people to reinforce you." But, city lord, what is this place? We have never heard of such a thing in the city lord's estate. The burly man finally managed to say something, but his legs and stomach were already trembling. "Oh," the city lord's tone was casual. "This is just my personal hobby, you don't have to worry about it." Hobby? How could a normal person have such a hobby? Don't be seeking kidding. The burly man's heart trembled. Then he thought of some dazzling news about the city lord not long ago. Actually, Lin Bai was slandered. The city lord was the real demon. Thinking of this, the man's body stiffened. He mechanically raised his head to look at the city lord. The city lord was also looking at him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Run! The nature of fear occupied the man's mind. He turned his head and ran towards the direction of the entrance. His body left behind an afterimage on the spot. Hiss! The fatty sucked in a breath of cold air. This man's speed was really too fast. In a flash, he arrived at the entrance and was about to disappear. Should I run too? However, the corners of the fatty's mouth twitched, and this thought suddenly appeared in his mind. But soon after, just as the burly man was about to disappear at the entrance, his entire body fell heavily onto the ground. Several deep wounds that were bone deep appeared on his back, and blood sprayed out as he turned into a corpse. The remaining few people who had recovered looked at the city lord in horror. Even if they wanted to run, their legs were too weak to move. "Hess, you don't have to be afraid. As long as you don't have any thoughts towards me, I won't do anything to you." A mocking smile appeared on the city lord's face. When he said this, he even inadvertently glanced at Fatty, causing Fatty's scalp to feel like it was about to explode. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A black gas spread out from the city lord's body and enveloped the entire secret chambers hall, including Fatty and the remaining people. One of them wanted to run again, but before he could even take a few steps, he was enveloped by the black gas. He stood stiffly on the spot and did not move at all. After a long while, the black demonic gas dissipated. Everyone slowly regained their senses, and their eyes shone once again. I'm willing to do anything for the city lord. I'm willing to do anything for the city lord. Seeing that everyone else was kneeling on one knee, and their tone was full of loyalty, Fatty quickly imitated them. All of you only need to listen to my commands. Everything else has nothing to do with you. All of you just need to become my emotionless blades, clubs, and tools. The city lord's voice was very calm, but there was a surge of magical power in it that caused people to gradually begin to completely trust the city lord and do as he said. In the depths of the secret chamber, in the blood pool, the thin man used a hand to pinch his nose and tightly shut his eyes. His body was covered by the sticky and disgusting pool water, but even so, he did not dare to make the slightest movement. Beside him, Lin Bai and Bai Zai did the same thing, not daring to move at all. From the moment the city lord and the others entered the secret chamber, to the moment the burly man died, and the moment the city lord successfully controlled the others, they had all heard it. Of course, the most thrilling part was when they heard the sound of footsteps lingering not far away. At that time, the thin man was still thinking that since he was about to be discovered, he might as well take this opportunity to gamble, to see if he could take the initiative to kill the city lord. However, his thoughts were seen through by Lin Bai. Lin Bai used one hand to hold him down tightly, so the thin man did not make such a move. We will definitely help the city lord to capture that demon Lin Bai and contribute to the world. We will definitely not let down the city lord's high hopes. We will definitely capture that demon Lin Bai, or else this world will fall into a sea of blood. We cannot live under the same sky as the great demon Lin Bai. Even if we die, we will definitely capture him. Those few people began to shout loudly one after another. The burly man not far behind them was still lying in a pool of blood. However, it was as if this had never happened. Their expressions were calm, and their eyes were as still as water. Deep within their eyes, there was confusion. Next, you will have to find Lin Bai. No matter what method you use, it will be fine. The city lord's voice rang out, and it was still as calm as ever. All right, we will leave this secret chamber first. Tap, 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 the sound of footsteps gradually became softer, and the secret chamber returned to silence. Chapter 306. Mysteries at the bottom of the pool, the stench was unbearable, and the blood was disgusting and sticky. The skinny man tried to rush out of the pool several times, but he was held down by Bai Zai and Lin Bai. The footsteps of the city lord and the others had disappeared for a long time. At this time, it was quiet outside the blood pool. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard, let alone the footsteps. The three of them held their breath for a long time in the blood pool. After confirming that it was safe outside, they stuck their heads out of the blood pool and panted heavily. Their faces were completely red. Half of it was from the staining of the blood pool. The other half were holding their breaths. Not long ago, they thought of searching the blood pool to see if there were any traps. However, just as the three of them were about to start checking, they heard a sound coming from the other side of the secret chamber. This secret room was spacious and empty. In the end, they could only hide in the blood pool. As expected, they left. The thin man used his hand to wipe off the sticky liquid on his face. He looked around the secret room. After confirming that he did not see anyone, he let out a long sigh of relief. Those people must have become the city lord's puppets. They were corrupted by his demonic aura. Bai Zai panted as he removed the piece of rotten meat from her forehead and a few strands of black hair from her arm. After doing this, Bai Zai stood in the pool of blood and began to vomit crazily. However, she had already vomited his stomach completely the previous time, so she could only retch painfully. When the skinny man saw Bai Zai vomiting, a wave of nausea rose in his heart, and he began to retch crazily as well. Retch. This wasn't the end. When Little Black saw the two of them retching, not only did it want to imitate them, but it also retched out of instinct. Lin Bai shook his head, his eyes filled with helplessness. He could only wait for the two of them and the one beast to finish vomiting. Hoo! The thin man took a deep breath, and that wave of nausea more or less dissipated. This blood pool is really F-seeking heavy. Even if the city lord is a demon, he's too perverted. Bai Zai let out a long breath and said, "This is either that demon's hobby, or he needs this blood pool to do something." For example, to use it as a camouflage and place the mechanism inside. When Bai Zai said this, her eyes looked at the blood pool that had gone past her chest. Her mind wanted to search this blood pool, but her body was unable to move. It was too disgusting. Lin Bai stood up from the pool of blood with a smile. When he saw the skinny man and Bai Zai wanting to search, but not wanting to because of the disgust, he found it rather funny. "Oh, you're not going to search?" When the skinny man saw Lin Bai walk out of the pool of blood, he hurriedly followed him out. He really did not want to stay in this pool of blood for even a minute. Bai Zai saw the two of them leave and immediately jumped out of the pool of blood. After they came out of the pool, he threw his sleeves and wiped his face and neck. The blood splashed all over the ground, and there was even some meat foam. "Little Green, come and help us rinse." Lin Bai called out Little Green, and then he opened his arms straight. Pooh! Little Green used a burst of powerful water to wash Lin Bai's entire body. The clothes that were originally dyed red by the pool of blood gradually lost their red color, and the stench also gradually faded away. The rotten meat that was mixed in his hair was also washed away. Lin Bai let out a long sigh of relief. He felt that he had come back to life. If it was possible, he would not have wanted to enter this blood pool a second time. "That, Little Green, no, Uncle Green, there's me too. Give me a wash too." The thin man put on a shy face and moved closer to Little Green. Initially, Little Green was a little reluctant, but after hearing the word uncle, there was a look of vigor in her eyes, so she helped the thin man wash clean as well. "And me." Bai Zai also moved closer. If she hadn't pinched her nose and tried not to let herself smell that smell, she would have vomited more times. Her face had already turned pale after she vomited twice, and her lips were dry. She didn't dare to think about it if it continued. After a long time, the three of them were completely drenched and stuck tightly to their bodies, but they all felt very refreshed and comfortable. "Then, how are we going to find them now? Don't tell me we still have to go in," the thin man said as he looked at the blood pool with some hesitation. "If it's possible, I really don't want to go in a second time." "I don't want to go in a second time either." Lin Bai agreed in his heart. He shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. There's a better way." "There's still a way?" Bai Zai frowned. While he was deep in thought, Little Red flapped its wings and flew around rapidly. Little Red meant to say, I'll do it, let me do it, I have a way." "I understand." Bai Zai revealed an expression of sudden realization. Then, she let out a long sigh of relief. There was no need to enter that disgusting blood pool again. It was better than anything else. "Little Red, it's up to you now." Lin Bai looked at Little Red dotingly. In fact, if the city lord had not returned in a hurry, he would not have been able to enter the blood pool. However, the situation was urgent at that time, and there was only one hiding place nearby. In the end, he could only choose to hide in the blood pool. At that time, Lin Bai had thought that if he was discovered by the city lord, he would attack first and injure the city lord before the city lord attacked. Then, he could coordinate with Fatty to catch them off guard. Even if he could not kill the city lord, the four of them could still retreat safely. However, not being discovered by the city lord was better than anything else. Otherwise, they would not be able to find out the secret of this blood pool. While Lin Bai's thoughts were flying, Little Red had already spat out flames towards the blood pool. A blazing fireball swept towards the blood pool. Even though it was still very far away from the fireball, Lin Bai could feel that his clothes, which were originally drenched, had dried up in a very short period of time. The blood pool below the fireball had even started to emit white smoke. Sizzle, 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 the fireball smashed into the pool of blood, causing the blood to burn. The sound of rotting flesh burning could be heard, and a burning stench filled the air. The pool of blood slowly decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. 80%, 60%, 40%, 10% in the end, the entire pool was empty, with only burnt ashes scattered at the bottom of the pool. Cough, cough, the air was filled with the burning smell, causing the thin man to cough uncontrollably. However, compared to the feeling in the blood pool, this burning smell was child's play. Let's hurry in. Who knows when the city lord will want to turn around and come back. By then, even the blood pool will be gone, and we won't have any place to hide. As the thin man spoke, he took the lead and jumped into the pool, landing steadily at the bottom of the pool. Yes, we have to hurry. Bai Zai also jumped into the pool and began to search. The bottom of the pool was a square-shaped space. It was carved out of some kind of stone. The surface was smooth and flat. There were some patterns on the surface, but after being burned by Little Red's fire, the patterns were somewhat black and difficult to see clearly. Chapter 307. Unlucky Fatty in the main hall of the City Lord's estate. The atmosphere in the main hall was cold and cheerless. The City Lord sat on a chair in the middle of the hall. He used his hands to rub the decorations on the armrest. His expression was solemn, but he didn't say a word. City Lord, we didn't find any traces of Linbai in the east of the city. City Lord, we didn't find any traces of Linbai in the west of the city either. City Lord, we're in the city. One by one, the guards walked forward and reported the situation to the City Lord with their heads drooping, reporting the latest situation regarding the search for Linbai. Fatty and the few people who had just entered the secret room stood respectfully on the left side of the main hall, waiting for the City Lord to give the order. Fatty glanced at the City Lord who was sitting on the chair, his expression getting uglier and uglier. Then he stole a glance at the entrance of the secret room. Have they really left? I need to find some time to slip away. The longer I stay by the City Lord's side, the greater the chance that I'll be exposed. Or are they still there and haven't left? Another thought appeared in Fatty's mind. He hurriedly shook his head. In his opinion, this was simply impossible. The City Lord had just searched the entire secret chamber, and there was no place to hide. Except that blood pool? When Fatty thought of this, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. He quickly glanced at the hidden door of the secret chamber, praying in his heart that Linbai and the others would not come out at this time. Slam! A loud bang pulled Fatty back to reality. The City Lord angrily slammed his palm onto the chair. The armrest of the chair had a deep indentation that formed the shape of a palm. The few guards who came to report the news lowered their heads. They did not dare to look at the City Lord. City Lord, we are willing to do our best to search for Linbai. The burly man walked out and stood in front of the City Lord. He bent down and spoke with a loyal tone. I'm also willing. The Fatty quickly imitated the burly man and walked to the center. He bent down deeply. Fatty's heart was filled with joy. He didn't think that this burly man, who had tricked him several times, would be able to help him this time. Now, as long as the City Lord allowed them to leave and search for Linbai, then he would be able to leave the City Lord's estate swaggeringly. As long as he left the City Lord's estate, then he could go wherever he wanted. Whatever was fine as long as he didn't stay by the City Lord's side. I'm also willing. Those people who had been corroded by the City Lord's demonic aura stood out one after another and volunteered. After the City Lord heard this, his originally dark face became a little more relaxed. He nodded and said, all of you leave and search for Linbai. As for the rest of you. The City Lord's tone towards Fatty and the others was still rather calm. However, when he spoke to the few guards later on, his tone became even more serious, causing the few guards to tremble. Your subordinate is here. The guards replied in unison, their voices full of passion. If they still couldn't show their enthusiasm at this moment, wouldn't that be courting death? Hence, every single one of them was shouting loudly. Cooperate with their actions. Whatever they tell you to do, do it. Their orders are equivalent to my orders. The City Lord's voice was firm and unquestionable. The guards quickly agreed and heaved a sigh of relief. Report! At this moment, a guard ran into the hall, panting and red-faced. Speak, the City Lord asked coldly. He did not expect any good news. We received news that Linbai has been found in the north of the city. A team is currently chasing after him in that area. The guard panted heavily as he reported the situation, causing his words to be full of holes. However, after hearing his words, the atmosphere in the hall froze once again. Everyone's hearts were filled with joy. Only Fatty was filled with confusion and pain. FCK, I could have left, but what happened to Linbai in the north of the city? Could it be that Linbai and the others had really left the secret chamber? That's not right. The location we agreed on was southwest of the capital. Then who was it? Fatty was extremely puzzled and in great pain. He was just one step away from escaping from this place. Then let's not delay any further. The few of you don't act alone for now. Follow me? The City Lord looked at Fatty and the others and ordered. Yes, Fatty and the others could only hurriedly agree. Following that, a large group of people rushed towards the north of the city in an aggressive manner. "Hey, fatty, what are you doing here again? The city lord has already left. If you continue to dawdle here, the city lord will definitely be angry." Just as Fatty was planning to walk at the end of the group, he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity when no one else noticed to escape. However, no one expected that the moment he arrived at the end of the group, the burly man once again looked at Lin Bai, his voice rough and loud. The city lord and the rest of the people all looked at Fatty. "FCK you? FCK." Fatty had previously thanked this burly man a little, but now he only had hatred for the burly man. Cough cough, I was just thinking which route this Lin Bai would choose, so I was just a little stunned. As Fatty said this, he quickly ran up and stood behind the city lord. On the other side, "This pond is also very ordinary. Could it be that there's no secret room here?" The thin man frowned. He glanced around, but the pond was ordinary. "Heh, then you're wrong." Baizai chuckled, then used his hand to gently press down on a piece of floor in front of him. Crack! That piece of floor sank into the ground, and then a small square surface in the middle of the pool trembled and protruded out, revealing an entrance. Looking from the outside into the entrance, it was pitch black inside, so pitch black that one could not even see one's fingers. There was also a gust of cold wind blowing out from inside, causing Baizai to shiver involuntarily. "FCK, this is too well hidden. If it wasn't for us draining out the blood in this pool, we would have to rely on a bit of luck to find this." The thin man cursed in his heart. The person who designed this secret passage was really shrewd. When Little Red heard someone praising her, she quickly flapped her wings and flew around the pool. From time to time, she would open her mouth and say, "Ha ha, it's all thanks to me, right? There's no time to lose. Let's go in quickly," Lin Bai said as he leaned over to the entrance. Cold wind blew from time to time at the entrance, indicating that the air inside was circulating. It would not suffocate or poison anyone who entered. Then, Lin Bai leaped into the entrance. Just as he jumped into the secret chamber, he felt his entire body trembling as if something extraordinary was staring at him. However, the feeling disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. Chapter 308. Again and again, the downward passage was very deep and dark, like a bottomless pit that devoured all living beings. It was pitch black and deep. Lin Bai had stretched out his hands and feet a few times to slow down the speed of his descent. Otherwise, with the depth of the downward passage, if he continued to fall, he might not die, but he might get injured. "FCK, this hole is too deep, isn't it too dark?" The skinny man's voice came from far above, and there were a few echoes. "You must be careful, remember to slow down after a while. Otherwise, with your cultivation, you might get into trouble if you fall." Baizai warned the skinny man. She used the same method as Lin Bai. However, even if she did that, Baizai's heart still felt a little cold. Who would have nothing better to do and build such a deep hole in the city lord's estate? Who would have nothing better to do in the capital? If there really was a secret, why not just leave it outside the city and find a remote mountain that only he knew about? Also, what exactly was it that needed to be hidden like this? Numerous doubts surfaced in Baizai's heart, and this caused his already cold heart to gradually become a little apprehensive. Go, go, go. With my cultivation level, would something happen if I fell? You're looking down on me too much. Baizai, I haven't shown you my true strength yet. Don't think that you've seen through my strength. However, in the next second, the thin man's words caused the discomfort in Baizai's heart to dissipate. Instead, she felt like laughing. In the past few days, Baizai and the thin man's relationship had become better and better after they had escaped death and gone through thick and thin together. There were often such bickering scenes. "We're almost at the end. Be careful, both of you." Lin Bai heard the conversation coming from above. The two of them exchanged insults and reminded each other. After Baizai and the thin man heard this, they both became vigilant. Their gazes were fixed on the area below. Even though their vision was dim and it was difficult to see clearly, they still did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Who knew if there were any traps in this lousy place that wanted to kill the people who sneaked in? In addition to the darkness, the effects of the traps could be maximized. "Why don't I go down and scout the path first? I'm good at stealth, so I have quick reflexes." The thin man volunteered. He believed that if anything happened to him, as long as he didn't die, Baizai and Lin Bai wouldn't leave him here. No, it's best to be cautious at a time like this. We can't be careless. Lin Bai shook his head and rejected the thin man's kindness. He had his own reasons for doing so. If he jumped down rashly and something happened to him, it would not be as simple as being seriously injured. He would definitely die here. Little Red, Lin Bai called out Little Red. The moment Little Red appeared, the originally dim tunnel was lit up, but it made people feel extremely hot and dry. This was also the reason why Lin Bai didn't call out Little Red earlier. This tunnel was narrow and long. If Xiao Hong continued to illuminate the tunnel, then they would be roasted until they were unable to endure the heat. If something happened, they wouldn't be able to guarantee that their bodies would be in their best condition. It could be said that they were extremely wrong. After Little Red came out, it understood and dived downwards. Following that, a ball of fire spewed out and smashed into the ground below. Bang! The ball of fire smashed into the ground and scattered in all directions, illuminating the ground below. Su su su. However, just as the flames were about to disappear, a few flying arrows shot out from the right side of the ground. Their speed was so fast that it was difficult to catch them with one's eyes. In the end, they pierced deeply into the opposite wall, and half of the arrow's body pierced into the wall. It could be seen that the power of this arrow was extraordinary. Hiss, when the thin man and Baizai saw this scene, they both sucked in a breath of cold air. The thin man's heart was palpitating. Fortunately, Lin Bai had stopped his previous plan. Otherwise, if he was the one who had jumped down, with the speed of this hidden arrow, he would not have been able to dodge it at all. The thin man touched his chest and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He decided not to rashly rush in front of Lin Bai in the future, and not to do anything that Lin Bai did not say. Otherwise, he might really die in the secret room. Boom, boom, boom. Little Red bombarded the ground below Lin Bai again and again. This was not because Lin Bai was suspicious, but because this type of hidden weapon and mechanism would usually be detected by others the first time. Therefore, the designer would usually have a second, third, or even many mechanisms. They were waiting for the infiltrator to let down his guard after setting off the first mechanism. Once he let down his guard, the infiltrator would fall into other mechanisms. Even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Whoosh! 2 more hidden arrows shot out from different directions. The power and speed of these 2 hidden arrows far surpassed the first one. FCK? The thin man couldn't help but swear. The designer of this trap is so F-seeking perverted. What good stuff is in there? Is there a need for him to hide it like this? Before the thin man finished his words, the floor below had caved in again. A few spikes that were as tall as an adult pierced through the floor from below. FCK, even with Baizai's willpower, she couldn't help but swear. After Little Red continued to spit out a few more fireballs, Lin Bai sent Little Black to go first. Little Black's jet black eyes were filled with excitement, but after he landed on the ground, he was a little disappointed that he wasn't able to experience the defensive powers of those traps to his side. Well, it's fine now. Let's go down, Lin Bai said to the thin man and Baizai. As he spoke, he leaped down and landed steadily on the ground. These arrows are all made of cold, dark iron. It's really a bloody stroke of luck. If we take them out, we can also exchange them for a good price. As soon as the thin man landed, he looked at the arrows that had pierced into the wall. After identifying the materials of the arrows, he couldn't help but shake his head. Weapons made of such metal could easily cut through iron like mud. Many people's weapons outside could not afford to use such materials. However, the creator of this mechanism had actually used such materials to make arrows and shoot arrows. This made the thin man feel that it was a great pity and a great waste. Was this the difference between a large sum of money and itinerant cultivators like us? The thin man felt bitter in his heart. It looks like there's a straight path ahead. There must be a lot of traps. We have to be careful. Baizai had always been cautious and had judged the current situation. However, as soon as he said this, Little Black ran towards the path ahead. Be careful. Baizai wanted to stop Blackie, but Little Black had already run inside. Don't worry, Little Black will be fine. Lin Bai didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. Little Black felt bad that he didn't contribute his strength, so he decided to challenge this round. As Little Black ran forward, he stomped on the floor. At the same time, he didn't forget to look back at Lin Bai. Leave this to me. Chapter 309. Fatty's confusion in the capital. The sun was gradually setting in the west, but the temperature was still unbearable. The group of people ran in a certain direction. At the very front, there was an armored guard leading the way, panting heavily. The guard's cultivation was far lower than the few people behind him, so he could only grit his teeth and persevere. In addition, he could feel the city lord's urgency, so he did not dare to ask for a temporary rest. After a long time, the guard let out a deep breath. He had arrived at his destination. "It's not far away," the guard panted and gritted his teeth as he spoke. He extended his right hand and pointed at a small hill in front of him. Looking from afar, the small hill was covered by a dense forest. However, in the sky above the small hill, one could see a thick black smoke rising and rolling in the sky. "It seems that they are fighting. I hope the city lord will agree to let me go and help." Following behind the city lord, a person who had been corroded by the demonic chi volunteered. The city lord nodded and did not stop him. His tone was firm and did not allow anyone to reject him. "You must remember one thing. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see the corpse. You absolutely cannot let the demon Lin Bai off. Otherwise, if he were to escape, then this world would be disturbed by the demonic chi, and it would be difficult for it to be peaceful. The lives of the people at dawn would be in danger." "Yes," the person who volunteered shouted and then summoned a spirit beast. The spirit beast was shaped like a crane, and its wings were 5 meters wide. With a scream, the guard almost fainted. Then, the person who volunteered jumped onto the spirit beast and flew towards the direction of the hill. His speed was so fast that he reached the top of the smoke in just a few seconds. Half F seeking fast, Fatty's face was silent, but he cursed in his heart. At the same time, he muttered in his heart. If he had tried to escape on the way, then this person would definitely use this spirit beast to quickly find him. No way, if he could not escape successfully later, then he had to deal with this person before leaving. Otherwise, he would be entangled by this person in the end. Why not I attack first? When Fatty thought of this, a trace of viciousness flashed through his eyes. His actions were not without reason. Not only had that person been corroded by the city lord's demonic aura, Fatty still vaguely remembered that person's name. He seemed to be an unpardonable person who had committed all sorts of crimes, such as burning, killing, and plundering. When he thought of this, Fatty no longer had any worries in his heart. Instead, he made up his mind. "What's wrong? You seem to have thought of something. Is it about that devil Lin Bai?" But right at this moment, that familiar voice sounded again. The burly man turned his attention back to Fatty. Fatty resisted the urge to curse. "Damn it, before I leave, I'll definitely give you a good whack. Otherwise, I won't be able to vent my anger at all. Cough, cough." Even though he was cursing in his heart, Fatty's face remained calm. His eyes were filled with doubt. "What's wrong? I'm just curious. There's already a fight over there. Could it be that Lin Bai has already run away?" The man's eyes turned around. He sized up Fatty from head to toe and finally looked deeply into Fatty's eyes. "You," the man wanted to speak but hesitated. He did not speak for a long time. "What are you saying? You've been like this since the beginning. Could it be that you're doubting my character?" "I'm loyal to the city lord and am willing to be a pawn. The city lord has never doubted my loyalty, but you've doubted me time and time again. I can't stand it. I hope the city lord can make a clear judgment." The Fatty shouted at the top of his voice. The team that was originally rushing forward stopped. Everyone looked at the Fatty and the man with an unfriendly expression. Only the guard at the front let out a sigh of relief. The city lord looked at the Fatty and then at the man. There seemed to be a blade in his eyes that cut open the two of them and saw through their true thoughts. Now is not the time for internal strife. Lin Bai's matter is the focus. I will judge your matters after you capture Lin Bai. Now no one should suspect anyone. The city lord's voice was cold and solemn. The burly man's heart trembled. This time, even if he had some doubts in his heart, he did not dare to continue speaking. He knew that the city lord was warning him. He did not dare to say anything else. "HMPH, did you hear that? The city lord has already said it. Don't pick on me in the future." Fatty snorted and glared at the man. He raised his head and walked behind the city lord. The city lord only frowned at Fatty's action, but did not stop him. The man gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly, but he could only break his teeth and swallow them. Don't waste time, hurry up." As the city lord spoke, he exerted his strength and started to rush towards the small hill. The sound of battle could already be heard from the dense forest within the small hill, as well as the shouts and curses of the crowd. "Lin Bai, you big demon, you've done all kinds of bad things. Today we will definitely return the balance to the world." "Demon, don't be so arrogant. Your actions are ruthless and your temperament is vicious. It's a waste that you were once a decent person. Demon Lin Bai, you bewitching demon, don't resist, or do you want to surrender? We will definitely help you get rid of your demonic nature." Hiss! The closer he got to the hillside, the colder Fatty's heart became. From these insults, could it be that Lin Bai and the others had really been discovered? If the person in the forest was not Lin Bai, then who was it? Fatty followed closely behind the city lord, not daring to fall behind. Although the city lord did not say anything, the city lord had already begun to suspect him, so he had to put on a good disguise and follow closely behind the city lord. He could not make any small movements. Very soon, everyone arrived at the forest that was emitting billowing black smoke. However, at this moment, the forest was very quiet. Not much time had passed, but the sounds of fighting and cursing just now could not be heard. "What's the situation?" The man looked around vigilantly, holding his weapon tightly in his hand. "In front, follow me." The city lord looked in a certain direction, and his figure changed into a black shadow, rushing in a certain direction. Fatty and the others followed closely behind, not daring to slack off in the slightest. "Cough, city lord, you're finally here. Just now, that demon Lin Bai had us all." Just as he followed, Fatty saw a person laying on the ground, covered in blood, speaking to the city lord with a weak aura. But halfway through his words, his hands fell down weakly, and his entire body lost its vitality. Around this person, there were more than 20 people covered in blood and covered in wounds. They lay motionless, without a trace of life. That is, a person looked ahead in astonishment. Under a large tree, there was a spirit beast that looked like a crane and another person. The two wings of the spirit beast were forcefully torn off, and there was a clear hole in that person's chest. Xianxia actually died so easily. Among our group, his strength is at least in the top 3. The crowd began to stir. They were very familiar with each other's strength, and at the same time, they were very confident in their own strength. And at this moment, a person whose strength was not much different from theirs died so easily in front of them greatly shocked them. Chapter 310. Secret Chamber Stone House in the Forest. Corpses littered the ground, blood flowed like a river, and a large patch of fire was burning fiercely. However, there was no trace of Lin Bai at all. The city lord clenched his fists tightly, making cracking sounds as he gritted his teeth and looked around him. When Fatty was swept by the city lord's gaze, his entire body shivered, and his legs nearly went weak and fell to the ground. Although the city lord's anger was not expressed on his face, his eyes were already spewing flames, making people feel terrified. "City lord!" The burly man walked forward under the immense pressure and knelt on one knee on the ground. His voice was sincere, and his forehead was full of sweat. "Speak," the city lord said coldly. "I feel that there are a few points that are very suspicious." When the burly man saw that the city lord did not speak, he continued, "This doesn't seem like Lin Bai did it. You said that it doesn't seem to be Lin Bai's doing. Then how do you explain what that dying man said just now?" The city lord raised his eyebrows, and the anger in his eyes dissipated a little. Fatty's heart trembled. He did not think that this man had the same thoughts as him. Based on Fatty's understanding of Lin Bai would not have killed someone so cruelly. Moreover, if Lin Bai were to do it, he would not have left such an obvious scene for others to discover that he was the one who did it. It would definitely be more seamless. Then, who was the one who did it? Fatty's heart started to become anxious. A huge question surfaced in his heart. Could it be that someone was pretending to be Lin Bai and wanted to create some unspeakable secrets? The man continued to speak. Seeing that the city lord wasn't angry, he became more and more confident. He passionately said, "Is it possible that someone is pretending to be Lin Bai and wants to do something?" As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. Fatty even turned around to look at the man. "FCK, do you have a mind-reading ability?" The city lord rubbed his palms and fell into deep thought. After a long while, he slowly said, "What's your name?" Hearing this, the man's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly said, "I'm called Fu Hu." Hiss. You're really F-seeking lucky? Fatty ridiculed continuously in his heart. This man looked big and burly, and he had a full beard. However, this brilliant brain of his did not match his appearance at all. If not for Fu Hu bringing this up at this time, the city lord might have been stunned by this matter. Although he did not know who did this, it had caused confusion to the city lord, and it was also very beneficial to Lin Bai's actions. But now it had been seen through by a burly man. Not even the person who did this could probably see through this. MHM, Fu Hu, this is the spirit medicine for you. If you take it, you should be able to break through a small stage. The city lord casually threw out a spirit medicine, but Fu Hu was greatly shocked. He carefully received it in his hand, afraid that it would shatter and melt. Fu Hu's eyes were bedazzled. It took him a long time to react, and he hurriedly thanked, "Thank you, city lord." This spirit herb was extremely familiar to Fatty. It was this spirit herb that allowed Fatty to raise his cultivation level, which had not advanced for many years. After taking it, I'll leave this matter to you to investigate. If there's anyone here that you want to be a helper, feel free to mention it. I will agree to you. The moment the city lord said this, Fatty's heart thumped, and a very bad premonition arose in his heart. I will definitely not fail my mission. City lord, I want him to be my helper and help me investigate this matter. Fu Hu pointed a finger behind him, and that direction was Fatty. Fatty's eyebrows jumped from being pointed at. The city lord couldn't tell what Fu Hu's intentions were. City lord, I suspect that he doesn't want my help but has other intentions. Forgive me for rejecting. Fatty rejected decisively. Even though Fatty was a spy, he had contributed greatly to this operation. In the eyes of others, he was the one who had rebelled against Lin Bai and heavily injured 2 of Lin Bai's companions. Furthermore, he had been secretly providing clues to the city lord. The city lord frowned and shook his head. Then we'll do as you say. However, I can guarantee that he's definitely not what you think. If you use the authority of this matter to threaten him again, the consequences— The city lord's tone changed and turned cold. Fu Hu hurriedly shook his head. No, I won't. The city lord glanced at Fu Hu and nodded. Then the 2 of you will act together. You must find out the truth here. Hope we can look after each other. When Fu Hu heard this, he couldn't help but smile. He turned around and glanced at Fatty, his eyes filled with provocation. Same. I hope I can catch that devil Lin Bai and find out who is impersonating him and what his intentions are. Fatty also revealed a smile, but in his heart, he was already cursing Fu Hu's 18 generations of ancestors. Fu Hu once again caused Fatty's escape plan to fail. Now, use this as your starting point. Search for that demon, Lin Bai, until you find him. The city lord's tone was very light, but it made everyone feel a mountain-like pressure. Yes, Fatty and the others hurriedly responded, not daring to hesitate in the slightest. The city lord and the others dispersed in all directions, leaving only Fu Hu and Fatty on the spot. The 2 of them looked at each other, but neither of them took the initiative to speak. After a while, Fu Hu swallowed the pill that the city lord had given him in front of Fatty. Then he sat cross-legged on a huge rock and digested the medicinal strength. Instantly, a faint luster surrounded his body. On the other side, in the depths of the secret chamber in the city lord's main hall. Right now, I only want to know who made this secret chamber and who made the mechanisms here. If I find out, then I will definitely curse your ancestors for 18 generations. The skinny man looked around and shouted. Along the way, they encountered more than 30 traps of various sizes. Some of the traps were linked together, and if they were not careful, they would all die here. Fortunately, Little Black's rough shell was hard, and all of them used their bodies to receive it. In addition, Little Red and Little Green also made a move together, triggering most of the traps. They were able to follow a path and arrive at a very large room. However, there was only a stone house in this space. There was a stone bed, a stone bench, and a stone table. On the table were bowls and chopsticks made of stone. It's gone. I didn't find anything else useful, but I'm curious. Just how much does the person here like stones? The thin man checked the surroundings, but found nothing else. He reported it to Lin Bai. At first, he didn't believe it. He held the stone in his hand and played with it for a long time. He thought it was a beautiful jade wrapped in stone or some kind of heavenly treasure. But after cutting open one of the chopsticks, the skinny man found that it was a worthless stone. I didn't find anything around the house either. Bai Zai shook her head and walked back regretfully. But I did see a footprint here. It should have been left by the city lord when he entered this place. Lin Bai stroked his chin and said slowly. Chapter 311. The Magical Spirit Beast. Actually, this wasn't the first time Lin Bai and the others had discovered footprints. As soon as they arrived at the secret chamber, they had already seen the footprints on the ground. At first, they had wanted to follow the footprints to avoid stepping on the traps, but these footsteps were scattered, making their plan impossible. What did the city lord do here, or did he just discover this place and haven't fully explored it? Bai Zai was very confused about this, but this answer could only be obtained after they had thoroughly explored the entire secret room. What wrong, little green? Lin Bai originally wanted to see if there were any patterns or clues left in the stone room, but just as he lifted his foot, he saw Little Green rubbing against his leg. Little Green said, "Look at Little Black. Little Black just ran in that direction. I couldn't stop him. It seems like he discovered something. I've already asked Little Red to follow him." Skinny Man and Bai Zai also noticed Little Green's situation and looked at her with confusion. Little Green could only communicate with Lin Bai without any obstacles. The two of them could only watch and wait for Lin Bai to tell them what had happened. "Let's go. Let's not explore this place for now. Little Black seems to have discovered something." After saying that, Lin Bai followed Greenie and ran into a cave behind the stone house. This cave was the same size as the tunnel they had walked through before. However, they had only run more than 100 meters into the cave when they saw a flash of light in the distance. There's another space here, but there seems to be light inside. It's still very bright. Could it be that this place leads to the surface of the earth? The skinny man looked at this place and was confused. At the same time, he was also a little excited. If this place could really lead to the surface, then they wouldn't have to worry about how to leave the city lord's estate without making a sound. After all, they were inside, and the city lord was outside. They couldn't be sure when the city lord was in the main hall. If they ran out recklessly, they would be sending themselves to the city lord. The exit of the passageway was getting closer and closer, and the luster was becoming more and more dazzling. After being in the dim space for a long time, Lin Bai and the other two only felt a piercing pain in their eyes. When they arrived at the exit, the thin man and Bai Zai were somewhat dumbfounded. They stood on the spot and even forgot to move, their eyes staring blankly ahead. Outside the exit was a space with a circumference of 1,000 square meters. There was ample light here, and the air was cool and fresh. For a moment, the fool felt that he was not on the ground, but outside the surface of the earth. In the center of this space was a tree that was more than 20 meters tall. The trunk of this tree was thick and strong, and its branches were luxuriant. What was most attractive was its countless leaves, each of which emitted a bit of fluorescent light. It was this magical tree that lit up the entire space. Other than this big tree, there were wild grass, wild flowers, and wild fruits that could be seen everywhere outside. This is the jade tree. I once saw it in an ancient book. The jade tree's entire body is like jade, and each of its leaves would emit a fluorescent light like jade. However, I remember that it had long disappeared in the long river of history. It's actually here. Bai Zai muttered to herself and pinched her face with one hand to confirm if she was dreaming. Then is this tree full of treasures? For example, what kind of supreme-grade medicinal pill can it be made into? What kind of extraordinary and peerless thing can it be made into? When the thin man said this, he swallowed his saliva, and his eyes emitted a golden light. At this moment, the branches of this tree did not seem to have grown leaves, but rather pieces of gold bars. Bai Zai shook her head, breaking the thin man's illusion. She said, "No, other than this special trait of emitting light, there's nothing extraordinary about the jade tree. If you want to take one branch out and transplant it, I advise you to give up this idea." "Impossible." The thin man's eyes were originally shining with a golden light, but after listening to Bai Zai's explanation, his face was covered in dust, and his heart was filled with disappointment. "Oh, where's Lin Bai?" Bai Zai looked around and realized that she had paid too much attention to this tree, so much so that she didn't even notice when Lin Bai had left. There's another spirit beast over there. This blue fur, how come I've never seen such a spirit beast before?" The thin man pointed to the back of the jade tree, where Lin Bai was watching Little Black playing with a blue spirit beast. I've never seen it before either. Let's go and take a look. As they spoke, the two of them quickly came to Lin Bai's side. Only then did they get a clear look at the blue spirit beast. This magical spirit beast had blue fur all over its body. It looked like a monkey, but its tail was covered with scales, which made them extremely confused. Little Black angrily charged towards the blue spirit beast, but was nimbly dodged by the blue spirit beast. When the blue spirit beast dodged, it did not forget to tease Little Black, using one of its fingers to hit Little Black on the head. This made Little Black extremely embarrassed and angry. It continued to rush forward, wanting to regain its face. But after that, it was always Little Black being played and teased by the blue spirit beast, and Little Black could not even touch the blue spirit beast. Ha, cough, cough. Little Black suddenly heard a person's laughter. It fiercely turned its head and saw the thin man grabbing his face with his hand. He forcefully suppressed his laughter. Little Black's jet black eyes were filled with anger. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws. How dare you laugh at me? Then, Little Black changed his target to the skinny man and chased him everywhere. I'm sorry. I was definitely not laughing at you just now. I was laughing at that monkey-like spiritual beast. Ah, why did you hit me too? Cough, cough, I'm sorry, I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at myself. In the forest, Fatty paced left and right, his brows tightly furrowed. From time to time, he would look at Fu-Hu, who was sitting upright beside him, and all sorts of thoughts would float around in his mind. Right now, he's circulating his cultivation to digest the spirit medicine. If he wants to make a move, then that would be a good opportunity. But why would he dare to digest the pill in front of me and raise his cultivation? Didn't he suspect me? No, maybe I was wrong from the start. He was probably faking it, waiting for me to fall into his trap. That way, he would have a reason to believe that his guess was correct. Wang! Light burst out. An aura spread out from Fu-Hu's body, and soon after, a jet-black, foul-smelling impurity was expelled from his body. Catcha, immediately after, the sound of something breaking sounded out of thin air. Slowly, Fu-Hu opened his eyes. For a moment, his eyes seemed to be bursting with light. The corner of Fatty's mouth twitched. He had experienced this before. This meant that Fu-Hu had broken through. Just when he was hesitating, he had broken through? Phew! Fu-Hu took off his clothes and found a pond in the forest. With a plop, he crawled into it and washed the impurities off his body. The feeling of breaking through is so refreshing. Congratulations, brother Fu-Hu, the fatty smiled and agreed. You're welcome. If you didn't guard it for me, someone might have come to ruin my plan. Don't you think so? As Fu-Hu spoke, a strange expression appeared on his face. Chapter 312, Little Blue, that's right. Fatty patted his chest without hesitation. His voice was loud and confident. That's exactly what I thought of. The city lord has given us a great opportunity, a great fortune. Who knows if someone might want to come out at this time and ruin your good opportunity, old brother Fu-Hu? Fu-Hu sized Fatty up from head to toe, and an indescribable emotion flashed in the depths of his eyes, causing Fatty's heart to involuntarily tremble. If it was before, the Fatty would still have the confidence to injure Fu-Hu and then take the opportunity to flee for his life. From then on, he would never return to the capital and would never see the city lord again. He knew that this place was a swamp. If he were to sink into it, there would be no possibility of coming out. But now, if he was to fight with Fu-Hu, the two of them might end up suffering heavy injuries. At that time, the Fatty would not even need to flee. If he wanted to escape, he would not have the strength to do so. Thinking of this, Fatty could not help but want to give himself a slap. He had suspected that Fu-Hu was pretending to be meditating to break through, but in reality, he had set up a trap. He waiting for Fatty to take the bait. Therefore, Fatty hesitated for a long time, pacing left and right, but he could not make up his mind and missed this great opportunity. As for Fu-Hu, he might have utilized Fatty's mentality to successfully break through his cultivation. Fatty decided that he would never look down on Fu-Hu in the future. Although Fu-Hu was big and thick, and looked like he only had muscles but no brains, he was actually very shrewd and was good at scheming. Furthermore, it was perfectly hidden by his appearance. It was only now that Fatty finally reacted. Previously, Fu-Hu had made his escape plan fail several times. Initially, Fatty thought that Fu Hu was bluffing, but from Fu Hu's shrewdness, Fu Hu was really relying on a pair of eyes in the dark. He saw through Fatty's wrongdoings and deduced Fatty's plan. Not only that, Fu Hu also chose a method that would not arouse the suspicion of others and would not cause him to fall into a difficult situation. Fatty sucked in a breath of cold air. If it were not for him not escaping previously, this Fu Hu might have informed the city lord. After all, if Fatty still did not escape, then Fu Hu would never be able to find evidence. And if Fu Hu told the city lord about this matter when he didn't have any evidence, he would reporting Fatty, who was a big favorite beside the city lord. If the city lord believed it, then it would be fine. But if the city lord didn't believe it, then his ending would be obvious. Therefore, Fu Hu didn't act rashly. Instead, he was waiting for Fatty to reveal himself. While Fatty's thoughts were flying around, Fu Hu stretched out his fists and legs. With a light clench of his fist, a cracking sound could be heard. With a slight force under his feet, it was as if his body had turned into a wisp of light wind, leaving behind afterimages. He had already appeared more than 10 meters away. Feeling the joy brought by the breakthrough, Fu Hu did not just immerse himself in it for a moment. He even purposely made it look like it was for Fatty to let down his guard. Fatty secretly wiped off the beads of sweat on his forehead. Seeing Fu Hu's series of actions, he became more and more convinced that if the two of them fought, both of them would definitely suffer heavy injuries. Hence, he dispelled this unrealistic thought. Fatty used a flattering tone and said, "Then, old brother Fu Hu, we are now?" Halfway through his words, Fatty stopped and sized up Fu Hu's expression. His fierce face squeezed out a smile. He was not sure of Fu Hu's true thoughts. He was not sure if Fu Hu had left him by his side to vent his anger or to find evidence of him defecting to the city lord, or if he had some other secret that he could not tell others about. Therefore, Fatty tried his best to be cautious with his words and actions. He said less and observed more. Fu Hu stopped, still not satisfied. He let out a long breath and sat on a rock. He wiped the sweat on his forehead with one hand and beckoned Fatty with the other. Fatty immediately bent his waist slightly and walked to Fu Hu's side. He said in a flattering manner, "Big brother Fu Hu, tell me. I'll settle everything for you." Fu Hu rubbed his chin with one hand. "Let's investigate and see if there are any traces left here. The other party left in a hurry and definitely didn't have the time to erase the traces. If we look carefully, we will definitely be able to find some." "Smart, really smart." Fatty gave a thumbs up and praised without any shame. Fatty looked at Fu Hu. Federal University, who didn't say a word, nor did he have the intention to stand up and investigate. The corner of his mouth twitched. What a great way for us to investigate. Fatty turned around and investigated this forest alone. He felt bitter but couldn't say it out loud. In the secret chamber of the city lord's estate. Chirp, 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 the blue monkey was gesturing with its hands, as if it wanted to share something with Little Black. Little Black's jet black eyes looked at the blue monkey's actions, and its eyes immediately lit up. Then it opened its mouth and revealed a human-like smile. Then it began to dance as well. FCK, the skinny man who was watching the two spirit beasts couldn't help but burst out. How could they communicate without any obstacles? There's nothing special here other than this tree. This spirit beast probably absorbed spiritual energy here and survived. Bai Zai slowly walked to the huge tree that was emitting light. She stroked the tree trunk and reported to Lin Bai. "It's just that I don't know how this little beast got here. Could it be that there's a passage leading to the outside world? If that's really the case, then the problem that gives us a headache will be solved." The problem that Bai Zai mentioned was precisely how to avoid attracting attention when they left the secret chamber. They had no way of confirming whether there was anyone outside. Lin Bai frowned slightly and nodded. "We can't rule out this possibility." "Then this spiritual beast?" Bai Zai looked at Lin Bai and nodded knowingly. Then Lin Bai gently walked to Little Black's side and squatted down to look at the two little beasts. The little blue monkey looked at Lin Bai with curiosity in its eyes, but it did not reject his approach. Instead, it had an inexplicable closeness. "I have to give you a name. It can't be too special. It's best if you're like them. I'll just call you Little Blue." Lin Bai gave the little monkey a name after careful consideration. Little Blue. Bai Zai and the skinny man stood quietly not far behind Lin Bai. One of them raised his eyebrows, while the other almost opened his mouth to say something. However, he forcefully restrained himself. While forming the pact with Little Blue, Little Black kept comforting Little Blue, and Little Blue did not reject it at all. It naturally accepted the contract. After feeling the pact, Little Blue raised its hand excitedly and turned around on the spot. A human-like expression of happiness appeared on its face, and Lin Bai could not help but pat Little Blue's head affectionately. Chapter 313, An Unexpected Discovery. This spirit beast seems to be very amazing. I wonder what it'll become in the future. The thin man looked at Little Blue, who was jumping up and down, and then looked at Little Black, Little Green, and Little Red beside Lin Bai, Tesk. They're all freakishly talented spirit beasts. If one or two of them were freakishly talented, then Lin Bai could be said to be very lucky to have met such a talented spirit beast. But now, all of the spirit beasts were freakishly talented. It reflected Lin Bai's strength as a beastmaster and his knowledge in this field. As the thin man thought about it, he wiped the sweat off his forehead. He sighed softly. It was fortunate that I didn't use that communication device to summon the city lord back then. It was fortunate that I was captured by Lin Bai and became his henchman. Otherwise, I would have made an enemy out of such a person right now. Ever since the thin man saw Lin Bai's strength and courage, he made up his mind. No matter what happened in the future, he absolutely couldn't stand on the opposite side of Lin Bai. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. With just a little time, Lin Bai would definitely become the top in this world. Bai Zai frowned slightly. Looking at Lin Bai's figure, she sighed in her heart. He's bound to leap out of this world. Bai Zai also strengthened her conviction to follow Lin Bai all the way to the end. Lin Bai was communicating with Little Blue and did not know the thoughts of the two people behind him. After communicating with Little Blue, he found some very useful information. What did you find out? The thin man saw Lin Bai walking over and saw that he had something to say, so he was happy. Is there anything useful for us? Bai Zai's eyes also lit up. Lin Bai nodded silently and said, there are indeed a few pieces of information that are very useful. Little Blue can often see the same person coming and going in the secret room here. It's really the city lord. Is it him? The thin man was first excited, but then he lost confidence. Lin Bai shook his head and continued, we can't be sure about this. Little Blue didn't pay too much attention to the person at that time. In addition, there were some obstacles in communication, so we can't be sure if it's the city lord. Bai Zai muttered something and continued to listen to Lin Bai. The thin man was obviously a little disappointed. But Bai Zai and the thin man's eyes lit up again. Little Blue mentioned a cave that connects to another place, which made me a little curious. Since we didn't find anything here, we might as well go and take a look. After Lin Bai said that, Bai Zai and the thin man agreed. Just a while ago, Bai Zai and the thin man had almost dug this secret chamber 3 feet deep, but even so, there was still nothing useful. Since no one had discovered it, they might as well go blind and try. Little Blue cried out in excitement, then nimbly jumped up and stepped on the tree trunk. It jumped up and landed firmly on Lin Bai's shoulder, then stretched out a finger and pointed in the direction behind the big tree. Looks like it's that way. Let's go. Lin Bai took out a piece of food and threw it to Little Blue, then walked in the direction that Little Blue pointed. Little Black rushed forward happily. It was not as calm as a turtle at all. Little Blue was also excited by Little Black's actions. It jumped up and down to play with Little Black while leading the way for Lin Bai and the others. Big brother Lin Bai, these two little beasts of yours are really unique. The corners of the skinny man's mouth twitched. He wanted to take back what he said earlier. Although these two beasts were absurd, they were a little too, Lin Bai smiled awkwardly. It's good to be lively. According to their age, they are still children. Bai Zai stood beside the two of them and almost laughed out loud. However, she covered her mouth in time to stop herself. The three of them passed by big trees and a lush grassland for a long time. Then, they saw a hole that could only fit one person at a time. Little Blue jumped onto Lin Bai's shoulder once again. It looked at the skinny man and Bai Zai while dancing and gesticulating. This is it, this is it. Fu, big brother Fu Hu, there are indeed a few things here that I haven't seen before. Take a look, there's a pattern on these daggers. I wonder what it is. Fatty was panting heavily. He was holding a few small daggers that were completely black. There was a small pattern on the handle of the daggers. Fatty had never seen this pattern before, and these daggers had it on them. This naturally aroused Fatty's suspicion. Of course, this was also something that Fatty had discovered by chance after searching for a long time and was about to give up due to exhaustion. Hence, he immediately ran over to Fu Hu's place so that he could take the opportunity to rest. The forest where the battle took place was very wide, and some of the corpses were scattered around. In addition to the fact that this place had been burned down previously, it could be said that it was extremely difficult and slow to investigate. He had only investigated 1/3 of the place. Fatty was so tired that he almost could not breathe. Fu Hu reached out his hand to catch the daggers and spread them out on the ground. Indeed, just like what FFTTY had said, there was a pattern that he had never seen before. This definitely contains some information. I remember that no one under the city lord has such a pattern. Fatty was analyzing as he prepared to sit on a tree stump. However, before he could sit down, he was stopped by Fu Hu. Not bad, looks like you have a talent for investigation. It's not easy to have such a result. Hearing Fu Hu's praise, Fatty immediately let out a long sigh. Looks like he could rest for a while. However, the other party might escape or even return to destroy the evidence. Therefore, you have to act quickly and continue to search for evidence. You can't waste any more time. Fu Hu's words were so meticulous that it was impossible to detect any malice towards Fatty. However, Fatty felt a deep malice in his heart. Cough, cough, all right, I'll go. Fatty was so angry that he started coughing. With one hand supporting his knee, he slowly stood up. The moment he stood up, he felt his waist ache and his face became ferocious. After a few more hours, Fatty's clothes were drenched in sweat. He walked heavily to Fu Hu's side and sat down on the ground. Fu Hu opened his drowsy eyes. A trace of ridicule flashed in his eyes as he asked, "Are you done searching?" "Who?" Fatty was panting. He then took out a few things and threw them to Fu Hu. "These are the only things that are slightly suspicious. There are also a few traces that are slightly suspicious. Take a look at these things first, then I'll bring you over to take a look." This time, Fu Hu did not torture Fatty. He forced him to bring him over right now. Instead, he looked at the things that Fatty brought over and remained silent. "There's also that pattern inside. Looks like this pattern is the most suspicious." Fu Hu started to deduce as he looked. Fatty nodded weakly. "Right, after the investigation, I discovered that this pattern is the most suspicious. I'm also very sure that when the other party escaped, he did not have the time to take it away." "Well, take me to see something else." Chapter 314. Destroying corpse and evidence. The forest was silent. It was very quiet. In the distant sky, a burning cloud gradually appeared. Fu Hu swaggered in front. He looked and checked things left and right. He checked the places that Fatty said had traces left behind. As for Fatty, he followed closely behind without saying a word. He only told Fu Hu from time to time which direction he should go and where there were suspicious traces. The two of them walked in the forest one after the other until the sky gradually darkened. Only then did they finish inspecting this battlefield. Moreover, they also found quite a number of weapons with that special pattern. This is how you check. Put in more effort. If anything happens and the city lord blames us, both of us will not be able to bear the consequences. Fu Hu lectured the Fatty without looking back, and the Fatty could only quickly apologize. Today, the Fatty could be said to have worked hard all day, doing all sorts of dirty and tiring work. At this moment, his waist was sore and his legs were aching, and his entire body was weak. Even his clothes were emitting the stench of sweat. If possible, he only wanted to find a piece of grass lay down without worrying about anything. Even if the sky fell, he would sleep until he woke up naturally. However, it was unknown whether this Fu Hu was doing it on purpose or unintentionally. Every time Fatty made up his mind to rest for a while, he would call Fatty to his side. "Fatty, follow closely." For some reason, Fu Hu's tone became serious. He looked around with his tiger eyes as if he was on guard against something in the dark. "It's coming, it's coming." Fatty lifted his butt that was about to land on the ground and followed behind him. The weapon in his arms was rattling. I should have given this mother of seeker a whack a long time ago. I really regret it. Fatty cursed in his heart and greeted Fu Hu's 18 generations of ancestors. Fu Hu looked at Fatty and seemed to have seen through his thoughts. This made Fatty stop his thoughts immediately, and a smile appeared on his face. Fu Hu slowly said, "The sky is turning dark. There's no guarantee that the other party will choose this time to turn back because of the traces and weapons left behind. If they really come at that time, the two of us combined might not be their match. Therefore, we have to be fast. We have to rest until this is over." After Fu Hu said this, Fatty's body stiffened slightly for a moment, and a thin layer of cold sweat formed on his back. He felt that Fu Hu's words were not without reason. When he had just arrived at this forest today and saw the wounds on the corpses on the ground, Fatty had determined that these were not the work of Lin Bai. That meant that Lin Bai had not been discovered by the city lord. That also proved that Lin Bai and the others were in a safe situation. Fatty let out a sigh of relief when he thought of this. In addition to Fu Hu's tortures, Fatty had neglected a very important matter. Since all of this was not done by Lin Bai, then who was the one who killed the corpses in the forest? Why did the other party lure the city lord here and leave so many traces behind? Hiss! Fatty sucked in a breath of cold air. The drowsiness in his head disappeared, and he became full of energy. "Do you think it was done by Lin Bai?" Fatty carefully asked for Fu Hu's opinion. After interacting with him for a day, although he had doubts about Fu Hu's character, he did not doubt Fu Hu's head at all. Fu Hu looked at Fatty in surprise. There was a deep meaning in his eyes. This was the first time Fatty had taken the initiative to talk to him. "MHM?" Fu Hu pondered for a while, sorted out his words, and said, "I can only say that it's not certain. There's one thing that I really can't figure out. What is Lin Bai's purpose for doing this? If he wants to escape, or rather, to deal with the city lord in the dark, he only needs to quietly hide in the dark. There's no need to make a big fuss at all. Doing so will only put him in a passive position." Fatty nodded in agreement and said with a frown, "I think that there must be another group of people who have some unspeakable secret and joined the muddy waters of the capital city. But the muddy waters of the capital city are not something that ordinary people can wade through. It might be a case of robbing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Not only will they not get any benefits, but they will also have to hand themselves in." Fu Hu looked at Fatty in surprise. His gaze was as if he was looking at a retard who had suddenly become intelligent. Fatty was a little embarrassed and angry. "Why are you looking at me with that gaze? Are you doubting my intelligence?" "No, absolutely not." Fu Hu suppressed his smile and was silent for a short while. "I don't know. I don't want to know what secrets are in this matter. Sometimes, if you know less, you can live a relaxed life." After saying this, Fu Hu didn't want to talk about the previous topic anymore. He pointed at a flat ground in front of him and said, "Put all the weapons that were looted just now on the ground." Fatty didn't think too much about it and placed them in front of Fu Hu. The materials of these weapons are ordinary, but their forging skills are superb. Ordinary people can't afford to use them, and these patterns also contain secrets. Fu Hu began to analyze seriously, which made Fatty think of something. He asked, "Why don't we copy the patterns and show them to the city lord?" Fu Hu decisively refused, "No need." After saying that, Fu Hu carefully packed all the weapons and confirmed that he didn't miss anything. Then he threw all the weapons without any special patterns into the forest. After doing all this, Fu Hu turned his back to Fatty and said, "Fatty, step back a little." Although Fatty did not know what Fu Hu was planning, he did not think too much about it. He followed Fu Hu's orders for an entire day and did not waste time on this one. He tactfully took a few steps back. At this moment, a ball of fire appeared out of thin air in Fu Hu's palm. The flames rolled and scorched the surrounding space until it began to distort. The grass nearby even started to spontaneously combust. Fatty cried out in his heart. He wanted to dodge to the side, but he did not expect that Fu Hu's goal was not him. Instead, he threw the ball of fire towards a towering tree nearby. The ball of fire devoured the large tree in the blink of an eye. The aggressive flames spread in all directions, causing the bushes, grass, and even the corpses to start burning. In an instant, the entire forest turned into a sea of fire. "You're destroying evidence. Why are you doing this?" Fatty was stunned at first, but he quickly recovered. A thought appeared in his mind. Was this Fu Hu someone from a third party? However, after thinking about it carefully, Fatty dismissed this thought. If Fu Hu was someone from a third party, then there was no need for him to wait until now to take action. Once the city lord left, he would be able to move. Also, wasn't Fu Hu corrupted by the City Lord's demonic aura? Why would he betray the City Lord now? Could it be that he knew that the City Lord was a demon like us, and had specially prepared a method to block the erosion of the demonic Kai? Plop, 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 Fatty's heart beat violently. Chapter 315, changes to little blue-black smoke billowed, and the fire raged. Fu Hu had an indescribable smile on his face as he turned to look at Fatty. I'm destroying the evidence. Fu Hu did not hide his motive, and he did not want to. Why? Fatty was extremely vigilant. He had a deep suspicion of Fu Hu's identity and motive. I said, the less we know, the better. So what if we hand these clues over to the City Lord? He's just a demon. Fu Hu seemed to be stating a simple matter, causing the Fatty's heart to tremble. As expected, Fu Hu was the same as them. He already knew that the City Lord was a demon and had a method to isolate the demonic chi. Then, why are you still working for him? Fatty sized up Fu Hu. Fu Hu's limbs were relaxed, and there was no killing intent in his eyes. But even though this posture was full of loopholes, Fatty did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Wealth comes from danger. Fu Hu answered without any hesitation. While Fatty suspected Fu Hu, he also slightly let out a sigh of relief. He had originally wanted to destroy the traces in this forest, delaying the time for the City Lord to know the truth and giving him more doubts. But now, this matter was done by Fu Hu. As expected, the City Lord sent people again. Just as Fatty's thoughts were flying, Fu Hu looked in the direction outside the forest. Then what should we do next? Fatty also felt that there was a group of people rushing over from outside the forest. No rush, let's wait and see. Fu Hu was very calm. In the secret room of the City Lord's estate, Lin Bai and the other two were standing on a raised platform at the edge of the cliff. On the other side of the cliff was a deep and invisible abyss. The skinny man threw a huge rock down, but after a long while he didn't hear a single sound. Tusk, tusk, tusk. This secret chamber is really big. There are hidden mysteries everywhere. If it weren't for Little Blue, we wouldn't have been able to explore all of them. The skinny man looked around. There were stone walls all around him, but the passages were scattered in all directions. Under Little Blue's lead, they advanced for half a day and found many interesting things. However, none of them had anything to do with the City Lord, which made them a little disappointed. When Little Blue heard someone praise it, it jumped up and down in excitement. Bai Zai's thoughts were the same as the skinny man's. They had seen too many things along the way, so they were used to it and forgot to be amazed. At this moment, Little Blue, who was on Lin Bai's shoulder, was dancing and chattering. It's not far ahead. I often see that person doing evil things in there. Lin Bai looked in the direction Little Blue was pointing at. Not far ahead was a downward passage. The passage was a naturally formed crack. It was steep, and if one was not careful, they would fall off the cliff. Let's rest here for the time being. The two of you should have not fully recovered from your injuries. Take this opportunity to recuperate. After all, we don't know what we will encounter later. Lin Bai turned around and said to the thin man and Bai Zai. At that time, although Fatty was putting on an act, in order to not let the City Lord see anything suspicious, Lin Bai told Fatty to go all out. As long as he did not die, there would not be any side effects. Therefore, the injuries on the skinny man and Bai Zai needed some time to recuperate. Otherwise, if they acted rashly, their injuries would only get worse. Phew, I don't have any objections. The skinny man had long had this intention. He turned his head to look at Bai Zai. Bai Zai also nodded silently and agreed with Lin Bai's suggestion. After the two of them took the medicinal pills that they got from Lin Bai, they sat cross-legged and began to mobilize the spiritual energy in their bodies to catalyze the medicinal power to nourish their injuries and promote recovery. Seeing that the two of them were sitting cross-legged and were completely focused on healing their injuries, Lin Bai gently stroked Little Blue's head and brought him to the edge of the protruding platform. Little Blue's eyes looked at Lin Bai in confusion, not knowing what he was going to do. System transfer of power. Lin Bai said calmly. The gap between Little Blue and Little Green had gradually narrowed, and some of its unique features were gradually revealed. What was left was to slowly build up over time. Meanwhile, Little Blue in front of Lin Bai was the same as Little Black. It continued to tutor for a period of time to catch up on its progress. All right, I'll give it to you guys next time. Don't you trust me? Everyone will get a share. Lin Bai looked at the other small beasts with amusement. Each of the small beasts blinked their eyes, looking very pitiful. Only Little Blue looked confused. It looked left and right, not knowing what was in Lin Bai's gourd. Ding! The host has given Little Blue 30 days of cultivation. The 100-fold return has been successfully triggered. The host has received 3,000 days of cultivation. Lin Bai felt the spiritual energy fluctuations all over his body and the increase in his cultivation. He let out a long sigh of relief. During this period of time, he had felt the need to increase his cultivation quickly. He wondered what the city lord was up to and what he was planning in secret. However, Lin Bai believed that no matter what the city lord was planning, it was the scene that he didn't want to see the most. Catcha, a crisp sound rang out from within Lin Bai's body. It was crisp and melodious, as if some shackles had been broken. Roar! Little Blue cried out. It felt an increase in its strength. Although it was just a small increase, it was very magical to it. There will be more opportunities like this in the future, but it's still rare now. Lin Bai patted Little Blue's head and explained a little. Little Blue nodded its head as if it understood something. Ding! The host has given Little Blue 30 days of cultivation. The host has successfully set off and returned 50 times. The host has obtained 1,500 days of cultivation. Little Blue's eyes were shining with golden light as it blinked its eyes at Lin Bai, wanting him to continue. Haha, you can't be greedy for this kind of thing. It's not good for me, and it's not good for you either. Lin Bai could understand Little Blue's thoughts. Who wouldn't like this kind of rapid cultivation method? However, everything needed to have a limit. It would become a ruler in his heart, and he would move forward steadily step by step. Following that, Lin Bai imparted to Little Blue a few more times, but the results were not satisfactory, so he could only give up. Sometimes, such things could not be rushed. It had to be done step by step. If it was too rash, it would have the opposite effect. If the cultivation foundation was not stable, the foundation would shift, and all sorts of disadvantages would appear in the future. When that time came, even if he regretted it, it would be useless. What Lin Bai had to do was to advance step by step and improve step by step. After ensuring that the cultivation base was stable, he would slowly improve. Little Blue lowered its head in disappointment, but it still listened to a lot of Lin Bai's words. Wait, Xiao Lan, turn around and let me see. Lin Bai's eyes flashed with a faint light, and there was some excitement in his eyes. Although Little Blue was confused, she still followed his instructions and slowly turned around in front of Lin Bai. Lin Bai muttered to himself, and his gaze locked onto Little Blue's body. After a few rounds of cultivation impartation, Little Blue's body was already showing some signs. For example, his originally blue fluffy tail was now covered with a lot of golden fur. At the same time, some special patterns began to appear around Little Blue's body. Chapter 316. The Bai brothers' all of the blue hair on Little Blue's body was mixed with light golden hair. This bit of light golden hair formed a series of strange patterns, mainly on her limbs, her chest, and her tail. A guess appeared in Lin Bai's mind. Only when Little Blue's appearance became more obvious in the future would he be able to find a reason. Even if he was curious now and wanted to find out the truth, it would be useless. Pulling out a seedling to grow, it was the most undesirable and worst-case scenario. Other than the changes in the hair on Little Blue's body, there was a faint golden flame flickering in the depths of Little Blue's eyes. If one stared at it for a long time, it would make one's eyes hurt. Lin Bai was very curious about this. When Little Blue's cultivation rose in the future, what kind of miraculous changes would happen? Could it be that he could make others feel like they were falling into lava with just his eyes? The more he thought about it, the more Lin Bai doted on Little Blue's head. Little Blue also noticed the changes in her body. She was still in a daze. Her two confused eyes looked at her body, thinking about something. All right. It's all good. Let's rest first. We'll continue moving forward after this. Lin Bai summoned Little Blue, Little Green, and a few other small beasts back. At this moment, they needed to recover their strength. With Little Blue joining them, Lin Bai commanded the few small beasts. He also needed to devise a new method of cooperation so that the abilities of each small beast could be developed to the maximum. The effect of 1 + 1 was greater than 2. Half a day later, Bai Zai and the Thin Man finished meditating one after another. The originally pale faces of the two of them had become slightly ruddy. Their eyes had become bright and lively, and they were no longer as tired and listless as before. Most of my injuries have recovered. There's still a little left. Even if I meditate again, it's useless. I need time to recover. However, even so, I can already display 90% of my strength. Bai Zai stretched her limbs and said, "Hess, me too. Fatty didn't hurt any of our vital points, so I can recover very quickly." The thin man kicked his legs up and down, then threw them out with a backhand. With these simple movements, he checked if his body was in good condition. There's no time to lose. Let's set off too." Lin Bai slowly got up. He had a plan for the cooperation of the small beasts. After his cultivation had improved, he used Bai Zai and the skinny man to recover from their injuries. His body was more or less stabilized. He had taught them to their best condition. As soon as Lin Bai finished speaking, Little Blue spiritually jumped onto his shoulder. She waved a finger and pointed forward. "This is it. This is it. We're not far from here." Little Red flapped its fiery red wings like a bright sun in the night sky, dancing in the pitch-black sky. While it illuminated the darkness for Lin Bai and the others, it also surveyed the situation from an extremely high altitude. Little Green and Little Black walked in front and behind the team. This was actually something that Lin Bai had previously instructed the little beasts to do. According to Little Blue's statement, they were not too far from the City Lord's secret. At times like this, they had to use 120% of their energy. They could not afford to slack off. Lin Bai and the others followed the cliff and slowly walked forward. If they took a step in the air at this moment, they would fall into the pitch-black abyss beside them. "Hiss, what kind of shitty place is the capital? There's such a space below." "It's really strange." The skinny man glanced down and immediately felt his heart skip a beat. He didn't dare to take another look. Then, he stared at Bai Zai's back. Every step he took was trembling. It might have been caused by the earthquake or something else, but no matter what happened, it has nothing to do with us. Bai Zai's tone was calm and her gaze was firm. She wasn't shaken by the current situation. "Pooh, pooh, pooh." Little Red flapped its wings and flew happily in the air. It didn't need to worry about what would happen if it fell down. "That's great." The thin man cast an envious look at Little Red. After that, he was determined to find a flying mount even if he had to sell everything he had. Another half a day passed. The small platform that could only fit one person gradually became wider and wider. In the end, they entered the cliff and didn't need to worry about falling down. Inside the cliff was a space that had access to all directions. Under Little Blue's lead, they didn't get lost. "This place is too deep." The thin man was secretly speechless. If they hadn't accidentally subdued Little Blue, they might have gotten lost just by letting the three of them come here. They might not even be able to find a way out. "Wait, do you guys smell something?" Bai Zai's determined eyes flashed with deep confusion, and her expression became solemn. "A very strong smell of blood. It's hundreds of times stronger than the blood pond from before." Lin Bai also smelled a nauseating smell of blood. The blood pond from before was nothing compared to this. "Look, what's that?" The skinny man exclaimed and pointed forward, discovering something. On the other side, "You too, what's going on here? How did this fire appear?" 2 meters tall and sturdy, the two people who looked like bears were rushing over. They looked down at Fu Hu and Fatty, and there was a ball of fire in the depths of their eyes. These two people were called Bai Jai and Bai Wu. Previously, they had followed the city lord into the secret room with Fatty and Fu Hu. They had also been corroded by the City Lord's demonic aura and became the City Lord's puppets. The two of them were both martial cultivators. Bai Jai was good at fist and palm techniques, while Bai Wu's legs were also practiced to perfection. Under the pincer attack of the two of them, they would be able to win even if the opponent was much stronger than them. The reason why Fatty was so clear about this was because he and the thin man had once encountered these two in a business. This caused the business to fail, and the thin man was even heavily injured. After that, the two of them had also thought of taking revenge, but their cultivation did not advance, so this revenge had never been taken. Fu Hu's face was as if he was performing a magic trick. A second ago, he was still calm, but now, after Bai Jai and Bai Wu arrived, his face was filled with anxiety. His brows were tightly knitted, and his tiger eyes were red, as if he was about to cry. That Lin Bai just returned and commanded his spirit beast that spits fire to turn this place into a sea of fire. At that time, the two of us were here to search for clues. That Lin Bai definitely returned for these clues. The fatty's mouth twitched. This Fu Hu had changed his face and lied. He had really opened his mouth and lied. No wonder he had been deceived by Fu Hu and only reacted in the end. Moreover, the fatty was also secretly made up his mind that he would only believe 30% of Fu Hu's words. If he did not do this, there was a high possibility that he would be deceived until his underwear would not be left. Chapter 317. Penetrating Coldness by Jai had a burly figure. His eyebrows were straight into his hair bun. His eyes were like those of a tiger or a lion. His face was well-defined and his expression was serious. Bai Jai's eyes rolled around in his sockets. He muttered, "Are you sure it was done by Lin Bai? Did you see his face?" Fu Hu's face revealed a simple and honest look that FFTTY could not be more familiar with. He was like a boorish man who only cultivated martial arts but did not know how to use his brain. He nodded resolutely and said, "I saw him. He was very far away from us at that time, together with his spirit beast." Hiss. Fatty had forgotten how many times this had happened today. Fu Hu made him suck in a breath of cold air. Fu Hu was the true wolf in sheep's clothing. However, Fu Hu's words changed. Fatty and I found something different in the forest. It was a very special weapon. There were also traces. At that time, we packed it together and wanted to let the city lord appraise it. Who knew that Lin Bai would return? Fu Hu clapped his hands and spoke as if he had thought of something. Bai Wu said desperately, "Where are those things? What exactly are they?" Bai Wu was about to continue asking, but he saw Bai Jai's gaze. He hesitated, curled his lips, and quietly retreated to the back. Although Bai Jai's expression changed, he was still calm. He asked, "Where are those things?" Fu Hu's face was filled with pity and hatred. He said angrily, "They were all burned by that ball of fire. Now they are in this sea of fire. We can't find them at all." FCK. Bai Wu was about to flare up again, but Bai Jai forced him to swallow what he wanted to say. Bai Jai's tiger-like eyes sized up Fu Hu from left to right. He stared at him closely, wanting to cut open his skin and pry into the deepest secret. Following that, Bai Jai sized up Fatty again. Fatty felt as if a pair of hands had reached into the depths of his heart, probing into all the secrets. Fatty could only suppress his expression. He might not reveal any clues. Fu Hu shot a casual glance at Fatty before retracting his gaze. His eyes seemed to heave a sigh of relief. However, his actions were very cautious and did not attract Bai Jai and Bai Wu's attention. "What exactly is it?" Bai Jai asked calmly. "Brother Bai Jai, are you still thinking about the friction between us in the past and trying to use this opportunity to deal with me? Why are you using an interrogating tone to ask? Could it be that you suspect that we were the ones who started the fire and that we killed this person? Words and actions require a piece of evidence. We've already told you that it was Lin Bai's doing. You can be suspicious, but you can't suspect us." Fatty puffed out his fat chest and shouted aggressively. Every word he said made the flesh on his face tremble. "What? So you guys are suspecting me?" Fu Hu suddenly came to a realization. His tone was exaggerated, and Fatty couldn't help but scold him in his heart for being a drama queen. Fu Hu slapped his own chest so hard that it was deafening. His voice was sonorous and powerful. "What I can't stand the most is others suspecting something that I didn't do. I'm loyal to the city lord. The moon can vouch for me. Even if it's this sea of fire, I'll get those things back. None of you can stop me." After saying that, Fu Hu turned around and walked into the sea of fire. He had just taken 2 steps when his pants' legs started to smoke. Fatty secretly glanced at Fu Hu and then glanced at Bai Jai, pretending to be very anxious. "Big brother Fu Hu, let's talk things over properly, don't you think so? Aren't we all working for the city lord? Everything we do is to show the city lord that we're loyal." Bai Jai smiled and reached out to grab Fu Hu. Let go, didn't you suspect me?" Fu Hu pulled hard, still wanting to step into the sea of fire. Bai Jai put one hand behind his back and gestured to Bai Wu. Bai Wu understood and quickly ran forward. His 2 thick arms grabbed Fu Hu from behind. "Big brother Fu Hu, we brothers have been impatient." I'm sorry. Bai Jai was not angry, but his tone softened. Fatty watched this scene coldly from the side. He finally understood that back then, he and Thin Man could not defeat the Bai brothers. It was not just the difference in strength, but also the lack of Bai Jai's shrewdness. He was well versed in all aspects and was extremely shrewd. He assessed the situation and was calm. This Bai Jai was not ordinary. Unfortunately, Fatty shook his head in his heart. Bai Jai was not bad, but he was still a little lacking. He could not guess the true face of the city lord, much less the true face of this Fu-Hu. He was still a little lacking. While Fatty was thinking, a cold glint flashed in Fu-Hu's palm. In the blink of an eye, Fu-Hu broke free from Bai Wu's arms. He turned around and stabbed the small knife in his hand into Bai Wu's neck, causing blood to spurt out. Bai Jai saw that the life force on Bai Wu's face was disappearing, and his face was filled with fury. However, just as he was about to make a move, a long sword pierced through his heart. And Bai Jai spat out blood and looked at Fatty in disbelief. Fu-Hu and Fatty were silent. They looked at each other, picked up the two bear-like bodies, and threw them into the sea of fire at the side. There was no hesitation in their actions. "My hair is standing on end." The thin man looked around with shock on his face, unable to calm down for a long time. The three of them were currently in a hall carved out of a layer of stone. In the center of the hall, there was a 3-meter-high platform, and there was a skeleton inserted vertically on each of the 8 corners of the platform. There were scarlet patterns on each skeleton, flickering with a faint light. It was as if the blood of a living person had been transferred to the skeleton, causing one's scalp to feel cold. On the platform in the center of the altar, there were a few huge bodies of spirit beasts. The spirit beasts had rotted for a long time, so it was impossible to tell what they were. Other than the spirit beasts, there were also many human corpses scattered around. Under the high platform, there was a moat-like groove. Inside the groove was rotten and stinky blood. There were also countless corpses and remains floating within. "There's a restriction here." Bai Zai touched the air in front of her with her hand. When she stretched out half a meter, a shackle appeared out of thin air and then disappeared in the void. "I can't get it open." The thin man circulated his cultivation technique and gathered his spiritual energy on his leg. He suddenly pulled out his leg and smashed it on the shackle. However, only a ripple appeared on the shackle, and then it returned to calm. "However, what exactly is this place? No matter how I look at it, it looks like an array formation. It looks like it's going to do some kind of ritual." The skinny man frowned and gave up on the idea of forcefully breaking through the restriction. His gaze was fixed on the altar. "There's a very dense demonic aura emanating from the altar. Could it be that the city lord is trying to summon something?" Lin Bai began to make bold conjectures. Beside him, Little Blue and Little Black both tried to use brute force to break through the barrier, but in the end, they both gave up, panting. "This is a summoning formation." Chapter 318. The small cauldron showing its power underground, the atmosphere in the hall was tense and stifling. No one said a word. It was so quiet that even Little Blue's scratching sounds could be heard clearly. "So, what is this for? Say it again, the two of you?" The thin man's face was calm. His eyes were wide open as he rolled away. He swallowed his saliva dryly. He wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. Bai Zai started to walk around. The longer she walked, the more shocked and anxious she became, like an ant on a hot pot. Lin Bai was the calmest of the three. He stared at the altar. He said, "Bai Zai and I have checked. This array uses blood and vitality as sacrifices, and the patterns on the array are for summoning something. We don't understand anything more." "So, this is used by the city lord to summon something?" The thin man's mind was blank, and he felt like he was floating. The city lord was a demon, and he used life and blood as sacrifices to build the altar. Then the thing he was going to summon was very obvious. It was definitely a demon, or even another one. Thinking of this, the thin man didn't dare to continue thinking. He shook his head, not daring to think of the worst possible outcome. "Although I don't know what the city lord is going to summon, it's definitely not something good." Lin Bai touched the restriction in front of him with his hand, and a sharp pain came from his fingertips. "So, we have to destroy this summoning array. First, we have to think of a way to destroy this restriction." Bai Zai said from the side, "This restriction is extremely powerful. If your cultivation is not enough, it's impossible to break through by force. We have to think of other ways." "Alas!" The thin man heaved a long sigh. I know nothing about formations. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. As long as we can find that son of a bitch city lord and get rid of the real demon which is him, everything would be good. Looking at the time, it is still early. If the city lord had discovered that we had sneaked in, he would definitely have come here and would not have watched us come into contact with this array. Lin Bai frowned when he said this. Something must have happened up there that we don't know about. Since we can't force our way in, then we'll first find the loophole in this restriction and the method to break the formation. After Lin Bai gave his instructions, the thin man and Bai Xi circled around the confinement and carefully inspected it. Then Lin Bai asked Little Green and Little Red to follow them. If anything unexpected happened, they would have a response. As for Little Black and Little Blue blinked its eyes and stared at Lin Bai. I want to help too, I want to help too. Little Blue jumped up in excitement. Help? Is it something fun? I want to help too, I want to help too. Lin Bai rubbed his forehead. He did not ask the two little beasts to follow him. It was indeed the right choice. Otherwise, who knew what kind of trouble they would cause? You two also have something to help with. Lin Bai deliberately paused for a moment. After hearing this, Little Blue and Little Blue's pitch-black eyes shone with a golden light. They couldn't wait to know what would happen next. Do you see this restriction? Use all your strength and hit it hard. If you can break it open, I'll count it as your first achievement. Whatever you want to eat, whatever you want, I'll satisfy all of you. After Lin Bai said this, Little Blue took the lead and set off. Thick steam rose around its body, and its sharp claws and teeth smashed toward the shackle. Little Blue was stunned for a moment, and then the sparse golden fur on its body began to circulate with a golden luster. The golden luster was like armor that was tightly attached to its body, and it also attacked the shackle with all its strength. Bang, 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 the sound of heavy collisions could be heard, but Little Black and Little Blue were not discouraged at all. On the contrary, they became more and more courageous as they fought. Only the two of you are the easiest to deceive. Lin Bai silently said this in his heart. He also began to investigate the situation around the restriction and some of the details about this formation. Actually, there were many things that Lin Bai did not understand. This formation needed vitality and fresh blood as a sacrifice, so why put it in such a hidden place? If it was only to find some hidden places, then there would be plenty of convenient and well-hidden places. Lin Bai shook his head and did not think about these things. After the matter was over, the answer would naturally appear. The most important thing now was to quickly break this confinement and destroy this formation. Otherwise, if this formation were to operate as planned, the thing that was summoned would definitely cause a bloody storm, and people would be plunged into misery. Half a day later, Little Black and Little Blue lay on the ground tiredly, breathing heavily. Little Blue and Little Red also returned with their heads slumped. The thin man and Bai's expressions became more and more serious. I didn't find anything. This hall is very small. If there's a weak point in the restriction, I definitely won't miss it. The thin man shook his head. Not only did he inspect the place, but he also touched every part of the restriction. In the end, every inch of the restriction was very strong. Bai did not say anything. Naturally, she had not gained anything. Lin Bai frowned as he looked at the restriction. He had not gained anything either. He had even used all his strength to smash the restriction, but the restriction was still unharmed. But at this moment, what is that? What is that luster? Something is wrong. Could it be a trap? The thin man and Bai both noticed a faint luster coming from Lin Bai's direction. This luster made people feel solemn and dignified, and they couldn't breathe. Lin Bai didn't say anything. His gaze was fixed on the palm of his hand. There was a small cauldron on his palm. The small cauldron was emitting a faint luster. There was an ancient and unsophisticated aura coming from it. The small cauldron slowly floated above Lin Bai's palm, about half an inch away. As the small cauldron floated in the air, the originally unscathed restriction set off shocking waves, like boiling water. Bang, with a crisp sound, the restriction was broken. The thin man and Bai had incredulous looks on their faces. They knew how insane this restriction was, but now that the small cauldron had just floated up, it had easily broken the restriction. This seemingly ordinary small cauldron actually contained such power. If it could unleash its full power, how terrifying would that be? Lin Bai frowned slightly, but he wasn't too surprised. After Little Black and the small cauldron clashed, he could tell that this small cauldron was extraordinary, not to mention the last sentence that Fool Li said. That cauldron will help you. However, although the power of this cauldron was extraordinary, Lin Bai could feel his spiritual energy was rapidly flowing away. This was similar to the consumption of spiritual energy after a battle. I'll explain this cauldron to you all later. We've broken through this restriction, so we can't rule out the possibility of alerting the City Lord. We have to destroy this formation as soon as possible. Chapter 319. Fu Hu's conjecture the sky above the forest was already filled with thick smoke, and the sea of flames had dyed half of the sky red. After dealing with the Bai brothers, Fatty and Fu Hu waited patiently at the periphery of the forest for a while to ensure that there would not be any more people coming. If there were still people coming, then of course, they would also be killed too. Fatty and Fu Hu looked at each other. After a long while, there was still no one coming. The fire in the forest had reached its peak. From a distance, one could feel waves of steaming air. It hit one's face, making one's mouth dry and tongue dry, and their skin and eyes dry. It seems that no one will come. Even if there are people coming, it should be time for us to go back and report. Fu Hu rubbed his chin. The honest look he had when he spoke to Bai Jai had long disappeared from his face. His two tiger-like eyes were shining brightly, and his expression was calm yet thoughtful. Fatty nodded and did not refuse. In his opinion, now was not the best time to leave. Since Lin Bai and the others were not the ones who did this, then Lin Bai and the others were definitely still under the City Lord's estate. He needed to go and take care of them to prevent any accidents from happening. The two of them activated their cultivation techniques, and a gust of wind appeared under their feet. In the blink of an eye, they had run 100 meters away. They had to put on a show. If they saw the City Lord and their bodies were still clean, then no matter how beautiful their words were, no one would believe them. Not to mention the City Lord, who was a shrewd devil. In the distance, the forest that was raging with fire was thrown to the back, but the black smoke that rose into the sky was still shocking. Fatty! Fu Hu suddenly shouted. His face was serious. Lin Bai, the thin man, and that Bai Zai are right under the City Lord's estate, right? Right in the secret room we went to before. Fu Hu's words shocked Fatty greatly. He even had a suspicion that Fu Hu was working for Lin Bai. However, Fatty quickly gave up on this thought. If Fu Hu was really with Lin Bai, then Fatty's previous plans would not have failed because of him. When Fu Hu saw Fatty's expression change again and again, he hesitated and hesitated. He had a decision in his heart. As expected, Fatty's expression became awkward. He coughed. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Fatty's heart was slightly creeped out. Staying by Fu Hu's side seemed to be the same as staying by Lin Bai's side. His true thoughts would also be seen through. These two people, Fatty shook his head and forced his expression to calm down. Right now, he had yet to determine Fu Hu's target, so he still needed to be on guard against him. Fu Hu could only guess where Lin Bai was, but he could not determine it. The prerequisite was that Fatty did not say anything. Fu Hu laughed coldly, his expression turning cold. I already know. Do you think the City Lord doesn't know? That is his secret chamber. He knows everything inside and out. Impossible. Fatty's heart trembled as he shook his head frantically. If the City Lord knew, why would he follow us to this forest to look for Lin Bai? It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. In any case, don't spill the beans later. Otherwise, I'll definitely kick you away. Don't even think of dragging me down with you. Impossible. Fu Hu's attitude was resolute and his tone was filled with ridicule. Fatty could not see through Fu Hu's actions. Fu Hu's actions and goals did not have any rules to speak of, but everything he did revolved around the City Lord. Then, what was he planning to do with the City Lord? Fatty muttered in his heart. At the same time, he was wondering if the City Lord really knew that Lin Bai and the others were in the secret chamber. While Fatty's thoughts were flying around, the two of them had already arrived at the capital at high speed, flashing left and right in the city. Hey, what's that? It suddenly passed, I didn't see it clearly. Hey, you two are rushing to reincarnate, aren't you? Compensate me for the porcelain. The two of them rampaged around the capital city. This was done on purpose, just for the City Lord to see. The City Lord's influence was huge, and he had many subordinates. It was very normal for him to have many spies in the capital city. Presumably, the actions of the two of them would soon be heard by the city lord, and that would be the best testimony for them. "Fu-hoo, Fatty wants to see your lordship," the guard shouted into the main hall. "Enter," a deep voice came from the main hall. Just hearing this voice made the guard feel a strong sense of fear. "You can enter." The guard wiped the sweat off his forehead and let the two of them go. "City Lord, we deserve 10,000 deaths. We deserve 10,000 deaths." Fu-hoo had just entered the hall and quickly ran up. When he was 15 meters away from the city lord, he plopped down on one knee and cried. The fatty's mouth twitched as he imitated Fu-hoo's actions. "What's the matter?" The city lord sat on the chair and grabbed the handrails on both sides with both hands. The handrails on one side were even clattering from his grip. Fu-hoo's tone was filled with apology as he recounted what had happened in the forest to the city lord. "Fatty and I found something different in the forest, so we packed it up and prepared to show it to you, city lord." Fu-hoo did not lie about what he said earlier, so the city lord nodded slightly when he heard it. But who knew that Lin Bai would return halfway and set the forest on fire? After that, he even wanted to make a move on the two of us. Just then, the Bai brothers rushed over and fell into a bitter struggle with Lin Bai. In the end, they were killed by that devil Lin Bai, and their bodies were thrown into the sea of fire. From there, Fu-hoo began to exaggerate and distort the truth. No matter what lie it was, it had to be mixed in with some truth so that it wouldn't be exposed. After hearing this, the city lord's brows tightly knitted together. After that, Lin Bai fled. The forest was filled with a sea of fire, and he easily relied on spirit beasts to fly and escape. However, Fatty and I could only watch with our hearts filled with fury as he fled. If Fatty didn't know Fu-hoo's true nature, he would really believe this nonsense. Crack, the city lord grabbed the handrail and crushed it into pieces. Wood chips flew everywhere. Fu-hoo and Fatty hurriedly buried their heads even lower. They didn't say a word as they waited for the city lord's anger. Of course, if the city lord had the intention to kill, they didn't plan to just wait for death. They had already planned an escape route before coming here. This was all thanks to Fatty. When he was summoned by the city lord a few days ago, he had paid special attention to the nearby buildings and some small streets. "The two of you will lead 50 people from the city lord's estate to search for Lin Bai's traces near the forest. If you can't find him, don't come back either." The city lord's attitude had changed in a rare manner. The escape route that he had planned earlier was useless. Fu-hoo's body stiffened slightly, and he nodded his head with a serious expression on his face. He said with a sonorous tone, "Yes, I will definitely not fail my mission. You can leave now." The city lord waved his hand, signaling for the two of them to leave. Chapter 320. Turn their scheme against them in front of the gate of the city lord's estate. Fatty and Fu-hoo hurriedly walked out. Their faces were gloomy and they didn't say a word. When they were far away from the city lord's estate, they found a small shop and stopped. "Waiter, serve the dishes and wine." Fu-hoo ordered the waiter and ordered a few dishes and a few jars of good wine. "All right, don't worry. The food and wine are guaranteed to be delicious." The waiter nodded, bowed, and took the tip. Fu-hoo gave him walked out with a smile on his face. After the waiter walked out and closed the door, Fatty could not help but say, "Fu-hoo, what are you doing? Why are you eating and drinking here? I'm not in the mood." After hearing their report, the city lord was indeed as furious as expected. However, he did not punish the two of them. Instead, he let them lead 50 people from the city lord's estate to search for Lin Bai's whereabouts. If they could not find him, they would not be able to return. As for the consequences, at first glance, this matter did seem like something that the city lord would do. However, if one thought about it carefully, they would feel that there were many loopholes. Fu-hoo used his finger to feel the outer edge of the teacup. With a solemn expression, he slowly said, "Do you really think that the city lord wants us to capture Lin Bai?" Fatty shook his head. "I feel that there's something fishy about this matter. At first glance, it looks fine, but..." Fu-hoo's eyes lit up, revealing an expression of surprise. "That's right. If you feel that there's nothing fishy about this matter, I was planning to leave you behind." When Fatty heard this, his eyelids twitched. He was even more certain of Fu-hoo's words. In the future, he would only believe 30% of what Fu-hoo said. Otherwise, he would really be scammed. Not even his pants would be left. There's indeed something fishy about this matter. After the city lord heard our report, there was indeed no problem with his anger. The key was that he did not punish us afterwards, nor did he verify whether what we said was true or false. Also, the most suspicious thing was that he wanted us to bring 50 people. When Fu Hu said this, his voice became lower and lower, as if he was afraid that someone else would hear it. I also feel that these few points are the most suspicious, but the city lord's goal, I can't figure it out no matter how hard I try. The fatty frowned and said in agreement, "This matter, you..." Fu Hu was about to continue speaking when the door creaked open. The waiter carried a fawning smile and walked in with food and wine. Fu Hu wiped away the smile that appeared in an instant, and his expression gradually became calm. Just leave it here. If there's nothing else, don't bother us." As Fu Hu spoke, he took out another silver ingot from his pocket and placed it on the table. The waiter's eyes lit up when he saw this. He quickly grabbed the silver ingot in his hand and said obsequiously, "All right, I guarantee that even if the sky falls, no one will disturb you." After saying this, the waiter tactfully left. After hearing the waiter's footsteps gradually walking away, Fu Hu continued, "Regarding this matter, do you think that when he said that he wanted us to lead 50 people, it was really us who chose the people, or did he already prepare them for us?" Hiss. Fatty felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and his body felt slightly creeped out. "Then, what you mean is..." Fu Hu nodded casually. "Of course, it's just a guess. We don't have any evidence yet, but when we do, we won't be far from death. Next, we might as well play along." Fu Hu began to discuss strategies. As he spoke, he didn't forget to pick up a piece of chicken with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth to slowly chew it. After a long while, the two of them finished eating and drinking and returned to the city lord's estate. However, as soon as they left the small shop, the two of them clearly felt a few gazes fixed on them. Fu Hu and Fatty looked at each other, but did not say anything. Instead, they continued to walk towards the city lord's estate. However, as soon as the two of them arrived in front of the city lord's estate, they saw two mighty teams already standing in front of the city lord's estate. There were two people at the front of the team as leaders. Fu Hu and Fatty knew these two people. They were also the people who had entered the city lord's secret chamber with them previously. They were also people who had been corroded by the demonic qi. On the left was a man dressed like a scholar. His skin was sallow and his body was thin. His name was Jin Cheng, and he was a beastmaster. His strength was one of the best in the entire city lord's estate. On the right was a man with his upper body bare, like a mountain. His skin was copper-colored, and his two luxuriant eyebrows were linked together. He had a full beard, and he looked like a savage. It was Zhang Lai. Zhang Lai was a martial cultivator with immense strength. It was said that he had a conflict with a martial artist from the city lord's estate. He used 2 fingers to crush the other party to death. Fatty's eyebrows were raised as he saw this. He cursed silently in his heart, "He really wants us to die?" Fu Hu's face was very calm. He greeted Jin Cheng and Zhang Lai and said, "The city lord actually sent the two of you to help us. He really thinks too highly of us. We are extremely grateful for the city lord's efforts." Jin Cheng waved his hand and his thin face smiled. His dry skin outlined the appearance of his bones. This smile was extremely cold. "No, aren't we all here to capture Lin Bai? Only by capturing him can this world be peaceful?" Zhang Lai was silent. He only had 2 bell-like eyes as he sized up Fatty and Fu Hu. It was unknown what he was thinking about. "Shall we set off now?" Jin Cheng asked. Speaking of which, I have a presumptuous request. I would like to discuss it with the city lord first. Can we set off after that?" Fu Hu revealed his honest look again and said apologetically. Jin Cheng's eyes were cold. He looked at Zhang Lai beside him and then turned to look at Fu Hu. "The city lord has something to do now. What presumptuous request do you have? Tell us. Maybe we can help too?" "Yes." Zhang Lai's words were clear, but his voice was like an explosion in the air, causing eardrums to hurt. "I'm afraid that even you guys can't make the decision on this matter. Of course, I didn't mean to look down on you guys." Fu Hu rubbed his palms and said, "Actually, I want the city lord to assign a few more people to us. The area of that forest is really too big, and Lin Bai..." Before Fu Hu could finish, Jin Cheng interrupted, "That's a small matter. The city lord has already made arrangements. If you want to send more people, then although you, of course, if things don't work out in the end..." As Jin Cheng spoke, a sinister expression appeared on his face, making people shudder. We want to bring 100 more people each? Fu Hu's words made Jin Cheng's eyelids jump. He was really asking for too much. There were many people in the city lord's estate who were already outside. The various great clans and sects had been called over by the city lord to search for Lin Bai. It was impossible for the city lord's estate to move them around at will. The 100 people from before, together with the 300 people now, could be said to be the majority of the city lord's estate's remaining forces. If all of these were taken away, then there would be very little left. This matter, I'll have to ask the city lord before I can make a decision. All of you wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Chapter 321. Luring the snake out of its hole. After a series of discussions, Jin Cheng and Zhang Lai walked out of the city lord's main hall together. Zhang Lai's face was filled with slight astonishment. After they were some distance away from the main hall, he finally could not help but ask. City Lord actually agreed to this request. Then this time, the interior of the city lord's estate will be empty. With Lin Bai's craftiness, he will definitely have something up his sleeve. At that time, the situation will be very bad. Jin Cheng's face was disapproving as he swept Zhang Lai one eye. He licked dry mouth way. Do you think City Lord is silly? Besides, how far do you think we can follow them? As soon as we get to a remote area, we'll capture those two immediately. If they resist, we'll kill them. It won't take long at all. It's not a big deal for the city lord's estate to be empty for such a short time. However, I still don't understand one thing. If we want to capture those two, then wouldn't it be easier for the city lord to work together with us in the main hall today? It wouldn't draw out the loophole in the city lord's estate. Zhang Lai frowned again. From the beginning, he felt that such a plan was unnecessary. It was better to capture those two directly or kill them directly. That fatty might have followed Lin Bai and sneaked into our midst, pretending to listen to the city lord and doing whatever the city lord asks. However, his actions have been seen through by the city lord, so he is not the focus of the plan at all. As Jin Cheng spoke, he touched his chin, a rare look of confusion on his face. The problem is that simple and honest Fu Hu, we still don't know his identity. If he has already betrayed us, then he must belong to another group of people who want to harm the city lord. The city lord made such a plan to lure the snake out of its hole. If the snake doesn't come out, then there are plenty of ways to serve Fu Hu. Jin Cheng spoke very patiently, but there was a look of disgust on his face. Zhang Lai saw it but did not care. Zhang Lai frowned and continued to ask, then what do the two of them want with so many people? I don't know. Jin Cheng simply shook his head. He thought for a long time about the reason, but he did not have an answer. But no matter what they want, it's all a daydream. With our strength and a few hundred subordinates, no matter what plan they have, they will still fall. A ruthless expression appeared on Jin Cheng's face. As they spoke, the two of them had already arrived outside the city lord's estate. From afar, they could see Fu Hu, who was badly burnt, and the fat man with a gloomy face. How is it? Did the city lord agree? Fu Hu asked nervously. Seeing Fu Hu's anxious look, Jin Cheng sneered in his heart. You really know how to put on an act. If the city lord hadn't pointed out to me that you aren't what you look like, I might really have been kept in the dark by you. However, there was still a gentle smile on Jin Cheng's face. However, this gentleness was only limited to his own knowledge. In the eyes of others, this smiling face was truly sinister and repulsive. Jin Cheng smiled and said, The city lord has agreed. Good. That's great. Fu Hu's face revealed a delighted smile. This time, I can finally capture that devil Lin Bai. I will definitely not let down the city lord's trust in me. Those people are still preparing. Perhaps we will have to wait for a while. Zhang Lai interrupted. It's fine. Of course we can wait. Fu Hu did not mind. His eyes lit up. He seemed to be looking forward to this matter very much. Not long after, the two teams that originally had 50 people each became a vast team of 150 people each. These hundreds of people were carefully selected by the city lord's estate. They trained hard every day. Even the vast crowd did not make a single sound at this moment. They stood in a neat formation with sharp gazes. Looking from afar, it made people feel an inexplicable dignity. Ordinary people would feel breathless just by looking at it. All right, everyone is here. Shall we set off? Seeing that the team had been reorganized, Jin Cheng urged Fu Hu and Fatty, who were beside him. However, there was a ruthless killing intent in the depths of their eyes. "MHM, first, we will go to the forest before. There are some traces that we found before. Although there was the fire, there should still be some traces left." Fu Hu had this thought in his mind. Then, he called for the team to move out. Jin Cheng and Zhang Lai nodded silently, indicating that they would fully follow Fu Hu's plan. The vast and mighty team moved around the city lord, who had a complicated flow of people. Soon, they attracted the attention of many people. "You have to catch that devil Lin Bai, or else we won't be able to have peace every day and night. We'll have to rely on you. Devil Lin Bai deserves 10,000 deaths. He deserves 10,000 cuts. The city lord cares about the commoners and does everything for the people. We believe that the city lord will definitely crusade against the demon Lin Bai." All kinds of crusade against Lin Bai and praise for the city lord resounded on both sides of the road. Fatty only sneered after hearing it. What a great devil Lin Bai deserved to die 10,000 deaths, and what a great city lord who cared about the hearts of the people. After this, matter was over and the truth was revealed. What kind of gazes would these people use to look at Lin Bai? Would they harbor a deep sense of guilt? Or would they naturally accept that Lin Bai did everything for them without the slightest bit of guilt? Fatty was unexpectedly looking forward to all sorts of future events. In the midst of the huge amount of praise, the huge team had already walked out of the city lord and arrived at the outskirts of the wasteland. The buildings and the flow of people here were relatively sparse. Zhang Lai inadvertently glanced at Jin Cheng. Jin Cheng slightly raised his chin. Everything was said without saying. These 200 over people's team had been told by the city lord to fully allow Jin Cheng to mobilize them before they took action. Therefore, Fu Hu and Fatty could be said to be the solo commanders. Jin Cheng had already communicated with the troops beforehand. As long as he gave the order, everything would be done according to the plan. Seeing Fu Hu and Fatty riding in front and not paying attention to the situation behind them, Jin Cheng slowly put one of his hands into his chest, as if he wanted to take something out. When the troops behind Jin Cheng saw Jin Cheng's action, their eyes revealed a fierce light as they tightly gripped their weapons. They had already tightened their arrows on the bowstring and were ready to take action. Suddenly, just as Jin Cheng was about to take out the items in his arms, Fu Hu and Fatty were riding their horses and sprinting into the distance. "Not good, don't let them escape, chase after them." Jin Cheng never expected that these two people would escape before he made his move. However, this would not affect their plans. As long as they did not disappear from their sight, it would be futile to just run like this. After hearing the order, a large group of people followed closely behind and chased after them. Bang, bang, bang. However, all of a sudden, flames soared into the sky and the ground beneath the hundreds of people exploded. Chapter 322. Living stone wall in the secret chamber of the city lord's estate. After Lin Bai used that magical small cauldron to break the dominant restriction, the group of people carefully examined the formation, hoping to find the method to break the formation. This formation is too complicated. With my knowledge, I can't understand it. Bai Zai shook her head with some self-reproach, her face full of disappointment. She carefully looked through this formation. However, the patterns drawn on the formation were numerous and complex, like the stars in the Milky Way. It required extremely accurate calculation skills to understand the mysteries within. Lin Bai shook his head. He was the same. Little Blue and Little Blue looked at the formation. Their pitch-black eyes were spinning in their sockets, and their heads were already spinning. "Hey, look, I found something. Is this the formation core mentioned in the book? As long as I take it down, will this formation be broken?" Just as the others were at a loss, the thin man shouted excitedly and pointed at an object in front of him. That object was like the eyeball of a spirit beast. It was green in color and emitted an indifferent demonic aura. "Don't move. We can't be sure if it's the core of the formation. If it's something else and you accidentally triggered it, the consequences." Bai Zai quickly tried to stop the thin man, but before she could finish his sentence, an identical eyeball appeared in front of her. "It's here too." Lin Bai was also surprised to find that the same thing had appeared in front of him. It wasn't just the three of them. In front of the small beasts and in the corners of the altar, jade eyeballs had also appeared. The entire altar was dyed with a bewitching green color by the numerous jade eyeballs, making the already mysterious altar even stranger. "Quickly retreat, something is going to happen here," Lin Bai shouted at Bai Zai. The skinny man, Little Green and Little Red, also rushed out after hearing what he said. Bai Zai and the skinny man looked at each other and hurriedly circulated their cultivation techniques, gathering their spiritual power onto their legs and sprinting out of the array formation. However, they were still a step too late. After Little Green and Little Red ran out of the array formation, the edges of the array formation were piled up by these green eyeballs to form a wall, blocking their escape route. "What the FCK, so many eyeballs. FCK, they've contaminated my pure heart." The thin man looked at the densely packed eyeballs and couldn't help but be speechless. If he hadn't followed Lin Bai before, he could be considered to have seen some things. Otherwise, just looking at this scene, he might have foamed at the mouth and fainted here. "Looks like we've triggered something extraordinary." Bai Zai's expression was solemn as she looked around. She might as well boldly hit the eyeball. Following an explosion, an unknown liquid flew out of the eyeball and exploded. Bai Zai heaved a sigh of relief. Since it could cause harm to this thing, then there was nothing to be afraid of. However, before Bai Zai could be happy for long, the exploded eyeball slowly returned to its original state. "Looks like normal attacks won't work on them. I'll have to think of another way." Lin Bai's tone was grave. The city lord would never do such a thing just to stop them or trap them inside, so he must have some secret plan. "Wait, why do I feel that something is wrong?" The thin man felt the spiritual energy in the surroundings gather around them, with the three of them, as well as Little Blue and Little Blue as the center. However, as soon as the skinny man spoke, the space distorted, forming a vortex with a shocking suction force that sucked them in. His vision blurred, and his 5 senses disappeared. Lin Bai wanted to take out the small cauldron, but he was too late. After a long time, Lin Bai slowly regained consciousness. He felt that something furry was poking his face. "Little Blue?" Lin Bai opened his glasses and saw a worried Little Blue poking his face with its hand. Seeing that Lin Bai had woken up, Little Blue's melancholy was swept away. It cried out excitedly and pointed around. Lin Bai stood up and looked around. He was surrounded by stone walls. There was a deep tunnel in front of him that emitted yin energy from the inside out. As for Skinny Man, Bai Zai, and Little Black, they were nowhere to be seen. "Looks like they teleported us to a different place." As Lin Bai spoke, he used his power to smash the stone wall. The stone wall suddenly broke open, and a deep hole was formed. However, the hole was quickly restored, and there were no visible injuries on the stone wall. As expected, it was the green eyeball that brought them here. The stone wall here had a similar ability to the eyeball. If they wanted to break through the stone wall and find another path, instead of going through the path that had been set up beforehand, it would be impossible. Seeing that the stone wall had returned to its original state, Little Blue had a look of disbelief on her face. She also used her strength to punch the stone wall. Bang! The stone wall broke open, and gravel flew everywhere. However, not long after, the stone wall returned to its original state as if it was alive. The traces left behind by Lin Bai and Little Blue did not even leave a fixed mark. "It's useless, Little Bluein. Right now, we only have this one path to choose from. Although this place looks like a trap no matter how you look at it, we still have to go through it." Lin Bai's expression was calm and full of boldness. He was not bothered by this sudden situation at all. Then he brought Little Blue into the tunnel. There was a weak luster in the tunnel, reflecting the appearance of the stone walls. The stone walls could be seen everywhere. There was nothing special about them, and there was nothing special about the entire tunnel. This made Lin Bai somewhat disappointed. He originally wanted to search for something as much as possible to see if he could find any useful clues. However, he could only give up for now. The passage wasn't very long. Not long after, they could see the exit from a distance. The exit was suffused with a green luster. Outside the exit, there was a square platform that was connected by 2 stone bridges. At the middle of the platform, there was a raised square platform. At the other end of the stone bridge, there was an entrance. As for the bottom of the stone bridge, there was a deep and invisible abyss. Interesting, Lin Bai chuckled. Even if he was a fool, he knew what would happen when he reached the platform. However, he did not have the slightest intention of retreating. Instead, he was eager to try. Little Blue, do you want to try punching and kicking? Lin Bai turned his body to ask Little Blue. After Little Blue heard it, its face revealed an eager expression. That's good. Lin Bai nodded his head in satisfaction. This was exactly what he needed. Sometimes, it was right to make a decision after careful calculation. But sometimes, it required you to charge forward regardless of the consequences. That way, you would reach a different realm. A man and a beast slowly walked onto the high platform. Crack, the stone bridge behind them broke and fell into the abyss. However, figures appeared on the high platform one after another. Humph. Today, I, Lin Bai, want to see how you will stop me. Chapter 323. I'm going to fight 20 on the high platform. The illusory figures gradually materialized into their original appearances, turning into spirit beasts with different characteristics, such as the silver thunder lion, the nine-spotted leopard. They were all spirit beasts with relatively low levels and limited space for growth, but unfortunately, there were too many of them. The high platform, which was neither big nor small, was already packed with them. Looks like they're trying to win this round with numbers. Lin Bai secretly clicked his tongue, but his expression was quite relaxed. He turned his head to look at Little Blue, who was eager to give it a try, and nodded his head in approval. Not bad, you need to have that attitude. Little Blue, go up and give it a try. If you can't beat them, then retreat first. Little Blue had yet to grow and develop, so Lin Bai had to treat it carefully. He wanted to pursue a gradual progress. He could not eat it all at once and become a big fat man. That would create many flaws and loopholes, which would slow down the growth of the day after tomorrow. Little Blue, on the other hand, raised its arms and shouted loudly. It jumped up and down, and its two eyes flickered with a bright light. I won't retreat. Leave everything here to me. Don't worry. Seeing Little Blue's high-spirited appearance, Lin Bai smiled lightly. He didn't continue to stop it, but only gave it a look. Following that, Little Blue charged into the middle of the high platform. In the process of charging, it even sent a few spirit beasts flying with 2 kicks out of thin air. Its momentum was unstoppable, and it was extraordinarily domineering. After reaching the center of the high platform, Little Blue even looked at the surrounding spirit beasts provocatively and gestured. I want to fight 10, no, I want to fight 20. Seeing this, the corners of Lin Bai's mouth twitched. Was Little Blue's character developing a little in that direction? But it didn't matter. It definitely didn't matter. Even if it did matter, Lin Bai planned to make it not matter. The spirit beasts summoned by the green eyeballs looked at Little Blue warily, then turned their heads to look at Lin Bai. Seeing the latter's carefree expression, each spirit beast decided not to provoke him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a good ending. Oh, these spirit beasts have their own thoughts. How magical, how strange. Seeing this, Lin Bai felt that it was quite interesting. He had never expected that the spirit beasts summoned were not fighting machines that had no reason or thoughts. Instead, they had their own instinctive thoughts. It seemed that there was an even bigger secret hidden on that green eyeball. The corners of Lin Bai's mouth curled up slightly. He had an idea. No, it should be said that it was a plan. After confirming that Lin Bai was the one they shouldn't provoke the most, the spirit beasts on the high platform bared their fangs and brandished their claws at Little Blue. They used all sorts of skills and threw them at Little Blue in all directions. However, Little Blue's nimble body was like thousands of flowers passing by. Not even a leaf would touch him. His movement technique was mysterious, and even the complicated and dense attacks didn't land on him. Seeing this scene, Lin Bai nodded his head in satisfaction. His spirit beasts all had their own unique characteristics. For example, Little Blue was extremely focused on defense and could even be on par with that mysterious little cauldron. Little Blue was now agile and vigorous. Each spirit beast had a different specialty, so they would have a different division of labor in actual combat. As long as there was a reasonable arrangement for them, they would be able to unleash strength several times stronger than before. While Lin Bai's thoughts were wandering, the low-level spirit beasts on the high platform had all been cleaned up by Little Blue. After these low-level spirit beasts were defeated by Little Blue, their corpses wouldn't be left on the high platform. Instead, they would transform into a wisp of black gas and disappear from this world, disappearing without a trace. And the whereabouts of this disappeared was probably only known by that jade-colored eyeball. After the last spirit beast was defeated, the invisible wall that had appeared around the high platform gradually disappeared. However, the stone bridge behind them had not been restored, so it was impossible for them to return the way they had come. Little Blue ran back with a face full of pride, chattering nonstop to Lin Bai about how brave and powerful it had been just now. Not bad, not bad. Keep up the good work later? Lin Bai patted Little Blue's head lovingly. The man and the beast continued to set off and walked onto the opposite stone bridge. At the end of the stone bridge, there was another entrance in the middle of the stone wall. Inside the entrance was the same tunnel as before. After walking along the tunnel for a while, Lin Bai saw the square-shaped platform that was connected by two stone bridges in the middle. At the end of the stone bridge on the other side was an entrance. For a moment, Lin Bai suspected that they had come back, because it was too similar to the previous scene, but after thinking for a moment, Lin Bai shook his head and drove this thought out of his mind. If this place only wanted to trap them, there was no need to summon so many spirit beasts. They didn't even need to fight with Lin Bai. They only needed to build a complicated maze. From the looks of it, this place didn't only want to trap them. As expected. After climbing onto the high platform once again, the stone bridge behind Lin Bai fell into the bottomless abyss with a series of cracking sounds. On the high platform, an ethereal shadow appeared once again, gradually materializing. Unlike the last time when the shadow turned into a spirit beast, this time, the shadow turned into a large number of people with flesh and blood. The cultivation of these people was generally low, and they were all martial cultivators, but there were a large number of them. Who are you people? Can you hear me? Hello. Hello, Lin Bai tried to communicate with these people, but he didn't get a response. Those people only looked at him with wandering eyes, and he could not tell what they were thinking. Strange, really F-seeking strange. Lin Bai only felt a thin layer of sweat on his body. The spirit beasts from before and the people now all had reason. They weren't brainless battle machines, but they seemed to have been deprived of the ability to communicate. However, Lin Bai didn't think too much about it. There were too few clues now. If he wanted to know the truth, he had to take a step further. Little Blue, go and try your skills again. Just like before, if you can't hold on, quickly retreat. After Lin Bai gave some instructions, he let Little Blue go up and fight alone to temper peace and increase its cultivation. Little Blue's eyes shone with golden light as it rushed into the middle of the high platform and used that provocative gesture again. I want to fight. This time, it was the same as before. These people looked at the calm Lin Bai and gave up on the idea of fighting him. They all rushed towards Little Blue like a swarm of bees. Little Blue dodged left and right, jumping up and down. Not only did he not panic, he also revealed a thick excitement. He was already immersed in the battle. In the blink of an eye, he had defeated a few people. A long while later, Little Blue's entire body was emitting a golden light. His tail seemed to have turned into gold. He suddenly whipped towards the top and smashed onto the neck of the last person. Immediately, that person did not let out a fixed-point scream. Instead, he turned into a wisp of black gas and disappeared from this world. Chapter 324. Give you another chance in the suburbs of the capital city. On a small path beside a small hill, flames were soaring into the sky, and the air was filled with a pungent smell. My leg, what happened? Oh no, help! The entire path was extremely noisy. There were those who were shouting for help, those who were shouting for escape, and those who were wailing incessantly. 2/3 of the originally large group of several hundred people had already fallen to the ground, dead or injured. The remaining 1/3 had also been dazed by the explosion. Their minds were unsettled, and they ran around like headless flies. Fatty, who had run far away, turned his head to look behind him and sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, in a small shop, Fu Hu had once said that he had a way to deal with most people. At that time, Fatty had thought that it was poison and knockout gas. However, he had never expected that Fu Hu's methods would be so ruthless. Hee. Not bad, right? I spent a lot of money to get these detonating talismans. Fu Hu's face revealed a proud smile as he looked at the profits brought about by spending a large sum of money. However, as for when and for what purpose he had specially placed the talismans here, he did not talk about it. He did not even mention it. Fatty had even asked a few times, but Fu Hu had always dismissed the topic and did not reply. Fatty saw that he could not get an answer, so he could only give up. There was no disappointment on his face. Instead, there was a smile on his face. Heh! This time, we have eliminated more than half of the people in the city lord's estate. The estate is really empty now. The city lord's estate did not have enough people, so their strength was empty. That would be extremely beneficial to Lin Bai's plan. Right at this moment, a furious roar sounded. All of you, surrender your lives. Zhang Lai's pair of black bear-like barbaric eyes were now covered in blood capillaries. His majestic body rushed over like a mountain. His cultivation was profound, and in addition, he was a martial cultivator. His body was tough, so exploding talismans like this wouldn't cause any substantial damage to him. However, the people he brought out from the city lord's estate were killed and injured in large numbers. This was caused by the two people who had originally been sentenced to death. If they went back, it was self-evident how the city lord would react. I knew you guys were sinister and cunning, but I didn't expect you to be so shameless. You've wasted the city lord's high hopes and nurturing of you. Jin Cheng's face was gloomy, and his sunken eyes were filled with a terrifying bloody light. What a sinister and cunning person, what a high hopes and nurturing person. Fatty sneered. So the reason you sent us out to silence us was because of high hopes and nurturing. You don't know what's good for you. Zhang Lai had already arrived not far away from the two of them. If it weren't for the city lord, you would not have such achievements. You're so heartless and unscrupulous. Zhang Lai swung out a punch. This punch distorted the air and carried a violent force. Sand and stones flew and dust flew. Let me do it. Fatty had been prepared to receive Zhang Lai's punch head-on. Ever since he had relied on the city lord to break through his cultivation, he had not had a real grasp of his current strength. However, he had not expected that Fu Hu's figure would flash as he charged forward. His body leaned to the side as he pulled out a kick. The speed of this kick was too fast and violent, leaving behind only afterimages as he kicked towards Fu Hu's elbow. The kick towards the elbow could be considered as a diversion. Even for martial cultivators of their level, these basic moves were still useful. Arrogant? Zhang Lai's face was filled with disdain when he saw that Fu Hu was going to face him head-on. The circulation of his cultivation technique increased the strength of his arm. Bang! The air current surged. The ground beneath Fu Hu and Zhang Lai's feet had sunk deep into the ground. Their calves had already sunk in. Zhang Lai's scarlet eyes were filled with doubt. He had never expected that Fu Hu would be able to receive his head-on attack. You what? Different from Zhang Lai's anger and panic, Fu Hu's face was no longer simple and honest. Instead, it was a provocative smile. After saying that, Fu Hu's body twisted like a nimble snake and came to Zhang Lai's right side. He swung his elbow and was about to hit Zhang Lai's temple. Zhang Lai was shocked when he saw Fu Hu's decisiveness and ferocity. He quickly stretched out a hand to block. However, just as Fu Hu's elbow was about to hit Zhang Lai's arm, Zhang Lai's eyes lit up and he cried out. Not good, this is a feint. Zhang Lai noticed that Fu Hu's elbow was in midair and had lost its strength. He even withdrew his center of gravity and kicked the back of Zhang Lai's head. However, Zhang Lai was still one step too late. Go to hell, I've long disliked you. With a muffled sound, Fu Hu's foot kicked the back of Zhang Lai's head. Zhang Lai had yet to defend himself. Zhang Lai's entire body flew forward and crashed heavily onto the ground, not moving at all. Seeing Zhang Lai fall to the ground, the few people from the city lord's mansion, who had originally picked up their weapons and intended to charge out to assist him, fell into a daze. After regaining their senses, they threw away their armors and ran away, not daring to even turn their heads back. Still not running? I'm feeling magnanimous today. I'll give you one more chance. The fatty retracted his astonished gaze and looked at Jin Cheng with a smug look on his face. Jin Cheng looked at Zhang Lai, who was lying on the ground, and then at the fatty in front of him. A smile appeared on his face. Do you really think you can defeat us so easily? You're looking down on us too much. As Jin Cheng spoke, he looked in Zhang Lai's direction and cursed, You mother seek her, how long do you plan on lying there? If we don't catch them and bring them back, the city lord will definitely punish us severely. Seeing Jin Cheng's words, Fu Hu laughed. Beastmasters are beastmasters. You don't even know the basics of combat. The place where I hit just then was, however, Fu Hu's smile didn't last long. Zhang Lai, who had been motionless on the ground, slowly stood up. Crack. Zhang Lai stood up and stretched his neck and shoulders. Crisp sounds rang out in the air. That's right. Zhang Lai stood up. His words were concise, but it sounded like thunder beside Fu Hu's ears. Fu Hu looked at Zhang Lai in disbelief. He could not understand. He had clearly kicked the back of his head. No matter how profound his cultivation was, he could not bear it. Still not running? I'll give you another chance. Jin Cheng looked at Fatty and imitated Fatty's tone. Fatty's eyelids twitched as he listened. His face was filled with anger, but he could only listen. He could not return the favor. He felt aggrieved. Looks like it's better to resolve this as soon as possible. The moment Zhang Lai finished speaking, blood qi surged into the sky around him. His body was surrounded by a scarlet red, like a bloody mist. The bloody light soared into the sky, giving off an imposing aura. Fatty looked at Zhang Lai and had the intention to retreat a few times. This reversal was too fast. He had thought that victory was certain, but he did not expect Zhang Lai to have such means. However, he could not escape now. He could only fight to the death here. Come on. Chapter 325. Look at our relationship. Leave Zhang Lai to me. I have a way. You go deal with that, Jin Cheng. Fu Hu took the initiative to attack Zhang Lai, causing Fatty to let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, Zhang Lai, who was surrounded by the blood mist, was like a wild beast. His entire body was occupied by violence. Just a glance was enough to make people feel goosebumps all over their body. Fatty did not think about it and did not dare to go against Zhang Lai. He turned his head and looked at Jin Cheng on the other side. His face was sallow and thin. His body hunched and he appeared weak. The difference between the two was too great. Choosing Zhang Lai or Jin Cheng, Fatty did not even need to think for a second to make the right choice. Seeing the complicated expression on Fatty's face, Fu Hu seemed to have seen through his thoughts and kindly reminded him, "Don't look at Jin Cheng's weak appearance. In our batch, his combat strength can definitely rank in the top 2. You must not be careless or you will die." Every year, many people had died at his hands because they had underestimated Jin Cheng. After hearing this description, Fatty put away his pride and began to carefully size up Jin Cheng. Jin Cheng stood beside Zhang Lai, who was as tall as a mountain. He stood on the spot like a needle that was nailed into the ground. His cold and scarlet eyes were like a snake coiled in a dark corner, carefully sizing up Fatty. When Fatty was caught by this gaze, he could not help but shiver all over. An inexplicable pressure pounced on him. It was different from Zhang Lai's imposing manner that made people unable to breathe. On the contrary, it made him feel a little scared and chilly from the bottom of his heart. "What are you blabbering about? We're all men." Zhang Lai's voice was like thunder. His figure was like a mountain, sweeping up a burst of air wave. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Fu Hu and swept out a thick leg, blocking Fu Hu's path of dodging. "Is this your blood body refining art?" Fu Hu's face did not show any panic, but there was a trace of praise in his eyes. Fu Hu calmly and dangerously jumped up slightly, then used the tip of his foot to tap on Zhang Lai's leg, and his entire body rose into the air to dodge this attack. Seeing Fu Hu like this, Zhang Lai was a little surprised, and his expression changed slightly, but very quickly, he turned his body and threw another punch. Zhang Lai was originally tall and strong. The range of this punch was more than double that of an ordinary person. He chased after Fu Hu, who had yet to land on the ground, and threw another punch. Crash! This punch carried a gust of wind. Before the punch had even arrived, Fu Hu felt a sharp pain on his face from the force of the wind. He forced himself not to close his eyes even for a moment. Because for martial cultivators like them, the key to victory in a battle was often a moment of error, a moment of negligence. In the blink of an eye, if they missed the opponent's attack, they would put themselves into a disadvantageous position, and the opponent would take the opportunity to expand their advantage until they won. At this moment, Fu Hu's clothes exploded, revealing his bronze-colored upper body. His well-defined muscles stuck closely to his body as if they were carved out. Bang! Fu Hu could not dodge in time, so he could only throw a punch. He planned to use his fist to counter this fatal attack. The two fists collided, and the ground under their feet shattered, and the tree branch not far away was broken. Cough! Fu Hu coughed and took 5 steps back. "You can actually take my punch?" Zhang Lai's face was full of surprise as he took 2 steps back. Both of their faces were slightly red. The punch just now had already caused their blood and qi to surge. After the clash, they quickly calmed their blood and qi to ease up the situation. As for Fu Hu, the smell of rust appeared on his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it back. Fu Hu still had a rather relaxed expression on his face, so that Zhang Lai could not tell that what had just happened had already caused some injuries to Fu Hu. This was a psychological game. When martial artists fought against each other, most of the time, the victor was determined by their cultivation level and cultivation method. However, there were times when people with lower cultivation would emit violence when they were forced into a dead end. They would also have the thought of dying together, which would cause the opponent to be apprehensive and fearful. As long as the opponent had this kind of mentality, then the outcome of the battle would be decided. Where are you looking? Your opponent is me? When Fatty's gaze was attracted by Fu Hu and Zhang Lai, a sinister voice sounded in his ears. Just as he turned his head, Fatty caught a glimpse of a few green lights coming at him. He hurriedly cursed and retreated to dodge. But even so, a green light still grazed his arm and opened up a bloody wound. The flesh in the wound started to turn slightly green, which shocked Fatty. You used poison? Jin Cheng sneered. What do you have an opinion? If you don't want to be poisoned to death by me, then just give up resisting. I'll also send you to your death quickly. Otherwise, you'll be tortured to death by my viridescent flower falcon's poison. You'll bleed to death from all 7 orifices. Only then did the Fatty notice that above Jin Cheng's right shoulder, there was a green falcon hovering. On the falcon's chest and abdomen, there were many beautiful flowers. But right at this moment, a golden toad broke out from the soil beneath the Fatty's feet. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of poisonous gas toward the Fatty's mat. Not good, the Fatty cried out inwardly. Not good. He hurriedly retreated and hid on a nearby tree. Jin Cheng, these spirit beasts of yours really match up to you? The Fatty's eyelids twitched. This Jin Cheng specialized in nurturing poisonous spirit beasts, and the worst part was that the Fatty didn't know if Jin Cheng had any other spirit beasts. Thus, he had to be extra cautious. Su, another sound pierced through the air. The moment he heard this sound, the Fatty's hair stood on end. Because he could clearly hear that this sound came from behind. Fatty had lived a life of licking blood from the edge of a knife for so many years, yet he did not realize that there was an enemy behind him. He hurriedly kicked the trunk of the big tree and flew to the right. Bang! The branch that he had just landed on was hit by that attack. The originally brown branch was stuck with a lump of white paste. Following the direction of the attack, Fatty swept his gaze over. On a large tree 20 meters away, he saw a person the size of an ordinary person standing still. He was blinking his 4 pairs of pitch-black eyes as he arrogantly moved his mouth pincers towards him. Hiss! Fatty's hair stood on end once again. Could it be that this Jin Cheng had some special fetishes, specifically nurturing the 5 poisons? That Fu Hu, I saw how hard you fought with Zhang Lai. If you see how weak Jin Cheng is, why don't we swap? Just treat it as me being at a disadvantage. Fatty looked at Fu, who was fighting with Zhang Lai in the distance with a thick face. When he spoke, his face did not turn red and his heart did not skip a beat. As he spoke, he cursed Fu Hu in his heart. This Fu Hu must have known Jin Cheng's trump card in advance, so he had to fight with Zhang Lai, who looked fiercer from the start. In fact, he had chosen a relatively weaker opponent. Hee, brother Fatty, thank you for your good intentions. However, there's no need to be so polite. Leave this Zhang Lai to me. Chapter 326. I'll play with you City Lord's Estate, underground. After that, Lin Bai went to a few places that were exactly the same as the previous high platforms, except that the enemies on the high platforms were different each time. The spiritual beasts' ranks became higher and higher, and the people's cultivation levels also became higher and higher. However, the number of people was much less than before. Little Blue, if you can't hold on any longer, hurry up and come down. Don't push yourself. Lin Bai stood at a corner of the high platform. His eyes were like torches as he watched Little Blue's fighting figure. He kindly reminded him. He had thought that if there were enemies looking for him, he would take care of 1 or 2 of them at the same time. This would also reduce the pressure on Little Blue and prevent him from getting injured. But who would have thought that no enemies would come looking for him even after he arrived here? This made the corners of Lin Bai's mouth twitch. Could I be some kind of ferocious demon? At this moment, in the center of the high platform, there were 6 green leopards that were as tall as adults, with a length of 5 to 6 meters, not counting their tails. They were currently engaged in a fierce battle with Little Blue. The ranks of these green leopards weren't low at all. If they could be brought out, there would definitely be many beastmasters willing to spend a lot of money to buy and tame them. Not to mention, these green leopards had pure bloodlines, which wasn't something beasts of outside could compare with. Little Blue was far from being as calm as before when it faced these 6 green leopards. Instead, it began to treat them carefully and cautiously, and its face no longer had that cheeky look from before. MHM. Seeing this, Lin Bai nodded his head in satisfaction. It was a good thing that Little Blue was cheeky, but in a real battle, if it was still as cheeky as before, it would really be courting death. Moreover, if it put all his heart and soul into the battle, it would also greatly increase the efficiency of its battle experience accumulation. At this moment, 4 green panthers opened their bloody mouths and aimed at Little Blue's legs. They gnawed at Little Blue's legs, while the other 2 green panthers waved their claws and slapped the sky above Little Blue to stop it from escaping. When Lin Bai saw this, he clenched his fists and bent his knees slightly. If there was even the slightest accident, he planned to rush forward. It was indeed a good thing to let Little Blue fight to the death, but he could not let Little Blue be seriously injured, let alone die. That was not what Lin Bai wanted to see. A teasing smile appeared on Little Blue's taut face. Its entire body floated in a strange posture in midair. It just happened to dodge the 6 green panthers' fangs at a high altitude. After floating in the air, Little Blue dodged to the left and right, dodging the 2 claws that were sweeping towards it. This! Lin Bai's eyes widened. He never expected Little Blue to bring such a pleasant surprise. Little Blue used its tail that flickered with golden light as a pillar to stand on the ground, and its body used the momentum to float in the air. Not bad, not bad. Lin Bai couldn't help but clap his hands. What he wanted was Little Blue's dexterity and Little Blue's smart mind, which knew how to use every part of its body. After successfully dodging, Little Blue did not stop. Instead, it used both of its fists and legs to cut the throats of 3 green leopards. In the end, its figure disappeared like a ghost. When it reappeared, one of its hands pierced into the heart of one of the green leopards. In just a few seconds, the battle situation suddenly changed. Little Blue, who was originally at a disadvantage due to being surrounded, easily took care of 4 green leopards. At this moment, there were only 2 left in front of him. Not long after, the remaining 2 green leopards were also easily taken care of by Little Blue. The invisible shackles around the high platform disappeared, and a stream of spiritual energy poured into Lin Bai's body. Lin Bai was not surprised, nor did he refuse to allow the spiritual energy to be absorbed in. After several battles, Lin Bai finally felt that every time he took care of a challenge on the high platform, there would be a wisp of spiritual energy as a reward. However, the spiritual energy was too weak at the beginning, so Lin Bai did not notice it. It seems that after I get the reward on the next high platform, I can impart strength to Little Blue. While Lin Bai was looking forward to what kind of changes Little Blue would undergo after imparting strength, he was also thinking about when he could break through the bottleneck and progress. If he succeeded in breaking through, then he would have the strength to fight with the city lord. Come, Little Blue, you must be exhausted. As Lin Bai said this, he threw a few pills to Little Blue to replenish his vitality. Then, Little Blue jumped onto Lin Bai's shoulder and began to digest the medicinal effects. Before this, Little Blue had easily won. It seemed that this time, Little Blue did not win easily and had even used up quite a bit of spirit energy. I can't be careless in the next round. Lin Bai's gaze was firm as he walked onto the stone bridge once again and entered the entrance of the stone wall. On the way, he carefully took out the small cauldron that did not have any special features. It looked like an ordinary small cauldron, and he urged a stream of spirit energy into it. However, the small cauldron was just like an ordinary object. It was like a piece of junk on the street, and there was no response at all. It still doesn't work. Lin Bai shook his head in disappointment. After the small cauldron broke through the restriction of the altar, Lin Bai had tried several times to use the power of the small cauldron. However, no one knew which one had made a mistake. The small cauldron did not react at all, let alone activate the power of the small cauldron for its own use. Not long after, the same high platform appeared in front of Lin Bai and Little Blue. This time, they did not hesitate at all. They stepped onto the stone bridge and walked onto the high platform. A moment later, an invisible seal appeared around the high platform, blocking their path of retreat. Once again, those phantoms appeared in the middle of the high platform. 5 pitch-black phantoms gradually transformed into people with flesh and blood. Among them, 3 used spears, 1 used a knife, and 1 used a sword. At this moment, Little Blue had already recovered its vitality. When it saw these 5 people, its eyes lit up once again as it looked at Lin Bai, chattering, "Let me do it. Let me do it." After numerous battles, Little Blue felt that its control over its body was increasing at a terrifying speed. Furthermore, it was also beginning to love the feeling of fighting. Lin Bai nodded, but still did not stop it. He did not only want to train Little Blue's strength, but also wanted to see the upper limit of Little Blue's strength. He wanted to have a precise grasp of Little Blue's strength, or else there would be all kinds of difficulties in the future. Little Blue rushed up excitedly and once again landed in the center of the high platform. It once again stretched out its hand and made a provocative action. As for Lin Bai, he retreated to a corner of the high platform, as if everything on the high platform had nothing to do with him. Buzz. A sword chime resounded through the sky. Lin Bai's originally calm voice flickered, leaving an afterimage on the spot. The sword stabbed at the afterimage. "Are you finally going to make a move on me?" Lin Bai had a smile on his lips as he watched the swordsman walk over step by step. The remaining people looked at Lin Bai and then locked their gazes on Little Blue again. Clearly, they did not want to fight with Lin Bai. "You have a personality." This was something that Lin Bai had not expected. He revealed a little surprise. He had originally thought that these people would swarm over to deal with him, but he had not expected that only this swordsman would want to make a move. "It just so happens that I have not made a move for a long time. I'll play with you." Chapter 327, Fatherhood Ending Kick. "I hope you that when you have a son, he doesn't." Looking at Fu Hu's back, Fatty greeted him warmly, of course, in his heart. Fatty had never expected that Fu Hu would seize the initiative and throw him such a troublesome opponent just because of his carelessness. But now, Fatty could only bite the bullet. Otherwise, he would be poisoned to death. Fatty had been licking blood on his blade for so many years and had seen all kinds of corpses. Among them, the people who were poisoned to death were the most miserable. Some poisons made people rot from the inside out. The gas produced by the rot made people's bodies swell up like a rubber ball. If someone poked it at this moment, that flesh would explode. The ball would explode, and the flesh and internal organs would splatter all over the ground. It was as if the poison had caused one's 7 orifices to bleed to death. Regardless of whether it was the appearance of death or the pain, it was considered good. Sue. Just as Fatty was cursing Fu Hu, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard, and a few green lights shot over like arrows. "FCK, your Fatty grandpa is going all out today. Watch how I take care of you, a sickly person." Fatty cried out in pain as he dodged left and right, easily dodging the attack of the green flower falcon. The attack of the green flower falcon hit the big tree behind him, and the big tree started to wither. This made Fatty's eyebrows jump as he looked at his wound. The area around his wound had also started to turn green. It had only been a short while, but the poison had already spread to this extent. The Fatty gritted his teeth and hardened his heart. He pulled out a dagger and gouged out the flesh around his wound. The bloody flesh was already rotten meat. "It's too late," Jin Cheng sneered as he looked at the Fatty's actions. "My green flower falcon carries a kind of lethal poison. Although its effect is slightly weaker to humans, it will still slowly seep in and kill you bit by bit." The Fatty's face darkened, and he didn't say a word. At this moment, he was being attacked by 3 spirit beasts, 2 on the ground and 1 in the air. Other than that, there was also Jin Cheng who was standing on the same spot. God knows what other tricks he had up his sleeves. Jin Cheng saw the Fatty's expression change, and his previous frivolity was replaced with a bit of chilliness. This caused Jin Cheng to raise his guard. He knew that with the City Lord's help, Fatty had successfully broken through. He did not dare to be too careless. "Golden Toad, you go. Green Flower Falcon, you stay by my side." Jin Cheng began to command. He let Golden Toad go to the front. As for the Green Flower Falcon, he let it protect his body. From this, it could be seen how careful he was. But at this moment, he did not expect Fatty to turn around and run into the forest behind him. "Quick, Golden Toad, don't let him run." Jin Cheng cursed in his heart and sent out Golden Toad quickly, while he and the green flower falcon followed closely behind. "If I get closer and take a look, it'll be even more terrifying." Fatty saw that the tree trunk was more than 10 meters away from the ground. It was like an adult-sized spider. His face was slightly pale, and goosebumps appeared on his entire body. However, he still braced himself and jumped up abruptly. He threw out a few daggers and stabbed at the 4 pairs of eyes of the spider. The spider was a little surprised that Fatty had suddenly attacked it. It had not had the time to spread out its hunting net in this area, so it could only accept the battle in a hurry. The slender legs of the spider knocked down a few daggers, but there was still a dagger that grazed its huge body, making a cut. Green blood flowed out of the wound. The attack succeeded. Fatty stepped on the tree trunk and used the momentum to grab the dagger and stab at the spider. "Ignorant!" Jin Cheng's cold and disdainful voice came from behind. At the same time, the golden toad landed from the air and spat out a mouthful of poisonous gas, sweeping towards Fatty. Fatty did not have a point of leverage at the moment. He could not dodge in the air in time and would definitely be corroded by the poisonous gas. The poisonous gas from the golden toad was Jin Cheng's most poisonous poison. It would only take an instant for his flesh and blood to rot and his bones to be dyed black. Not good. Fatty's expression changed drastically and a look of despair appeared on his face. When Jin Cheng saw this, a smile finally appeared on his face. He knew that he had won. However, just as Jin Cheng felt that victory was certain, Fatty's body was in the air and he turned around in disbelief. His feet were still stepping on the air, and his entire person was shot like a cannonball attacking Jin Cheng. Jin Cheng wanted to dodge, wanting to grab the green flower falcon to dodge, but in the end, he was a step too late. In a trance, Fatty arrived in front of him with an embarrassed smile on his face. Jin Cheng subconsciously used his hands to protect his front, wanting to block Fatty's attack. However, he did not expect Fatty to suddenly pull out a leg and directly strike between Jin Cheng's crotch. Bang! An egg shattered. Jin Cheng's sinister face became extremely distorted. His 2 scarlet eyes were filled with blood capillaries. His mouth was so big that he could not even let out a pitiful scream. "Hey, are you still cool down there?" The fatty's face had a despicable smile. Since he had already beaten Jin Cheng, why not beat him up to his heart's content? With this thought in mind, Fatty once again pulled out a leg and kicked towards Jin Cheng's crotch. But this time, the spider's attack and the golden toad's poisonous gas swept over from behind. The green flower falcon flapped its wings, and in the blink of an eye, Jin Cheng was brought far away. Fatty could only give up on attacking and chase after Jin Cheng. He dodged to the right and entered the bushes. However, even though he did not manage to kill Jin Cheng in one go, he did not know why, but he felt exceptionally comfortable at this moment. At this moment, looking at the golden toad and the creepy spider, Fatty felt that they were much more pleasing to the eye. Jin Cheng was brought to an empty space by the green flower falcon. His knees were weak as he knelt on the ground. His forehead was filled with shouts, but the expression on his face was not as twisted as before. "Fatty, I will make sure you die a horrible death." The intense pain caused Jin Cheng's tone to become sharper, but one could still hear the rage in his heart. Fatty placed a hand behind his right ear, his face full of doubt. "Was there a little girl screaming just now? I didn't hear it clearly." "You!" Jin Cheng's originally sallow face turned blood red, and after it turned blood red, a thick layer of green appeared. Pooh, Jin Cheng finally spat out a mouthful of blood. When Fatty saw Jin Cheng in this state, he held it in for a long time before saying, Good. I'll fight it out with you." Jin Cheng's eyes were bloodshot and his gaze was gloomy. Then, as if he had crushed something, a black light flashed under his feet. All of a sudden, black chi surrounded Jin Cheng's body and drowned his figure. "Jin Cheng, are you planning to run now? You're too spineless," Fatty mocked. "Run. I'll take your life." Jin Cheng's voice came out from the black mist. A gust of wind blew past and the black mist was blown away. A huge snake that was as thick as a tree trunk with a pitch-black body and a pair of scarlet eyes stared at Fatty. "FCK me?" Chapter 328. Can't beg to live nor die. A pitch-black and glossy black snake coiled around Jin Cheng's body. Its body was as thick as a tree trunk, and its length was 20 to 30 meters. The two chilling fangs in its mouth was the size of an adult's arm. If he were to be bitten, even Fatty felt that he did not need snake venom to die here. Fatty, do you regret it now? I told you to surrender and let me give you a quick and painless result, but you didn't want it and… Halfway through his sentence, Jin Cheng clenched his teeth tightly, and his teeth started to creak. Now I will capture you alive. After that, I will use all of my poison to slowly torture you until you can't do it anymore. Then, I will give you an antidote and cure you. This is repeated over and over again, making you wish you were dead. Jin Cheng's tone was filled with anger, and the words he said made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. A chill went from the fatty's tailbone to his head. Just thinking about the outcome of being unable to live and wish for death made the fatty feel terrified. However, he was not a pushover either. That's only possible if you can capture me. Jin Cheng, are you a man or a woman now? Why don't you just be a little girl? Look at your skinny arms and legs. The fatty's mouth did not give in and started to hit Jin Cheng's sore spot. Jin Cheng wiped the sweat on his forehead with one hand and covered his crotch with the other. It felt painful even if he took a small step at this moment. After hearing the fatty's words, Jin Cheng's face became even more twisted and his scarlet eyes stared at the fatty. If gazes could kill, Fatty would have been pierced through thousands of times by this gaze. All you have left is your stubborn mouth. Jin Cheng urged the black snake, sweeping it in Fatty's direction. At the same time, the golden toad rushed out from the ground again, shooting a mouthful of poisonous gas at Fatty. It wasn't over yet. The spider's protruding poisonous web also blocked Fatty's escape route. FCK, the fatty cursed loudly. This was the reason why he hated Beastmasters. A one-on-one fight suddenly turned into a group fight. He was still the target of the group fight. The fatty stomped on the ground fiercely, creating a hole in the ground. At the same time, he threw out a dagger, striking the spider web that was charging at him at high speed. The dagger plunged into the tree trunk with a clang along with the spider web. Bang! The thick tail of the black snake was pulled out and smashed onto the spot where Fatty was originally standing. Immediately, sand and stones flew everywhere, creating a foul atmosphere. Looking at that spot again, there was already a hole like a grave. The corner of Fatty's mouth could not help but twitch. If he had been hit by this black snake just now, he might have turned into a pile of meat paste and stayed in the grave pit. He looked into the distance. Fu Hu and Zhang Lai were still engaged in close combat. The fight was so intense that it could not be stopped. No one dared to make even the slightest mistake. Otherwise, the outcome would have been determined. You still have the time to care about others? Jin Cheng's cold voice came from beside him. Fatty dodged left and right, successfully dodging the black snake's attacks again and again. The spider was behind him, and there were still those 3 thorny retail beasts in front of him. If he continued dodging like this, it would be impossible for him to get close to Jin Cheng. The result would be that he would run out of stamina and fall into Jin Cheng's hands. This was precisely the taboo in a battle between warriors and beastmasters. Beastmasters mostly controlled their subdued beasts to launch attacks from afar, and the key point in a battle between warriors and beastmasters was how to block the attacks of spirit beasts on one side, while closing the distance between them and the beastmaster. After all, only when a beastmaster died would a warrior have a chance of winning. HMPH. Seeing the fatty's gaze turn sharp, Jin Cheng couldn't help but snort coldly. You finally know that running away is useless. But let me tell you, even if you want to get close to me, it's impossible. So, you'd better surrender obediently and kowtow to me a few more times. If I'm in a good mood, I might even give you a quick death. Heth, looks like you've forgotten about the pain after healing your scar. As the fatty spoke, his gaze wantonly looked between Jin Cheng's legs. Jin Cheng did not understand what the fatty meant at the beginning, but when he saw the fatty's mocking gaze, his face turned livid once again. Good, good, good. Jin Cheng said good consecutively, each word coming out from the gaps of his teeth with a heavy, trembling tone. It was clear how angry he was at this moment. Jin Cheng had always been proud and aloof. In his eyes, others were always lower than him. However, the person whom he looked down on the most had made him suffer such a great humiliation today. His anger turned into laughter. Jin Cheng threw his head back and laughed. At the same time, the green flower falcon and the black snake, one in the sky and the other on the ground, rushed toward Fatty one after another. The two spirit beasts attacked him head-on, while the golden toad and the spider hid in the dark and ambushed him wantonly. Fatty's eyelids were twitching. Wasn't that a little too much? Now that things had come to this point, it was impossible for Fatty to take back what he had said. Seeing the change in Fatty's eyes, the cruel and ruthless smile on Jin Cheng's face deepened. A few rays of green light shot down from the sky like lightning, sealing off the area behind Fatty. The black snake charged straight at Fatty and even swung its thick tail. The situation changed drastically. The Fatty wasn't able to dodge. The trim of his pants was slightly stained by the poisonous substance of the golden toad. Instantly, the pants began to emit white smoke. Immediately, it began to burn. The Fatty cursed in his heart and tore off half of the leg of his pants. The leg of his pants had just landed on the ground when it was burnt into ashes. The wind blew and it disappeared without a trace. "Consider yourself lucky," Jin Cheng sneered repeatedly. "Roar." Just as Fatty had just steadied himself, a sharp roar came from behind him. It was as if he was using his fingers to scratch the iron sheet, making people feel uncomfortable. "You want to let this spider fight me head-on? It's useless." Fatty turned his head and saw an adult version of a spider attacking him. His face showed disapproval. After a few exchanges, he was very clear that this spider needed to pay attention to the spider silk that it could spit out at any time. Regardless of whether the spider silk was sticky or tough, it did not need to be long. However, this spider only looked scary on the surface, but in reality, it was not as terrifying as the golden toad. The spider waved its two sharp front legs towards the clavicle spikes on Fatty's shoulders. The angle was tricky, and its speed was extremely fast. However, it was still kicked by Fatty's front leg. Then, he flashed to the right side of the spider. "Be more obedient and quietly stay to the side." Fatty pulled out a leg and kicked towards the spider's waist. There was no shell there, and it was relatively weaker compared to other places. It was the best choice. But right at this moment, Fatty heard several air-piercing sounds coming from the side of his ears. Numerous spider webs rushed towards him. However, these spider webs were much smaller than before. Pang. Fatty's entire body was entangled by small pieces of spider webs. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. "How dare you play dirty with me?" Chapter 329. Fierce Battle Under the City Lord's Estate. On the high platform, Little Blue shuttled back and forth between the four of them. However, this movement was not as smooth as before. There were a few times when the weapons of those few people had brushed against Little Blue's body. At this moment, there were already a few small scratches on its back and shoulders. However, the more this was the case, the more there was a rush of energy on Little Blue's face and the depths of its eyes. It became more and more excited and threw itself into the battle, enjoying the fun of battle. On the other side of the high platform, Lin Bai was fighting with a person holding a sword. The two figures shuttled through various corners of the high platform, appearing and disappearing in a flash. Their speed was so fast that it was impossible for the naked eye to catch up to them. The more Lin Bai fought with this person, the more surprised he became. In the previous few battles on the high platform, each person and each monster had fought evenly. However, on this high platform, this swordsman's speed was much faster than the others. His sword techniques were even more profound, but his moves were extremely simple. There were no profound sword techniques, but each time, Lin Bai felt that it was extremely difficult to deal with him. Suddenly, a sword light flashed from the top down. Lin Bai's footwork was nimble, and he flashed to the right. However, at the same time, a sword light came from the left to the right, and it swept over with a stronger, pure killing intent than the previous one. The swordsman's eyes flashed, and he let out a sigh of relief. In his eyes, the scene of Lin Bai being hit by the second sword light, with blood splattering all over his body, had already appeared. "It's too early to be happy." However, at this moment, an emotionless voice came from behind the swordsman. This voice was like the call of hell, and it made people tremble all over. Lin Bai circulated his cultivation technique and gathered it on his hand blade. The hand blade swiftly passed through the distance between the two of them and pierced into the back of the swordsman. The swordsman's eyes were filled with disbelief until the end. However, there was not a trace of pain in them. Instead, there was a hint of relief. Soon after, his physical body turned into a black shadow and disappeared from this world. Lin Bai could not help but shake his head. It seemed like these swordsmen had been forcefully restrained by some kind of power. It was very likely that they had already died, but they were unable to leave after they died. Little Blue, do you need help? Lin Bai quickly composed himself. At the moment, the most important thing was still the matter at hand. He couldn't continue with the secret regarding this place. If he were to take a huge risk, Lin Bai still needed to consider whether he could bear it. On the other side, Little Blue had already finished off 2 people and was currently fighting with the remaining people. Not bad. Lin Bai watched for a while and nodded his head in satisfaction. He could see that after a few rounds of fighting, Little Blue was getting more and more proficient in its methods of attack. He was becoming more and more skilled. This was the reason why Lin Bai wanted Little Blue to fight alone. After a while, Little Blue successfully finished off the remaining people. After that, a few more figures turned into black shadows and disappeared into the world. Little Blue watched the few black shadows disappear. Its eyes could not help but be stunned. Then, it blinked its eyes and looked at Lin Bai. Where did they all go? They seem to be very happy. Don't mind them. When we get out of here, we will naturally know the answer. Lin Bai patted Little Blue's head and threw it a few pills that replenished its vitality. They rushed through many high platforms in a row. At this moment, the invisible shackles in front of them were once again opened. However, Lin Bai was not in a hurry to move forward. Instead, he planned to bring Little Blue here to recuperate. After Little Blue swallowed the pills, it began to catalyze the medicinal effects. However, she fell into a deep sleep halfway through. Lin Bai found this scene rather funny as he curled his lips. After a long while, Little Blue woke up. Little Blue, come here. Lin Bai called Little Blue to his side. When Little Blue saw Lin Bai's gaze, it knew what was going to happen next. Its face was full of anticipation. System, I want to pass on my cultivation to Little Blue, Lin Bai said in his heart. Ding, host has given Little Blue 50 days of cultivation. 30 times return has been successfully triggered. The host has received a return of 1,500 days of cultivation. After breaking through so many obstacles on the high platform, Lin Bai had already accumulated quite a few days of spiritual chi rewards. However, this 30-fold return made Lin Bai's eyebrows jump. He had wanted to trigger a higher multiple, but this kind of thing depended on luck and fate. It was useless even if he was anxious. On the other hand, Little Blue's body was much firmer than before, and it seemed to be much taller than before. Other than these changes, Lin Bai could clearly feel that the golden patterns on Little Blue's body were becoming more and more resplendent, as if it was alive and flowing in its furs. Not bad. Wait until we hit a few more high platforms, then I'll continue imparting strength to you. As Lin Bai spoke, he patted his shoulder with one hand. Little Blue understood and jumped up. It even wrapped her tail around Lin Bai's neck and was already thinking about the next time he would pass on strength to it. Another half a day passed. Lin Bai and Little Blue passed 5 more high platforms. Each time, the number of monsters on the high platforms would decrease by 1, but the strength of the monsters on the high platforms would increase exponentially. Phew! Lin Bai wiped the thin layer of sweat on his forehead, and his breathing was not as steady as before. Little Blue simply sat on the ground. It sat on the ground and panted heavily. There was a scar on its shoulder that was neither deep nor shallow. From the beginning of the last stage, he could not let Little Blue fight alone. The two of them worked together in this stage, but Lin Bai was still a little out of breath. However, this was still within Lin Bai's tolerance range. There aren't many stages left. Lin Bai estimated in his heart that if things went according to the previous stage, there should only be about 4 stages left. I need to be very careful next. Neither Little Blue nor I can be seriously injured. Otherwise, it will affect the battle and cause a huge headache. Lin Bai's thoughts drifted for a while, then he waved at Little Blue who was sitting on the ground. Little Blue rushed over with a face full of joy. System, I want to pass on my cultivation to Little Blue. Ding, host has given Little Blue 50 days of cultivation. 40 times return has been successfully triggered. Host has received 2,000 days of return of cultivation. Lin Bai felt the power circulating all over his body. His meridians were much thicker than before. He stretched out a hand and gently clenched it. There seemed to be twice as much power circulating in his palm as before. As for Little Blue, the golden light on its body became even more resplendent, and its body grew a little taller. Based on this progress, when we get out of here, you and I will have a pretty good improvement. When we fight with the City Lord, I won't be as weak as before and can only run away like last time. As Lin Bai spoke, he tried to mobilize a strand of spiritual power and inject it into the small cauldron. However, the small cauldron was still as calm as an ancient well and did not have the slightest reaction. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the next high platform. Two black figures that were sitting cross-legged on the ground gradually appeared. They were two sturdy and rough human figures. Their hair was disheveled and draped over their shoulders. One of them slowly opened his eyes. A dazzling ray of light that carried an ancient and unsophisticated aura assaulted his face. Chapter 330. Desperate Counterattack. Fatty tried his best to circulate his cultivation technique, twisting left and right in an attempt to break free. However, the viscosity and tenacity of those spider webs were too strong. Every time he felt like he was going to break free, he would be stuck to them once again. On the ground not too far away from Fatty, under the feet of the adult version of the spider, there were a bunch of fist-sized little spiders scattered around. The adult-sized spider just now was pretending to fight with Fatty, but it was to let these little spiders get close to him so that the little spiders could trap Fatty with the spider web. "Jin Cheng, you played dirty with me." Fatty cursed loudly and looked up. Jin Cheng was smiling as he slowly walked towards him. The green cloud falcon hovered in the sky, monitoring the situation around it. The golden toad and the spiders were waiting for an opportunity to act not far away, while the 30-meter-long black snake once again turned into smoke, as if Jin Cheng had kept it back. "Hey, you're finally in my hands, right? Now you just wait and see how I'll deal with you." Jin Cheng's pair of scarlet eyes sized up the Fatty as if he was looking at fish meat on a chopping board. He had already thought of all kinds of methods to deal with the Fatty. Bang! Jin Cheng stepped on the Fatty's face, the tip of his foot pressed against his fat face, and his heels spun left and right with the tip of his foot. "You made me really painful." Jin Cheng looked at Fatty and only felt a slight pain in both of his legs. Between his legs, there was a faint pain, and he would look at Fatty's abdomen from time to time, his eyes filled with madness. When Fatty saw Jin Cheng's gaze, his entire body shuddered. He wanted to use his hands to protect himself, but his hands had long been stuck by the spider web and could not move at all. Bang, bang. Jin Cheng stepped on Fatty's body a few more times. After a moment, Fatty's entire body became swollen and green. "It's a pity that I still have to keep you to torture you slowly. Otherwise, I would like to finish you off right now. Don't worry. After I finish off that foo-hoo, I will bring you back to the City Lord's estate. There are all sorts of poisons that I have reared there, as well as the antidote that I have left behind. I will slowly serve you." Jin Cheng's expression was cold, and his tone was sinister. "However, I can still make you suffer a little more." Jin Cheng spoke halfway and slowly walked to the Fatty's waist. Then, he looked down and raised one leg high up. "FCK, you." The Fatty's forehead was covered in sweat. Seeing Jin Cheng's actions, he immediately knew what Jin Cheng's next plan was. He opened his mouth to stop him, but he didn't know what to say. "Haha, now you know fear. Weren't you still very arrogant just now?" Jin Cheng would not give Fatty the chance to beg for mercy. He suddenly guessed. "No," Fatty cried out in despair. However, just as Jin Cheng's foot was about to land, he trembled and stopped. "Don't force me." Fatty did not know when he had stood up. He held a dagger in his hand and stabbed it directly into Jin Cheng's heart. As the dagger was pulled out, fresh blood spurted out in all directions. "You!" Jin Cheng's face was filled with disbelief, and his body collapsed weakly. The area under his body was dyed in a pool of blood. The green cloud falcon, golden toad, and the adult-sized spider also wanted to stop him, but they didn't have time to do anything. Spirit beasts without beastmasters seemed to have lost their limbs, and it didn't take long for the Fatty to finish them off. "Sigh," the Fatty shook his head. "It really is difficult to get close to a beastmaster. If it wasn't for Jin Cheng wanting to capture me alive, I really wouldn't have been able to defeat him." The Fatty was certain that Jin Cheng wanted to capture him alive, which was why he fell into the adult spider's trap. He pretended to be entangled by the spider web, but in fact, he was able to break free from it a long time ago. Of course, this was also thanks to the city lord. If it wasn't for the city lord giving him pills that allowed him to break through his cultivation, which hadn't progressed at all for many years, he really wouldn't have been able to break free from the spider web. These two conditions that he had met by chance allowed him to successfully get close and successfully counterattack Jin Cheng. Otherwise, he would have died here today. The spot where Fatty had been injured by the green flower, Falcon had already begun to fester and stink. He began to search Jin Cheng's clothes. Money, paper, I have it. Fatty took out a porcelain bottle with a face full of joy and impatiently swallowed it. Then, he began to circulate his cultivation method to catalyze the medicinal efficacy. The medicinal efficacy was gradually dispersed, and his body also began to slowly burn. All right, the rest will probably slowly recover. Fatty looked at the wound. The festering of the wound was already spider-like. Even though it was still somewhat green, it was much better than before. He hurriedly began to bandage it. After I get out of here, I have to think of a way to beg Lin Bai to spar with me. Fatty thought for a moment and made up his mind. After dealing with his opponent, Fatty was able to cast his gaze towards the battle between Fu Hu and Zhang Lai. However, just as he cast his gaze out, he saw Zhang Lai's eyes wide open as he rolled far away. The whites of his eyes were bloodshot. Pachai, Zhang Lai spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. However, the blood was a little black. You used poison. Zhang Lai's face was filled with anger and filled with fury. He wanted to continue attacking, but his body had already run out of strength. Who said you can't use poison? There was not a trace of pity on Fu Hu's face. On the contrary, he was as calm as the wind and the clouds. He suddenly charged forward and swung his palm blade. Zhang Lai's head flew up high and landed on the ground again. You're really sinister. Fatty could not help but say. He originally thought that until the end, Fu Hu had intended to win in a melee fight. After all, he was half naked at that time. Who would have thought that he could still use poison in such a situation? You are also scheming. The same goes for you. Fu Hu used his eyes to signal to Jin Cheng. He had taken the time to see the battle between Fatty and Jin Cheng, so he knew everything that had happened. After that, the two of them did not say anything. They looked at each other and smiled. Everything was said without saying anything. Most of the people in the city lord's estate have been dealt with by us. Among them are the troublesome Zhang Lai and Jin Cheng. This time, the city lord's hands are really empty. Fatty looked at the corpses on the ground in the distance and sighed. He had never thought that he would be able to do so much. Of course, this was all part of Fu Hu's scheme and strategy. This is still not enough. Next, I'm going to do another job. Are you coming? Fu Hu revealed a simple and honest smile as he looked at Fatty. Don't use this smiling face on me. I'm scared. After interacting with him for a few days, Fatty finally understood what it meant to hide a knife in a smile. Go to the city lord's estate? Yes. Then I'll definitely go. The city lord's estate was currently empty. Even if something happened, as long as he did not meet the city lord directly, Fatty was confident that he could escape. Furthermore, Lin Bai was also in the city lord's estate, so he had some intention of helping him. After a short discussion, the two of them turned around once again and rushed towards the city lord's estate. Chapter 331, Gaze in the Darkness, Are You Serious? The city lord sat in the center of the hall, on a luxurious chair. His pair of cold eyes were like poisonous snakes as he scrutinized the guard who came to report the news. The guard nodded abruptly. However, he had just spoken when he was rendered speechless by the city lord's imposing manner. He swallowed his saliva before continuing. It's absolutely true. I was on a routine patrol in the suburbs today. However, he suddenly saw flames soaring into the sky. The sounds of explosions and miserable screams could be heard endlessly. It was at Early Slope. The situation at that time was too complicated, and I was alone, so I didn't. After I saw it, I immediately returned to report to you. Early Slope, the city lord muttered to himself. He didn't care about the guard's words at all. This made the head guard sigh in relief. Previously, he was afraid that he would be scolded by the city lord. Before this, the city lord had specially given an order. If any special circumstances were discovered within the capital, he would be the first to be reported to, just like what the guard was doing at this moment. Leave. Bring a few more people and go to Early Slope to investigate the situation. The city lord waved his hand at the guard, signaling him to leave. When the city lord saw this, the nervousness on his face was swept away. He hurriedly left and disappeared in front of the main hall. He did not want to stay a second longer. Not only did the city lord know Early Slope, but he also knew the route Fu Hu and the others had taken. They had to pass through this place. He hadn't expected such a situation to happen. There were Jin Cheng, Zhang Lai, and a few hundred people from the city lord's estate there. He wasn't worried that something unexpected would happen. Could it be Lin Bai? The city lord frowned and immediately shook his head, dispelling this thought. Based on his understanding of Lin Bai would not do such a thing. He had the urge to immediately rush over and see what was going on. However, the city lord's estate was already weak internally. If he were to leave as well, suddenly, the city lord's eyes emitted a dazzling cold light. He suddenly turned his head to look at the bewitching entrance behind him. Could it be? Sigh, without those annoying fellows, the capital city is much quieter. Fu Hu sighed as he walked. He and Fatty returned to the capital city together. In the beginning, there were a few spies keeping an eye on them, but they were easily taken care of by them. After that, they never saw any members of the city lord's estate again. Hee, a smile appeared on Fatty's fierce face as he held 2 drumsticks in each of his hands. If we go to the city lord's estate now, won't it be like entering an uninhabited realm? Fatty ate as he chewed on the drumsticks. Fu Hu couldn't help but roll his eyes. That's easy to think. There's still the city lord overseeing the place. Why don't you distract him and let me enter an uninhabited realm? Cough, cough. Fatty shook his head. The 2 of us have risked our lives and are wearing the same pair of pants. Do you have the heart to send me to my death? FCKU, who's wearing the same pair of pants as you? Fu Hu rolled his eyes at Fatty again. While the 2 of them were talking, the city lord's estate appeared in front of them. On the other side of a noisy and lively street was a quiet street. After walking past this street was the city lord's estate. From where they were, they could see the tall buildings in the city lord's estate from afar. Let's go this way. Fu Hu brought Fatty and turned into a small alley on the right. Following the small alley, they turned left and right. They successfully arrived at the west side of the city lord's estate. The Fatty stuck his head out from the alley and sized up the city lord's estate. He had observed for a long time, but did not see any patrolling personnel. This made him even more certain that the city lord's estate was currently suffering from internal weakness. The 2 of them successfully snuck into the city lord's estate. After entering the estate, they saw quite a number of guards patrolling around. The city lord's estate used the method of relaxing the outer layer and tightening the inner layer. They transferred all the people outside back into the estate and increased the intensity of the patrols in the estate. It's a very smart move. Fu Hu muttered, "Let's not expose ourselves first and then investigate the situation." The 2 entered a pavilion and hid in a corner. In the courtyard next to them was the city lord's main hall. The 2 guards walked side by side. Sigh, when will this day end? Back then, the people in the city lord's estate would just muddle along and take advantage of the situation. SHH. Shut up, if the city lord hears this, even I will be punished. It's all that Lin Bai's fault. The estate was already short of manpower, and he sent out a few hundred people today. What a torture. However, the city lord has just given the order that no one is allowed to go near his main hall. Even if someone wants to pass on some news, he must first pass it on to the city lord's subordinate so that his subordinate can make a decision. What do you think the city lord is planning to do? I don't know, and I don't want to know either. I just want to yawn and sleep. One of the guards yawned, while the other had a solemn expression on his face. Just like that, the 2 of them passed by the pavilion. In the dark, Fatty and Fu Hu looked at each other as if they were confirming something. Could it be that the city lord has discovered that Lin Bai and the others are still in the secret passage? If that's not the case, then it doesn't make sense for him to not let anyone get close to the main hall. At this point in time, Fatty no longer pretended with Fu Hu and admitted that Lin Bai was in the secret chamber. Is it possible that he planned to enter the main hall himself to do something? For some reason, Fu Hu's guess made Fatty feel a chill all over his body, as if something bad had happened. Shall we go and take a look? Fatty asked and observed Fu Hu's expression. Let's go. Fu Hu answered without the slightest hesitation. It was no wonder. Even though the city lord's estate was heavily patrolled, the lack of manpower would still create some loopholes. In addition, Jin Cheng and Zhang Lai, who were difficult opponents, had already been dealt with. It could be said that as long as they did not encounter the city lord, no one would be able to do anything to them. Who is it? Ah! After entering the courtyard, where the city lord's main hall was located, they dealt with 2 guards the moment they landed on the ground. They then threw the corpses into the nearby bushes to cover them up so that they would not be discovered. Hiss, do you feel that the city lord's estate is a little mysterious right now? Do you feel that something is not right? Fatty looked at the city lord's estate. He had been here several times, but this was the first time he had such a special feeling. Yes, Fu Hu's expression was solemn. A little. As the 2 of them were talking, they had already arrived at the side of the city lord's main hall. After they made sure that all the people around them had been quietly taken care of by them, they quietly opened a window in the main hall, poked their heads in, and carefully looked around, praying in their hearts that the city lord would not be here. As expected, the city lord is not here. It's very likely that he has entered the secret chamber. Fatty's expression was a little heavy. He still hoped that the city lord was in the main hall. Only then would Lin Bai and Skinny be safe, and the city lord wouldn't discover their tracks. Do you feel that there's something staring at us in the main hall? Chapter 332. End of the rope underground of the city lord's estate. Little Blue, the opponent this time isn't simple. Don't be careless. Lin Bai reminded Little Blue. Ever since the 2 people in front of him opened their eyes, Lin Bai felt an inexplicable pressure. This pressure was different from the city lord's Mount Tai pressure, which made people fearful. This pressure made it hard for people to breathe, but at the same time, it also made people feel despair. Lin Bai had never met such an opponent before, and he couldn't help but become more vigilant. He didn't dare to be careless like he was in the previous fights. Little Blue's eyes no longer had the playfulness and relaxation from before. It looked at the 2 people in the middle of the high platform and nodded obediently. Lin Bai took out his sword and held it in his right hand. He then summoned the small cauldron in his left hand to protect himself. Although the small cauldron could not unleash the power of when it broke the restriction, the small cauldron itself had a defense that was not inferior to Little Black's. It could also block some fatal damage for Lin Bai. Moreover, Lin Bai had a vague feeling that he might be about to grasp the method to control the small cauldron. However, before that, he still needed a lot of experiments and training. Whoosh! The figure of a person who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the high platform flashed and transformed into a shadow. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he arrived in front of Lin Bai in the blink of an eye. He threw a punch towards Lin Bai's face. Lin Bai's expression darkened. He raised his right wrist and stabbed his fist with his sword, wanting to force the fist back. However, Lin Bai did not expect that the opponent's fist did not stop at all. Instead, he secretly increased the strength of his fist, leaving afterimages in the air as his fist streaked through the air. Bang! The tip of the sword and the fist collided. A huge airwave spread out from the center of the 2 people toward the high platform. Little Blue's hair was blown in all directions, and the hair of the other person sitting on the ground was flying in all directions. He's actually fine. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth could not help but twitch. His opponent was actually able to rely on his fist to fight evenly with the tip of the sword. It could be seen that his fist was indestructible. How much had he trained his fist to be able to have such a sturdy degree? However, this thought only flashed through his mind for an instant. Lin Bai's attack failed, and he turned his sword around and slashed at the other party's elbow, vowing to split the other party's arm into 2. Lin Bai's attack was extremely fast. On top of that, the previous exchange of blows had just ended. Even though the other party wanted to use his sword to clash with the other party once more, his speed was still a little lacking, so he could only retreat. I see. The worry in Lin Bai's eyes disappeared, and the corners of his lips curled up. There was no longer any worry or confusion in his eyes. Clearly, this person had trained his fists to the point where they could destroy anything and everything in the world. If he were to be struck by these fists, Lin Bai might lose his ability to fight. However, this kind of person who specialized in one area also had a huge weakness, which was that his other areas were very weak. For example, just as Lin Bai was about to use the blade of his sword to slice open his opponent's arm, his opponent had no time to use his fist to touch the sword, so he could only helplessly leave. This proved this point. Lin Bai and his opponent pulled some distance apart. The two of them looked at each other, and the battle was on the verge of breaking out. However, at this moment, Little Blue rushed up from the side, waving its claws and teeth. Its eyes were filled with a fierce aura. "I'll take care of this. I'll take care of him." Lin Bai did not object to this. He had already figured out his opponent's weakness. It was not difficult to win, but it would take a little time. "If you feel that you can't beat him, don't force yourself," Lin Bai warned repeatedly. After all, they had not reached the deepest part of this mystic realm. Before that, none of them could be seriously injured. Otherwise, it would be very disadvantageous to the subsequent stages. Little Blue used both hands and feet and ran wildly towards its opponent. The opponent's face revealed a disdainful expression, and a horizontal fist smashed straight towards it. The speed was extremely fast, and it did not allow anyone to dodge. Little Blue's expression did not change. Its hind legs kicked fiercely, and it jumped high into the air, dodging this attack. However, if it was high in the air, it would have no point of borrowing force. The opponent once again swung out a fist, bringing with it a sharp fist wind, and its face revealed an expression that the battle was over. However, before the punch arrived, Little Blue moved. It wrapped its tail around the opponent's large body. Its legs suddenly exerted force, and its entire body moved in the air. It brushed past the opponent's fist and dodged another attack. Seeing this, Lin Bai retracted his gaze. Little Blue had clearly noticed the opponent's weakness. After so many battles, Little Blue's use of its body had become even more skillful. The outcome of this battle was already decided. Lin Bai turned his gaze towards the other person who was still sitting, cross-legged in the middle of the high platform. This person was dressed in white. His strong physique filled up his clothes, and his messy black hair was unruly. When he opened his eyes, a simple and unadorned aura flickered within them. What caught Lin Bai's attention the most was that this person's eyes were red. The red pupils and the white eyeballs made one feel a sense of mystery. Suddenly, the red-eyed person stood up and walked towards Lin Bai step by step. To the naked eye, every step seemed very slow, but he had already arrived in front of Lin Bai in an instant. Hiss! Lin Bai hurriedly retreated, putting some distance between him and his opponent. This person's movement technique was too strange. It seemed very slow, but in fact, it was as fast as lightning. However, Lin Bai's retreating speed was simply not as fast as the opponent's advancing speed. Very soon, he was caught up, and a pair of eagle claws clawed at Lin Bai's head. Lin Bai could only hurriedly swing his long sword and strike at the claws. But just as the sword was about to strike the claws, the person in front of Lin Bai seemed to have disappeared. Bang! Lin Bai's back was struck. Lin Bai hurriedly circulated his cultivation technique, wrapped his back with spiritual energy, and rushed forward with a gust of wind under his feet to reduce the force of the blow. Even so, Lin Bai still had a taste of blood in his mouth. Fortunately, he had defended and dodged in time. Otherwise, if this blow was to follow up, he might have already lost the ability to fight. At that time, Little Blue would be fighting against two people alone, and the outcome would be very obvious. Lin Bai quickly retreated to a corner of the high platform, his eyes staring intently at the person with scarlet eyes. The opponent's attack failed, and his face revealed a look of surprise. Clearly, he thought that he had repelled Lin Bai with just one attack. Whoosh! Lin Bai took the lead to attack. His feet suddenly stomped on the ground, and his robe fluttered in the wind. He swung his longsword straight at the opponent's neck. The person with scarlet eyes was obviously shocked. He had never thought that Lin Bai, who was at a disadvantage, would take the lead to attack. Lin Bai swung his long sword with the momentum of slashing through the heavens. However, once again, when the long sword was about to touch the opponent suddenly disappeared. This time, Lin Bai was not in a rush. He turned his body and swung the small cauldron in his left hand forward. Bang! The palm and the small cauldron collided. Lin Bai stood steadily on the spot, but the scarlet-eyed man took a step back. His face was full of shock as he looked at the small cauldron in Lin Bai's hand in disbelief. Not only that, he didn't expect that Lin Bai would be able to keep up with his rhythm after just one strike. Hey! Are you at the end of the rope? Chapter 333, Desperate Situation. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them turned into phantoms and exchanged blows several times in a row. However, every single attack from that person with scarlet eyes was steadily received by Lin Bai with his small cauldron. Lin Bai was not trying to close the distance between them in terms of movement techniques. Instead, he was relying on his own rich combat experience to predict where the other party would attack from the moment the other party moved. Then, he used the small cauldron to hurriedly receive the attack. This did not only rely on Lin Bai's keen observation ability. The small cauldron's impregnable defense was also the key. Otherwise, he would have hurriedly blocked the attack once or twice. Once or twice was fine, but once there was an additional injury, it would accumulate bit by bit. In the end, it would become a defeat. The two of them once again pulled apart the distance. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Bai glanced at Little Blue. Little Blue and the opponent were locked in a fierce battle. Neither of them was at a disadvantage, and the battle situation was confusing. However, when Lin Bai saw Little Vilu's momentum rising bit by bit, he withdrew his gaze. Although Lin Bai was able to block the opponent's attacks every time, he could not deal any substantial damage to that person. If they continued to fight like this, then it would depend on who was the first to tire out. This was not what Lin Bai wanted at all. In order to do more than that, he needed to think of a better way. Bang! The two of them exchanged blows again, and Lin Bai steadily received the attack. However, after this exchange, the opponent took the initiative to retreat. Previously, it was Lin Bai who had found an opportunity to widen the distance between them. This sudden change gave Lin Bai a bad feeling. On the high platform, other than the sounds of Little Blue and the opponent's battle, there were suddenly sounds of heavy breathing. A white smoke suddenly rose from the opponent's body. The person's skin was covered in sweat, and his entire body had shrunk a little towards the middle. Meanwhile, the muscles on his legs were becoming more and more firm. Seeing this, Lin Bai could not help but have a headache. As expected, the person with scarlet eyes slightly exerted strength under his feet, and his figure floated over like a ghost, stepping on Lin Bai's chest from the front. Just like before, Lin Bai used his long sword to block the frontal attack, intending to swing the small cauldron in his hand sideways. However, before the small cauldron could be swung out, Lin Bai realized that this person had changed his personality. He did not act like before, but attacked head-on. In a moment of desperation, Lin Bai could only pull back his longsword and put his elbow against the blade of the sword to block the head-on attack. Bang! The two collided. Lin Bai retreated 5 steps, and his qi and blood surged. He could only quickly circulate his cultivation technique and guide his qi and blood to gradually calm it down. However, the opponent clearly did not want to give Lin Bai a chance to catch his breath. He attacked consecutively, relying on his movement technique to launch a surprise attack. The angle was tricky, and the technique was ruthless. The continuous exchange of blows, coupled with the extremely fast movement technique, only took a short while for the two of them to exchange more than 10 blows. This kind of frequent exchange of blows would continuously magnify some of their weaknesses. The difference in movement technique between Lin Bai and the opponent was being pulled apart bit by bit, not giving Lin Bai the slightest space to catch his breath and think. If there was a momentary pause, then the result would be death. Lin Bai only felt his breathing become faster and faster, and his vision became more and more blurry. However, his hands seemed to become slower and slower, and his brain seemed to become slower. The other party's face revealed a look of joy. He could read the changes in Lin Bai's body and mind from Lin Bai's face. A sharp claw came from below and pinched towards Lin Bai's neck. This claw's power was extraordinary. If the weak neck was pinched, it would definitely be instant death. Lin Bai gritted his teeth and took out a small cauldron to hit the claw. The sound of the two colliding was ear-splitting, but amidst the ear-splitting sound, Lin Bai heard a few air-piercing sounds. He hurriedly used his sword to smash. Following that, a few metallic sounds rang out. A few small black daggers fell to the ground, and 2 daggers stabbed into Lin Bai's left shoulder. Blood splattered everywhere, and half of his clothes were dyed red. The person with scarlet eyes revealed a delighted smile. He fought wildly since Lin Bai was injured. In the continuous battle, A hint of weariness appeared on Lin Bai's face, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripped down his forehead. The other party opened his mouth and looked at Lin Bai's eyes as if he was saying something to him. His expression was full of disdain. Lin Bai stood at the edge of the platform. Just as he was about to put some distance between him and the other party suddenly exerted force on his legs. With 3 steps, he moved like a tiger or a leopard. With one hand, he grabbed at Lin Bai's face, intending to smash him to the ground. Lin Bai panted heavily. He wanted to take out his small cauldron to defend himself, but he hesitated and continued to exchange blows. There was no time for him to catch his breath, causing his movements to slow down by a beat. "I won!" The other party's lips moved, but he did not make a sound. However, Lin Bai still managed to read his intentions. Pachai. However, the joyful smile on the other party's face froze in an instant. The disdainful look in his eyes was replaced by confusion, and the hand that was stretched out in the air stiffened. He slowly lowered his head, only to see a long sword stabbed into his chest. As the long sword was pulled out, fresh blood splattered everywhere. "When did you think that I couldn't make it?" Lin Bai's lips curled into a smile. The tiredness and fatigue from before, as well as the heavy breathing, had completely disappeared. "Unfortunately, I was the one who acted." The person with scarlet eyes had an unwilling and angry expression on his face. He wanted to open his mouth and roar, but he couldn't make a sound at all. He could only transform into a shadow and blend into the darkness. When Lin Bai saw this, he let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. After fighting with this person, Lin Bai understood that it was not enough to just focus on defense. He needed to find a way to break the situation. Very soon, Lin Bai had a sudden idea. He pretended to be very tired and could not keep up with the opponent's speed in the repeated fights. This kind of state appeared bit by bit. It was very natural. In addition, he was successfully ambushed by his opponent's dagger. It completely dispelled his opponent's worries, causing his opponent to have the mentality of winning for sure. Once he had this kind of mentality, then Lin Bai could wait for an opportunity to attack, just like now. Lin Bai reached out his hand and pulled out the small dagger on his left shoulder. He didn't care about his injury and looked at Little Blue instead. Little Blue's opponent had a pair of iron fists and attacked from both sides like a hot knife through butter. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, Little Blue hooked its tail around its opponent's neck and used all its strength to pierce through his fists. Then, it twisted its body to the back of its opponent's head and threw a punch with all its strength. Bang, a muffled sound was heard. Little Blue's opponent's knees went soft and he fell to the ground. Then, he turned into a black shadow and disappeared. "Well done." Lin Bai patted Little Blue's head lovingly. There were some injuries on Little Blue's abdomen and back. Fortunately, the injuries were not very serious. Then, after the two of them took the medicine, they circulated their spiritual power to catalyze the medicine to heal their injuries. After a long time, Lin Bai opened his eyes and looked at Little Blue. "Little Blue, come, I'll impart you." Chapter 334. Reaped a bountiful harvest. Little Blue's face was initially filled with fatigue, but when it heard Lin Bai say that he was going to impart his cultivation, its eyes lit up and its fatigue was swept away. It rushed in front of Lin Bai excitedly. Its face was filled with impatience. "Behave yourself, don't jump up and down. Do you think I won't impart my cultivation to you?" Lin Bai picked up Little Blue, who was standing on top of his head, and placed it on the ground in front of him. He started scolding it with a smile, and his eyes were filled with affection. After these few challenges, Little Blue's growth could be seen with the naked eye. This time, he could see Little Blue's innate battle talent just by fighting that fist cultivator alone. This made Lin Bai dote on Little Blue even more. It had a strong talent and high comprehension ability. Its nature was also in line with Lin Bai's expectations. With Lin Bai's hack, how could he be worried that Little Blue would not be strong? Lin Bai put away his thoughts. This challenge had already caused them to suffer heavy injuries. The difficulty of the subsequent challenges could be imagined. Therefore, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. If he could not win the subsequent challenges, he and Little Blue would have to die here, much less getting revenge from the City Lord. They would die here without even knowing what the City Lord's purpose was. "System, I want to pass on my strength to Little Blue." Lin Bai muttered in his heart and put a hand on Little Blue's head. Actually, these steps could be omitted, but unfortunately, Lin Bai liked this kind of ceremonial feeling. Ding, the host has given Little Blue 60 days of cultivation. 50 times of return has been successfully triggered. The host has received 3,000 days of return of cultivation. Crack. Following the series of cold sounds from the system, a crisp sound came from within Lin Bai's body. Something that seemed to be a bottleneck had broken. Lin Bai slowly opened his eyes. A ray of white light shot out from his eyes. He gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and felt extremely comfortable all over his body. The sound of Little Blue's fingers sliding, the sound of a drop of water falling from the darkness in the distance, and the gentle wind blowing in the dark hole. Lin Bai only needed to close his eyes to be able to clearly sense and perceive everything around him. "Let me try." Lin Bai's face was filled with joy as he slowly stood up and stood in the middle of the high platform. Huh! Little Blue blinked its eyes and looked at Lin Bai in confusion. It only felt that there was something different about Lin Bai compared to before. Something inexplicable had happened. Whoosh! Lin Bai exerted some strength under his feet and shot out like an arrow that was fully charged. In the blink of an eye, he rushed from one end of the high platform to the other end. Little Blue widened its eyes and couldn't close its mouth. Then, it wiped its eyes with its fist to make sure that it didn't see anything wrong. Hey, Lin Bai walked toward Little Blue leisurely step by step. Although he seemed to be walking leisurely, he arrived in front of Little Blue in a moment. With my current strength, if I were to fight with that person just now, I'm afraid that I wouldn't need to use any bitter tactics to easily win. It would probably be within 10 moves. Lin Bai estimated in his heart and weighed his current strength. Now, he had the confidence to fight with the City Lord. Even if something unexpected happened, he was confident that he would be able to escape from the City Lord's hands. Lin Bai lowered his head and looked at Little Blue, who had not recovered from the shock. Little Blue's body had grown a little bigger, and the color of the fur on its body had become brighter. The lines of the muscles under the fur had gradually taken shape. It seems that Little Blue and I have gained quite a lot. If nothing unexpected happens, we will be able to easily pass through the high platform after this. Lin Bai thought to himself and pointed at his shoulder. Only then did Little Blue come back to its senses. With a light leap, it stood on Lin Bai's shoulder. I did make a breakthrough. Don't be surprised, Lin Bai explained to Blue. You'll be in the same situation in the future. When Little Blue heard this explanation, especially after the last sentence, its face revealed an uncontrollable joy. I'll be in the same situation too? Really, really, really. Really? Lin Bai nodded, and his tone was positive. This made Little Blue wonder what would happen after it broke through. In fact, Little Blue wasn't the only one who was curious. Lin Bai was also quite curious about what Little Blue would look like when it grew up. Could it be that? Cough, cough, cough. Then, a man and a beast walked to the opposite stone bridge once again. After his cultivation level increased, Lin Bai's 5 senses and spiritual sense both increased significantly. He could vaguely sense that there seemed to be something in the terrifying bottomless pit of darkness under the stone bridge that was filled with an incomparable desire. An incomparable desire to escape from the darkness. There were also some very powerful existences that had a wild desire. Lin Bai retracted his mind. What was below was not something that he should be having a headache over right now. When everything was over, it would naturally appear on the surface of the water and confess to the world. Now he should focus all his attention on how to leave this world, or in other words, the mystic realm, and return to the altar. Just as Lin Bai's thoughts drifted away, he had already left the stone bridge and entered the stone wall once again. Little Blue grabbed Lin Bai's hair, its eyes filled with worry. Was the skinny man, the white-clothed man, and Little Blue and the others here like us? Lin Bai nodded. They should be here with us to go through the challenges on the high platform. Little Blue gestured with her hands. Will they be in danger? Lin Bai shook his head. Don't worry, I approve of their strength. Although it's a little difficult, it won't be difficult for them here. Hearing Lin Bai's words, Little Blue's heart was at ease. Just as the man and the beast were conversing. While they were conversing, they walked out of the mountain wall once again and saw the 2 stone bridges in front of them connected. In the middle, there was a flat and unadorned high platform. This high platform seems to be a little different. Lin Bai gazed into the distance. He could clearly sense that this high platform seemed to be twice as big as the previous one. Apart from the change in size, the thickness of the high platform was also more than twice as thick. However, whether it's a mule or a horse, I have to take it out for a walk. I won't know whether it's difficult or not until I beat it up. Not long after breaking through, Lin Bai saw the obvious changes on the platform. His face didn't show any signs of retreat. Instead, he was like Little Blue, full of eagerness to try. He was eager to experience the strength of a breakthrough in cultivation. Rumble. After the man and the beast walked onto the high platform, the stone bridge behind them shattered and fell into the bottomless abyss. The invisible imprisonment enveloped the entire high platform. A thick layer of black smoke emerged from the center of the high platform. As the cold wind blew, the black smoke spread in all directions, revealing a mountain-like figure. It was a gorilla with 4 limbs on the ground and a height of 20 meters. The gorilla was covered in red patterns. It was as if lava was flowing within these patterns. Chapter 335. Fierce Battle, Lava Giant Ape. Lin Bai's rarely seen angry eyes stared in disbelief at the 20-meter-tall giant ape in front of him. Lin Bai had once read about the lava giant ape in a book. It was an extremely rare spirit beast with an extremely precious and powerful bloodline. It was a spirit beast that many beastmasters dreamed of. Although the lava giant ape's movements were clumsy, its strength was as strong as Mount Tai, and its defense was indestructible. In terms of destructive power, it was ranked at the top among spirit beasts. Roar. Just as Lin Bai was deep in thought, the lava giant ape opened its bloody mouth, revealing its terrifying fangs. Its roar was so loud that one's eardrums were about to explode, and their ears ached. Lin Bai suppressed the shock in his heart, and an eager expression appeared on his face. It's fine, it's fine. A legendary spirit beast like you can let me test my power? Little Blue did not show the slightest intention of retreating. She clenched her fists at the lava giant ape, and her face was filled with provocation. The lava giant ape lowered its eyebrows and glanced at the provocative man and beast. Its fiery eyes shot out a ruthless look, and with a fierce push of its hind legs, it leaped high into the air. And because of the lava giant ape's actions, the high platform trembled slightly. Boom! The lava giant ape threw a punch from high up in the air. This punch was surrounded by a scorching red color, as if it was a real flame. Lin Bai stood where he was, his eyes as calm as still water. He bent his knees slightly, twisted his waist slightly, and suddenly punched out. Bang! Lin Bai's fist collided with the giant lava ape's mountain-like fist, producing an explosive sound. The high platform under Lin Bai's feet began to tremble violently. As if in the next moment, the high platform would not be able to withstand this force and collapse. Lin Bai's feet seemed to have taken root as he stood firmly on the spot with a calm expression. The lava ape, however, took a small step back after landing on the ground due to the majestic force. The lava ape revealed an astonished gaze as it looked at the spotless Lin Bai. It had never expected that a person would actually be able to fight it head-on and even put it at a slight disadvantage. Roar. The giant lava ape failed in its first attack. It waved its fists and legs again and threw them at Lin Bai in a frenzy. It was like the pouring rain, not giving anyone a chance to catch their breath. Lin Bai remained where he was and did not dodge at all. Like the giant lava ape, he waved his fists and legs, using a fence as a defense. It seems that if it wasn't for the increase in my cultivation level, this giant lava ape would have made me suffer. Lin Bai began to think. After breaking through, his strength would be on the same level as the lava ape, and he would be able to defeat the lava ape by relying on the cultivation technique manuals. If he had broken through his previous cultivation level, Lin Bai might have used an even more difficult and dangerous method to win. It would have been impossible for him to defeat the lava ape head-on. At this moment, Little Blue was jumping up and down. It was about to rush up and fight with the lava ape, but it was stopped by Lin Bai. Little Blue, leave this one to me. You've fought enough. Some of your injuries haven't fully recovered yet. Quickly take some medicine to heal them. Lin Bai then threw some pills to Little Blue. Little Blue looked at the lava ape with eager eyes, then at the pills in its hand and Lin Bai. Although it was extremely unwilling, it could only obediently retreat to the side. When it reached the corner of the high platform, it did not forget to look back at Lin Bai. "Then you must leave the next one to me." Lin Bai could not help but laugh. All right, I'll leave it to you." Seeing that Lin Bai had agreed, Little Blue focused all its attention on recuperating its injuries. Lin Bai's conversation with Little Blue was carried out at the same time as the battle between Lin Bai and the lava ape. His distraction during the battle made the lava ape feel humiliated and looked down on. Roar. The lava ape slapped its chest with both hands, letting out a series of deafening muffled sounds. This sound was extremely uncomfortable, and it felt as if the blood in its body was boiling and restless. Its entire being became increasingly restless. Fortunately, Lin Bai's cultivation base had broken through, so he was not affected by it. Rumble, rumble, the sound of boiling lava came from within the lava ape's body. Water vapor surged out from the lava ape's body, and half of the high platform was enveloped by the white vapor. Then, the patterns on the lava ape's fur began to faintly glow, and they emitted a scorching temperature. Soon, the lava ape's body seemed to be covered in lava, turning into a dazzling red and white. Seeing the changes in the lava ape, Lin Bai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying change from a spirit beast. Bang! The lava giant ape took a step forward, causing the high platform to tremble. Bang! The lava giant ape took another step forward. The air on the high platform was scorching hot, making one feel as if their chests were burning. Lin Bai could feel that after activating the potential of the bloodline, the speed of the lava giant ape had slowed down by a notch, but the aura of the giant ape had been rising steadily. If it was someone with a weak state of mind, they would have already thought of retreating when they saw the true appearance of the lava ape. It was even possible for them to be crushed into minced meat by the lava ape as they stood rooted to the ground like wooden chickens. Little Blue, who was recuperating from its injuries, opened its eyes in worry when it saw the changes on the high platform. However, when it saw Lin Bai's figure and the imposing aura that seemed to be able to topple Mount Tai before it, Little Blue slowly closed its eyes in peace. Boom, the lava ape threw another punch. This punch was filled with hot lava, as if it wanted to burn everything in its path. The power contained within it was enough to destroy the world. Lin Bai stood unmoving on the spot, his eyes staring intently at that punch. Just as the fist was only a ruler's distance away from him and the leg of Lin Bai's robe was set ablaze. Lin Bai moved. He suddenly exerted strength under his feet, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot. However, his figure seemed to have disappeared from the high platform. However, Lin Bai's figure was still captured by the giant lava ape. The giant lava ape turned its head and saw Lin Bai, who had already arrived beside it. It opened its mouth and spat out a sky full of lava, which shot out from its mouth like a meteorite. Fall. Lin Bai's movements were agile. It was as if he had passed through a field of flowers, and every leaf did not touch his body. He dodged the pieces of lava one after another. A moment later, Lin Bai arrived under the giant lava ape. He stepped on the giant lava ape's knee, and his body rose high. Immediately after, he kicked at the giant lava ape's head. The lava ape did not dodge. In other words, the ape had no intention of dodging at all. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at Lin Bai. As the ape opened and closed its mouth, a scorching wave of air swept over, burning the clothes on Lin Bai's legs and burning a few layers of the skin on his legs. Hiss, the pain of his legs being burned caused Lin Bai to suck in a breath. However, he did not take back the corner that he had pulled out. Instead, he increased his strength. Bang. Lin Bai's leg technique was as fast as lightning as it smashed into the huge tusk on the huge ape. With a cracking sound, a pale white tooth fell onto the high platform. The lava giant ape was also kicked by this force. Its huge body was smashed backwards, and it landed heavily on the high platform. Chapter 336, Split Up and Act Rumble. The high platform made of indestructible rocks trembled from the impact of the lava ape. It was like a violent earthquake. Little Blue opened its eyes in surprise. She looked at Lin Bai and then at the lava ape that was lying on the ground. Little Blue only felt that Lin Bai's tall and straight figure seemed to have become incomparably great. There was even an aura that seemed as if it wanted to soar to the sky. Lin Bai landed steadily on the ground. Only at this moment Did he truly feel the difference between his cultivation level after breaking through and his previous cultivation level? The difference between the two was not just a little bit, it was a substantial breakthrough. Roar! The lava giant ape roared in pain. After being injured, the giant ape became even more ruthless and cruel. Its eyes were crimson red and had turned into the color of lava. As the giant ape panted heavily, it seemed as if flames were flowing out of its lungs. The lava ape was no longer as calm as before. It used its limbs and pounced towards Lin Bai. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spat out lava all over the sky, sweeping towards Lin Bai. The dense and majestic lava did not give anyone any space to dodge. In addition, they had to face the lava ape head-on. If anyone else had come, they would already be in the death realm. Whether it was escaping or fighting head-on, it was simply impossible. Lin Bai's feet swayed, and his figure was like a ghost. He appeared at several spots and dodged the lava that had just arrived. However, at this moment, the lava ape that was crawling over with its hands and feet also used its solid body to pounce fiercely at Lin Bai. It wanted to use its mountain-like body to crush Lin Bai into minced meat. Have you lost your mind? Lin Bai looked at the lava ape, and his tone was a little cold. However, just as the lava giant ape was about to pounce on him, Lin Bai's legs. He exerted strength and charged toward the lava giant ape. One of them was on the top while the other was on the bottom, and they missed each other. Boom, the high platform trembled again because of the lava giant ape. At this moment, Lin Bai had already arrived at the side of the lava giant ape. He stopped, turned around, and jumped high into the air. He jumped behind the lava giant ape and climbed to the back of its head. Pachai! Lin Bai used his hand as a knife and stabbed into the back of the lava giant ape's neck and head. He pulled out his hand knife, and fresh blood spurted out, mixed with white liquid. This! Lin Bai felt a burning sensation when he pulled out his hand. He had never thought that the blood of the lava giant ape would be boiling. Lin Bai quickly swung his hand to clean the burning blood on it so that his palm would not be burned. His leg had already been burned and peeled, so he did not want the same thing to happen to his hand. Right now, he did not have any good burn medicine on his body, so it would be quite troublesome for his wound to heal. Roar! The lava giant ape let out a heartrending roar that echoed throughout the entire abyss. Somewhere in the darkness, when the thin man heard the heartrending roar, his entire body could not help but tremble. His eyes looked like they were the eyes of a thief as he carefully looked around, afraid that there was something hidden in the darkness that he could not see. Ahem, Little Black, did you hear something? The skinny man looked at Little Black beside him. After the altar was absorbed by the mysterious power, the two of them challenged many high platforms in a row and walked side by side. Little Black looked at the darkness on the right and nodded. The voice came from there, as if it had the aura of its owner. Little Black tried its best to use its claws and eyes to communicate with the skinny man. When the skinny man saw it, he let out a sigh of relief. It was strange. At first, the skinny man could not understand Little Black's words, but gradually, the man and the beast could communicate without any obstacles. Sigh, the skinny man looked at the stone bridge in front of him. He knew that another round of high platforms had come. I wonder how Lin Bai and Bai Zai are doing. Are they in the same situation as us? When Little Black heard Lin Bai's name, his eyes sparkled. Master must be fine. This place is easy for him. Fine, 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 I know your master is powerful. The skinny man rolled his eyes at Little Black. Another high platform. This time, it's the same as before. You defend and attract the aggro while I attack from the side. Little Black nodded solemnly. Lin Bai turned left and right in pain. He held the longsword in his hand and thrust it upwards. A huge head rolled onto the ground, and the blood that spurted out dyed the entire high platform red. After Lin Bai landed on the ground, he wiped the sweat on his forehead. He had thought that stabbing the back of the lava giant ape's head with his hand would be enough to kill it. However, he did not expect the lava giant ape to actually start a vicious counterattack after it had fallen into a dead end. If it was not for Lin Bai's breakthrough, he might really have been killed by the lava giant ape. After repeatedly confirming that the lava giant ape that had split up no longer had the ability to stand up, Lin Bai finally let out a long sigh of relief. After seeing the remains of the lava giant ape turn into black smoke, he finally relaxed. A rich spiritual energy naturally surged into Lin Bai's body from the air. This rich spiritual energy was pure and without any impurities. This spiritual energy was twice as strong as other spiritual energies. The invisible shackles around the high platform disappeared once again, announcing that Lin Bai had successfully challenged the high platform this time. Little Blue jumped up and down from the back and jumped onto Lin Bai's shoulder, chattering nonstop. Don't worry, I'm not injured. The next time I meet such an opponent, I'll definitely hand it over to you. Lin Bai pinched Little Blue's face with his hand and took the opportunity to check the injuries on Little Blue's body. The injuries are healing well. They are mostly healed. It won't affect the subsequent battles. Lin Bai picked Little Blue up again and placed it on the ground in front of him. Seeing Lin Bai's actions, Little Blue was ecstatic because it knew that he was going to pass on his cultivation. System, I'm going to pass on my cultivation to Little Blue. Lin Bai muttered to the system in his heart. Even though he and Little Blue wouldn't have much improvement after passing on his cultivation this time, it was clear that they were at the end of this mystic realm. Even if it was just a tiny bit of improvement, Lin Bai couldn't waste it. He had to be fully prepared and ready. Ding, the host has given Little Blue 80 days of cultivation. 30 times of return has been successfully triggered. The host has received 24 days of return of cultivation. Little Blue felt a surge of power surging into its body, and then its entire body seemed to be filled with power. There were also some things that it didn't understand that were becoming stronger and emerging. This made Little Blue jump up in joy. Lin Bai sized up Little Blue. Compared to before, Little Blue's body was a little bigger. Not bad. If this continues, after we get out of here, your strength will have a qualitative leap compared to before. Lin Bai said to Little Blue while calculating in his heart. If it was as he had calculated, then there should be 2 more high platforms waiting for them. According to his previous experience, the difficulty of the next stage should not be much different from that of the lava ape. And the stage after, which was the last stage, would have a breakthrough in strength. Chapter 337. Sudden Change in the Main Hall City Lord's Estate, Main Hall. Fatty and Fu Hu repeatedly confirmed that there was no ambush around the main hall and that there was no city lord in the main hall. In the end, they sneaked into the main hall. Fatty had just stepped into the main hall when he felt a chill all over his body. He felt as if he was being closely watched by something, and that gaze made him feel extremely uncomfortable. What a F-seeking strange thing, do you feel it? Fatty's eyes sized up the entire main hall as he quietly asked Fu Hu beside him. Fu Hu's expression also became serious, and he nodded. There is indeed something strange here, but I can be sure that the city lord is not in the main hall at this moment. He should have already entered the secret chamber. Fatty confirmed that the city lord was not behind the main hall, but his heart was in his throat. The city lord going to the secret chamber to look for Lin Bai and the others was one of the things he did not want to see the most. What kind of place was the secret chamber? There had always been only one entrance and exit in such a place. If the city lord entered at this time, it would be impossible for Lin Bai and the others to escape. It was inevitable that they would have a direct confrontation with the city lord. However, after these few days of fighting with the city lord, Fatty felt that together with the thin man, they were not even comparable to the city lord's palm. Even Lin Bai and the city lord had an irreparable difference. Whoosh, 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 the sound of air being torn echoed in the ceiling of the hall. At this moment, the sky was gradually darkening. In addition to the fact that there was no one in the hall, the line of sight in the entire hall was very thin. The ceiling was pitch black and they could not see clearly. However, their ears would not deceive them. At this moment, there was something sinister hidden on the ceiling. Fatty and Fu Hu looked at each other and took out a wooden cylinder each. They removed the lid on one end of the wooden cylinder and blew on it slowly. A ball of fire started to rise from within. This type of fire cylinder was usually used to light a fire. Even if they wanted to use it to illuminate the light, it would be too weak. However, at this point, they could only make do with it. Whoosh, clang, the sound of air being torn apart and the sound of metal colliding could be heard. Fatty's hand that was holding the short sword was slightly numb. That strange thing in the darkness just now wanted to sneak attack him in the dark, but Fatty managed to use the short sword to knock it away in time. However, the strength of the other party's throw was really great, causing Fatty's thumb to feel slightly numb. Over there. Fu Hu shouted coldly. Stepping on the ground with both feet, his body soared high into the air as he brandished a knife in his hand and hacked down. Poo poo poo, the sound of wings flapping could be heard in the darkness. Fu Hu's slash missed, but the fire tube in his other hand lit up the thing in the darkness. What the hell is this thing? Fatty looked at the ceiling. There was a pair of black wings growing out of it. Its eyes were dark green, and its body looked like a monkey or a bat. Ha! The pitch-black monster let out a sharp cry. The sharp cry went deep into the brain, making people feel a sharp pain in their brains. Along with the sharp cry, the monster found an opportunity to pounce at Fatty. A pair of sharp claws and teeth came from the depths of the monster, clawing at Fatty's neck. Fatty endured the pain in his head and waved the short sword in his hand. He stabbed straight at the monster's wings, forcing the other party to give up the attack midway and dodge to the other side. Damn it, there's another one. Fu Hu's cry came from the side, but the fatty was unable to pay attention to it. When the fatty saw the monster dodge to the right, he gritted his teeth and chased after it. He stretched out a hand to grab the pair of wings, but when the fatty grabbed the wings, he only felt that the wings were sticky and slippery, and he could not grab them. Relying on the light from the torch in his hand, the fatty looked at his hand. The originally white and fat hand was now bright red, and it was emitting a fishy smell. Blood! Fatty felt his scalp explode. He had seen many evil spirit beasts, but this was the first time he had seen something like this. Moreover, he didn't know why, but he had a feeling that this thing shouldn't have existed in this world. How can there be people here? You are so hysterical. Even Lin Bai wouldn't dare to break into the city lord's main hall. Are you crazy? Aya, listen to me. I really saw two figures coming this way. We'll know whether they're here or not after we take a look. Wait, is there some sound in the hall? There's no sound, there really is. Just as Fatty and Fu Hu were engaged in a bitter battle with the monsters, the sound of two guards came from outside the main door of the hall. Creaky, the main door of the main hall was pushed open, and two figures appeared inside. Fatty and Fu Hu wanted to dodge, but the two monsters made it impossible for them to escape. The other party used their pitch-black vision to hide in the darkness after failing to attack, and continued to wait for an opportunity to act. It really gave them a headache. Who are you? You dare to barge into the city lord's estate? One of the guards saw Fatty and Fu Hu, and a fierce look appeared on his face. He pulled out the long knife at his waist and was about to attack. Wait, what do you think that is? The other guard's face was a little pale. He pointed at the monster with one hand, and his arms and calves were trembling. The monster flew down from the sky. Fatty raised his short knife to protect himself, but this time, the monster surprisingly did not attack. Instead, it made a big turn and flew toward the two guards at the front door. The monster that was fighting with Fu, who also rushed towards the guards at the main gate like Fatty. Although Fatty did not know what the two monsters were going to do, an inexplicable instinct made him feel that something bad was about to happen. He used all his strength to chase after them and shouted, "Run, you two, run!" However, the two guards were still in shock. By the time they reacted and wanted to run, the two monsters had already flown over. They used their sharp claws to pierce through their collarbones and carried them into the darkness of the ceiling of the main hall. Crack! Crack! A creepy sound came from the darkness. Fatty and Fu Hu gritted their teeth and wanted to investigate. However, before they could find the two monsters, two black shadows fell to the ground. What are these? Fatty used the light in his hand to shine a light on them. Then, he saw two bodies that were only skin and bones. From their clothes, he could tell that these were the two guards. Fatty, look! Fu Hu poked Fatty with his elbow. Fatty followed Fu Hu's direction and looked into the darkness ahead. There were two pairs of green eyes flashing. The color of these eyes was exactly the same as the two monsters, but the size of the eyes was twice as big as before. The sound of hair, claws, and teeth scraping against the floor, and the sound of wings flapping could be heard from the darkness. Fatty and Fu Hu both had a bad feeling. They wanted to turn around and run, but after seeing the speed of these two monsters, they quickly dismissed this thought. Running was a dead end. If they fought, they still had a chance of survival. Chapter 338. Why aren't you arrogant anymore? Am I seeing things? Am I seeing things? Fatty's eyes, which were not big to begin with, opened wide at this moment as he looked forward in disbelief. Two figures slowly walked out from the darkness. They were the two monsters from before. However, what was different from before was that they were now as big as adults. One had to know that the two monsters from before were only as big as medium-sized dogs. When they were small, they had already given Fatty and Foo-Hoo such a headache. Now, they had become as big as them. Fatty swallowed his saliva dryly, and the sound of swallowing his saliva reverberated throughout the entire hall. In addition, the sky was already completely dark, and the atmosphere in the hall was even stranger. It was currently a sweltering summer day, but the temperature in the hall was like an ice hole. Fatty and Foo-Hoo could not help but shudder. "Looks like this is the city lords?" As Fatty spoke, he turned his head to look at Foo-Hoo beside him. At this moment, Foo-Hoo also happened to turn his head. The two of them looked at each other, and they could both feel that they were thinking about the same thing. These two monsters were probably the City Lord's monsters that he had used some unknown method to summon or nurture. Therefore, they could not use their usual experience in dealing with spirit beasts to deal with the two monsters in front of them. After seeing that they had absorbed the strength of the guards, they were even more certain that they could not let these two monsters escape. Otherwise, they would really have to die in the City Lord's estate and become nutrients for these two monsters. Hoarse, the two monsters once again let out the sharp roars from before and immediately charged towards the two of them. These two monsters had previously taken the initiative to hide in the darkness and then launch surprise attacks. However, they had now taken the initiative to charge forward. It was obvious that the suction guard had made a qualitative leap in the strength of these monsters. Fatty did not dare to be careless. His body was fat, but his footwork was abnormally agile. He carefully took a few steps back while his eyes carefully scrutinized the movements of the monsters. The monsters were flapping their wings, opening their scarlet fangs, and waving their two front claws to attack. They caught up to Fatty in the blink of an eye. Fatty took advantage of the opportunity. In the middle of retreating, his agile body suddenly stopped and twisted to the right, moving sideways to avoid the monster. However, the monster was too fast and did not have time to stop. Fatty raised the short sword in his hand high and suddenly chopped down, aiming at one of the monster's wings. Pachai. Green blood splashed, mixed with the rotten stench of rotten apples and dead flies. The right wing of the monster was cut off from the root by Fatty. After losing one of its wings, the monster lost its balance and crashed heavily into the wall in the distance, rolling on the ground. Phew, Fatty wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Fortunately, these two monsters had weapons, but their brains were not very useful. If it were a human, Fatty's move would not have worked at all. However, Fatty's happiness did not last long. The monsters that had rolled on the ground slowly climbed up with difficulty. Their dark green eyes were filled with malice and ruthlessness, and the fangs in their mouths were biting each other. HMPH, come, I want to tell you that your grandpa Fatty is not a pushover. Fatty quickly collected his thoughts. He had never thought that he could kill the monster with a single strike. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and his face was full of an expression that wanted to be beaten up. The monster that was only left with one wing had lost its rationality due to anger. It charged straight at Fatty again. Fatty saw the monster charging over and was momentarily stunned. Has this monster become faster? Right at this moment, Foo-Hoo, who was fighting another monster beside him, shouted to remind Fatty. Fatty, be careful. The speed and strength of this monster are increasing. I'm afraid that the strength that it gained from absorbing the guard's energy is still slowly being absorbed into its body. Bang. The short sword in Fatty's hand collided with the monster's claws and teeth. The short sword let out a crisp cracking sound and was broken into two halves, causing Fatty's heart to turn cold. The monster's attack had succeeded, and it became even more violent. Its body had already twisted at a strange angle, and it turned its body to the side and opened its mouth to bite at the monster again. Fatty could only take out a foot and kick the monster's chin from the bottom up. However, Fatty had never expected that the monster would not dodge at all. His foot fiercely lifted the monster's chin, and the monster was kicked by this powerful force, and it was sent spinning in the air and smashed into the ceiling. The sound of bones breaking, the sound of green blood dripping on the floor, and the monster's heavy panting filled with anger could be heard. FCK. Fatty took a few steps back and came to the main door of the hall. He closed the open door with one foot. Just absorbing one guard was already so terrifying. If 2 or 3 more came, or more than 10, Fatty did not dare to imagine that scene. They are not afraid of pain at all, nor are they afraid, Fatty muttered in his heart. If I want to get rid of these two monsters, I must tear them into pieces like rags. Fu, who was fully focused on fighting with the monsters. He wanted to see Fatty's situation, but he could not spare the time to do so. Suddenly, a powerful and overbearing aura gradually emerged from behind Fu Hu. This aura seemed to reach the clouds. Fu Hu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly took a few steps back and took the opportunity to glance at the fatty who was standing in front of the main door. He seemed to have fallen into a special state. Secret skill? Fu Hu was a little surprised. Some special cultivation techniques were accompanied by some secret skills. These secret skills had different abilities, but they all had great power. However, each secret skill would come with a great price. Therefore, in this world, there were very few people who used secret techniques. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would use them. Crack. The clothes on Fatty's upper body were torn apart, revealing his muscular upper body. However, under the bloated flesh, there seemed to be a surge of power. As the power surged, the flesh on Fatty's body began to collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye. The monster that was fighting with Fatty also noticed the change in Fatty, but it did not care about it at all. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to tear Fatty's stomach open. Just as the monster and Fatty were close to each other, Fatty moved. Boom! Fatty stepped out, and the marble bricks on the floor of the hall caved in and shattered into powder. On the other hand, Fatty's hill-like body displayed a speed that did not match his body. He grabbed the top of the monster's head with one hand, wanting to smash the monster to the ground. Puchai, dark green blood splattered everywhere. Aren't you pretty good at flying, running, and screaming? Why aren't you arrogant anymore? Fatty's shout was accompanied by the sound of flesh, hair, and bones being torn apart. The last piece of head that was as black as a dog's head was thrown into the center of the hall. After rolling a few times, there was no more reaction. Chapter 339. Measuring the stomach of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Fu who looked at the fatty who had transformed into someone else beside him. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but after holding it in for a long time, he only managed to say one word, FCK. At this moment, the monster opposite Fu Hu roared and pounced over. Fu Hu could only retract his thoughts once again and sink into a bitter struggle. Even so, he did not forget to shout for help. Fatty, quickly come and help me. The monster on Fatty's side had already been dealt with. If the two of them worked together to get rid of the remaining monster, they would be able to investigate the true appearance of these things together. Hee. Fu Hu's heart was filled with waiting for Fatty's help, but he did not expect that Fatty would actually sneer. He even leaned against the wall and sat at the side, relaxing as if he was watching a play. He watched as Fu Hu fought with the monster and saw how exciting Fu Hu, or the monster, was. He did not forget to clap his hands and cheer. Fatty, what are you doing? Don't tell me you have no strength after using the secret skill. Fu Hu continued to ask, his face full of anxiety. No, I'm just a little tired and want to watch the show. Continue to ignore me, Fatty shamelessly said and even clapped his hands and cheered. This time, even if he was a fool, he knew what Fatty's intention was. Fatty, if you help me, I'll definitely give you a heavy gift to thank you. Fu Hu waved his hand at the monster and smashed 2 pieces of the monster's sternum, but he could not stop the monster. I'm a vulgar person. I like things that can be seen now. Fatty was not in a hurry at all, and his speaking speed slowed down even more. Previously, this Fu Hu had made him suffer a lot, and Fatty had the motto of take advantage of his illness and take his life, so naturally, he could not miss such a good opportunity. If he missed it today, Fatty would wake up in a rage in the middle of the night. I have the vitality fortifying pill here. Didn't you just break through? It can help you consolidate your foundation after breaking through. It's good for your future cultivation as much as possible. Even in the Alchemist Association, only the higher-ups can use it. Fu Hu gritted his teeth as he spoke, and his heart still hurt a little when he said it. He had originally prepared this vitality-fortifying pill for himself. It was just that the serial trivial matters after breaking through had made him not have the time to take it, and so it had been delayed until now. If not for the current situation, he would not have planned to exchange the vitality-fortifying pill at all. Not only would he not exchange it, he would not even let others know that he had it on him. Vitality fortifying pill, it's one good thing. Fatty muttered to himself and specially bit one a little harder. Didn't you break your short sword? It just so happens that I have one as well. If I exchange it for money, the price will be comparable to this vitality fortifying pill. Fu Hu knew that he could not trap the wolf with a child, so he could only offer some benefits in pain. Yes, I do need a short sword. This is not bad, but as the fatty spoke, he fell into deep thought once again. When Fu Hu heard this, he cursed the fatty in his heart, but he did not dare to show any expression on his face. His expression was full of fawning expressions. Although Fu Hu looked strong and muscular, he really could not do anything to this monster. If he wanted to deal with this monster, he would have to crush it into pieces. Although he had some hidden skills, he did not want to show them here. Fu Hu's heart hardened. Seeing that Fatty still had no intention of agreeing, he immediately turned around and ran towards the main door of the main hall. He stretched out a hand and grabbed the door, vowing to open the door. You motherfucker, Fatty immediately cursed. FCK, Fu Hu, you really don't even care about your face. Fatty and Fu Hu had been spending time together during this period of time, so they naturally knew what Fu Hu was trying to do. Since this monster was something Fu Hu could not deal with, and Fatty was completely not afraid and even wanted to use this to extort him. Then, Fu Hu planned to let this monster out and absorb the guards outside. When that time came, Fatty would help no matter what. The wind beneath Fatty's feet turned into a nimble Fatty. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the main door and grabbed the monster that was about to fly out. Fatty's thick hands directly tore a pair of monster's wings into pieces. Then, he grabbed the monster's two legs with one hand and forcefully pulled. Dark green blood splattered. Half of Fatty's body was already stained with green blood. At this moment, with the addition of another monster, his entire body became bloody. The corner of Fu Hu's mouth twitched when he saw this, and the fear in his heart grew even more. Fortunately, he did not have any killing intent towards Fatty. Cough, cough. Although he had cheated Fatty many times, it was not a big deal. After a series of bone fractures and the sound of flesh tearing, Fatty let out a long sigh of relief and lay in a pool of blood without a care. Seeing the monster walking over, Fu Hu slowly walked over. Fu Hu was about to say something when he realized that the fat on Fatty's body had been reduced by a whole circle. The lines on his face had also started to appear. You've become so fat. Could it be because of this secret skill? How cruel! The corner of Fu Hu's mouth twitched again. He had originally thought that Fatty was just a lazy person who liked to eat. He did not expect that he had worked so hard to make himself fat just to use this secret skill. How many people could achieve such perseverance? Fatty replied without shame. That is natural. When I was thin, I was handsome. Even the next door widow took extra glances at me. But in order to cultivate the Tao of martial arts, I ate myself fat. Sigh. Fu Hu's face showed an apologetic expression. It seems that I am shallow. I looked down on you a little before. Haha, are you looking at me in a new light? The expression on Fatty's face became more and more arrogant. I'm really looking at you in a new light? As Fu Hu spoke, he gave a thumbs up. I really don't have good taste. I took out two such precious things, but you weren't willing to take them out. I originally thought that I didn't take out enough, but I didn't expect that you didn't care about these things at all. I admire you. I really admire you. I really measure the stomach of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Of course, as long as you admire me, admire. The fleeting expression on Fatty's face froze halfway through. UFC King Fu Hu? The thought of giving Fu Hu a good beating emerged in Fatty's heart, but he had already used up his strength long ago because he had used his secret skill for too long. Good. Since you are all, of course, then I'll just pretend that I never mentioned what I mentioned before. Fu Hu grinned. FCK, Fu Hu, you deserve to die, you stinky. Fatty cursed continuously, but the more he cursed, the more unbridled the smile on Fu Hu's face became. Fatty could only be ruthless. He was so careless that he forgot that Fu Hu was well-rounded, and his words and acting skills were superb. After a long while, Fatty finally scolded him to his heart's content. At the same time, he had more or less gained the strength to stand up. Fatty, look. Fu Hu pointed in front of him with a solemn expression. What are you looking at? Fatty was still in a bad mood. However, when he walked over, he saw clearly that the two monsters had already turned into a pile of ashes. There were no corpses or blood left behind. Chapter 340. Change in the Secret Passage. This matter is really f-seeking strange. I've never seen or heard of these two monsters before. Fatty wiped the sweat off his forehead. For a moment, he forgot to ask Fu-Hu for the reward fee and fell into the shock in front of him. He had just killed these two monsters with the strength of his hands and feet, but he had never used anything that could turn their flesh and bones into ashes. Now, the ashes on the ground made him fall into deep thought. I guess the city lord used some method to summon these two things. Then, considering that he's a demon, it wouldn't be strange for the two corpses to become like this. Compared to Fatty, Fu-Hu was still much calmer. As for the reward fee from before, he had the belief that if you don't speak, I'll never mention it. After repeatedly confirming that there was nothing special left in the corpses of the two monsters, and confirming that there were no more such monsters in the hall, Fatty's eyes lit up. You go and search over there, I'll go and search over here. Your area is large, so I'll suffer some losses. It can be considered as a thank you gift for helping me earlier. Fu-Hu pointed to the left side of Fatty's body with an apologetic smile and gratitude on his face. His tone was sincere and sincere. Fatty's eyes darted around. Although he did not know what Fu-Hu was planning, based on the current distribution, he had indeed gained quite a bit of advantage. Following that, the two of them searched around the hall, searching for any valuable treasures. In this aspect, the two of them were not comparable to those professionals, but if they were to search freely now, they would not be much inferior to others. After about an hour, the two of them searched the entire hall. Fatty wanted to dig 3 feet into the hall. If someone came to the hall at this time, they would definitely be dizzy and not be able to understand the situation inside. Because even if they were thieves, they would not search under the spittoons, nor would they look at the stove where the candles were placed. And if they were really thieves, how poor would this thief be to be able to do such a thing? Is it done? It's not long now. The fatigue and hatred on Fatty's face had been swept away. Instead, there was a hint of joy on his face. He did not know where he got a piece of cloth from and placed the things he had looted inside. He simply carried it on one shoulder. The size of this parcel was a small hill. You're so ruthless. This time, if the city lord could come back alive and saw the appearance of this hall, he would definitely be angered to death by you. It was unknown if Fu-Hu was telepathically connected to Fatty, but he also carried a small mountain-like parcel. He knew that the parcel was not smaller than Fatty, so he still had a shameless expression on his face. Forget it. Fatty rolled his eyes at Fu-Hu. Next, let's each hide this. We'll meet here in 15 minutes. Fatty naturally would not share the place where he hid the things with Fu-Hu. That would be the same as you hiding a large amount of cash in front of the thief. Fu-Hu had no objections to this. He also didn't trust Fatty on this matter. After that, 2 tall and fat figures shuttled around the city lord's estate. When they entered the city lord's estate, they had already understood the situation here. When they left, they were naturally familiar with the way. They didn't alarm the guards in the estate at all. Less than a quarter of an hour later, the two of them arrived at the main hall not long after they were separated. Heh, looks like you already had this plan in mind, experiencing the place where you prepared to hide things. Fatty's face revealed that he understood your expression. Naturally, Fu-Hu raised his eyebrows. This time, it could be said to be a great harvest. On the wall of a small cubicle at the back of the main hall, he found a gap hidden in the wall. There were large amounts of cash inside. If Fatty knew about this, he would definitely spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot. After finishing all the preparations, the two of them opened the entrance of the secret passage in tacit understanding. After confirming that there was no danger inside, they quietly walked in. You said that the city lord really discovered that Lin Bai and the others were inside. As they walked in the narrow passage, Fatty and Fu-Hu started chatting. The two of them tactfully kept their voices to the lowest level so that only the two of them could hear. 9 out of 10 is true. Do you think that the city lord, a demon, has a brain full of mush? Fu-Hu rolled his eyes at Fatty. Things like demons have extremely powerful physical strength, and most of them are good at calculations. After all, demons have a lifespan several times longer than humans, or even dozens of times longer. You know quite a lot? Fatty was surprised by Fu Hu's understanding of demons, but he did not think too deeply into it. After the two of them walked out for a long time, Fu Hu's face became serious again. "Damn it, did you hear the movement in the distance?" Fu Hu stopped where he was and pressed his ears against the wall. His voice was weak. "There seems to be something in front of us." Fatty and Fu Hu had the same cultivation level, so they naturally heard the movement in the distance. A sharp voice that made people's brains turn cold rang out. Hearing this sound, the two of them knew that it was that disgusting monster again. As expected, at the end of the tunnel, there were 3 monsters charging at them. Fortunately, these monsters obviously did not suck any humans, and they were still the size of the medium-sized dogs. With their previous experience, the two of them were able to deal with the monsters with ease. It did not take long for the 3 monsters to be killed by them. Look, as expected. The two of them stood in front of the monster's corpse and waited for a while. After a few minutes, the ground was covered in blood and the corpses scattered everywhere were turned into ashes. "This is really strange. There should be more ahead. We can't be careless." Fu Hu looked at the end of the tunnel, but he seemed to have thought of something and could not help but be stunned. "Fatty?" Fu Hu looked at Fatty. His tone was somewhat serious, causing Fatty to be extremely confused. "Don't you feel that these monsters don't seem to have heard our voices and are flying towards us?" Fu Hu was very confident. The sounds he made in the tunnel just now were all kept to a minimum. It was impossible for them to attract the monsters at the end. "You mean they escaped?" Fatty was a little surprised at first. He clearly did not make any movements, so how did the monsters find out that they were here? Hearing Fu Hu's explanation, he felt a layer of cold sweat on his back. Fatty clenched his fists, and a rare fierce look appeared on his face. "Whether it's a mule or a horse, I have to drag them out for a walk. Lin Bai and the others are still in the secret room, and the city lord is also in there. No matter what is blocking the way here, I have to go in. If you are afraid or have some misgivings, you can turn around. I won't blame you," Fatty said solemnly. If Fu Hu turned around and left, he also understood very well. Because Fu Hu had nothing to do with Lin Bai or the city lord. Fu Hu only needed to get some benefits, pat his ass and leave. "Hess, I'd better go in and have a look. Otherwise, if I go back, my heart will definitely itch." Chapter 341, Unexpectedly in the secret room of the city lord's estate, on the stone bridge. "Little Blue, this time, do as I say and don't try to be brave." Lin Bai only felt that he had become a nagging old woman. He had already said this sentence to Little Blue countless times. Fortunately, Little Blue nodded seriously. There was a hint of solemnity in its eyes, and it no longer had that shrewish expression from before. The previous challenger on the high platform was the lava ape. According to their previous experience, this time, the challenger on the high platform should be a human who was on par with the lava ape in terms of strength. During this period of time, Little Blue had accumulated a lot of battle experience. After Lin Bai patiently imparted his skills and teachings to it, if nothing unexpected happened, Little Blue would be able to win, although the process would be a little difficult. Rumble, when they reached the high platform, the stone bridge behind them collapsed again and fell into the abyss. An invisible shackle once again enveloped the high platform. A black shadow appeared in the middle of the high platform. As the wind blew, the smoke dispersed. A person who looked like a scholar with flesh and blood stood in the middle of the high platform with his hands behind his back. The scholar had a crown of jade and a bun of jade on his head. His face was thin and pale. His light eyebrows and single eyelids, coupled with his shallow lips, made the scholar look extremely cold. Lin Bai also instructed Little Blue to be careful of the scholar in front of it. As soon as he finished speaking, Little Blue impatiently took the initiative to attack. The scholar was originally sizing up Lin Bai. It was unknown what he was thinking with his deep eyes. However, when he saw that Little Blue was charging at him alone, his eyes were filled with deep disdain. Clearly, he did not expect that this little animal in front of him would actually make a move. The scholar did not forget to give Lin Bai a look. A cowardly action would never be tolerated. When Lin Bai saw the scholar's varied expression, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. He resisted the urge to rush up and give the scholar a good beating. Instead, he retreated to a corner of the high platform. His gaze was sharp as he observed the fight between the man and the beast. The scholar held a long black iron fan in his hand. His wrist was sliding, one was pointing, and the other was stabbing. He waved the iron fan to attack as a defense, dodging Blue's attacks time and time again. Because of this, the expression in his eyes became more and more disdainful. Little Blue did not retreat at all. Instead, it increased the frequency of its attacks. It used its hands, feet, teeth, and head at the same time, using various methods to smash. This kind of attack really caused the scholar to make a mistake. Little Blue seized the time and grabbed the scholar's sleeve, pulling itself close to the scholar's body. Then, it used its sharp claws to slash at the scholar's weak abdomen. The scholar held the iron fan and used the handle of the iron fan to stab back. At the same time, he suddenly raised his knee and wanted to smash at Little Blue's claws. But right at this time, Little Blue's tail had already wrapped around the scholar's neck. Little Blue quickly flew up and kicked the scholar's delicate face, leaving 2 deep and bloody footprints. Cough! When Lin Bai saw the scholar's defeated expression, he almost laughed out loud, but he was still forced to hold it in. He did not expect Little Blue to be able to comprehend so many offensive methods in such a short period of time. It seemed to be rather chaotic, but just now, it had used its claws as a bait to lure the enemy. In fact, its tail had sneaked up and launched a real attack. From this point, it could be seen that Little Blue's every move had been made after careful consideration. During a battle, one could not blindly display one's moves, nor could one blindly take things by force. At the same time as one's eyes and ears were listening to everything, one's brain also had to enter into a thought of telling one's opponent what the next step would be. One had to decide what the next step would be. Otherwise, it would be a battle machine without any thoughts and would be difficult for it to ascend to the level of elegance. Little Blue's attack succeeded. It faced the scholar and slapped its butt. The bloody face of the scholar became even more ashen after seeing Little Blue's provocation and ridicule. The elegance from before had long disappeared from his eyes. Instead, it was filled with anger. It was rare for the scholar to be the first to launch an attack. He grabbed the fan with the back of his hand, and his movement was as agile as an eagle. He suddenly appeared in front of Little Blue. Whoosh! The scholar waved the fan in his hand, and the surrounding space seemed to have been cut open by this iron fan. Little Blue looked at the incoming fan, and for the first time, it felt a deep fear. However, after the fear appeared, Little Blue did not have the slightest intention of retreating. Instead, a fanatical expression appeared on his face, and he opened his mouth to reveal his fangs. Little Blue pounced forward and rolled. He then used one of his legs to lift it up high. When the scholar saw this, he suddenly waved his fan. However, while the fan was still in midair, Little Blue's body was in midair, and it was rushing in an unbelievable direction. The scholar glanced at his calf. Little Blue's tail had unknowingly wrapped itself around it. Little Blue had used this as leverage to move in midair. The scholar was not surprised. The leg that was wrapped around him pulled back with force. The fan in his hand was once again waved over. The 2 opposing forces caused Little Blue to appear in front of the fan in the blink of an eye. The distance between them was very close. Just as the scholar felt that he had succeeded, Little Blue had already released its tail. Its 2 hind legs hugged the scholar's extended arm. Then, Little Blue, who was originally facing upwards, used its hind legs to grab the scholar's arm and fell down. It spun in the air and appeared behind the scholar. A hint of irritation appeared in the scholar's eyes. He had never fought with such an agile opponent before. If it was a plot person or a spirit beast, that attack just now would have already been a death sentence. However, there was nothing he could do. The opponent was a fierce monkey. The scholar did not have any reaction. He only felt an intense pain from his waist. A tearing sensation and a warm feeling started to flow from his waist. When Lin Bai saw Little Blue's move, he felt a little pain in his waist in Imparting. The heavily injured scholar, coupled with the uncontrollable bleeding, gradually fell to the ground. Bloody wounds continuously appeared on his body. Not long after, the originally white-robed and clean-looking scholar had turned into a blood-soaked person that made people tremble in fear. It's over. The corner of Lin Bai's lips curled up, but before he could do so, he became stiff and unable to move. The scholar's aura rose, and a clear moon appeared behind him. The wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the scholar's body seemed to be covered in a thin layer of moon veil. Burning essence blood? No, it's his cultivation technique. Lin Bai couldn't tell what was going on at the moment, but he knew that the current scholar was ready to fight to the death. Bang, the scholar moved. The fan in his hand was used as a stick and smashed toward Little Blue's door. The speed was so fast, and the scholar suddenly accelerated. Before Little Blue could react, it was smashed high into the air and fell to the ground. Only now did Lin Bai realize the benefits of this restriction. If it weren't for the restriction, Little Blue might have fallen into the abyss. Little Blue stood up with blood all over its face, but its eyes were filled with fighting spirit. It gestured at the scholar and said, "Again?" Chapter 342. Becoming braver as the fight went on. When Scholar saw how excited Little Blue was and how it was still provoking him, he was furious. He spun his feet and appeared in front of Little Blue again in the blink of an eye. The fan in his hand was used to perfection by Scholar. He would stab, chop, flick, and wipe. He would also spread the fan and use the fan blade to cut the fan. This would give his opponent a headache. However, Little Blue, who was ignited with battle intent, did not know how to retreat. In addition, Little Blue's body was stronger than a human's. Some of the moves that it judged to have little lethality were directly blocked by Little Blue's body. This was to gain an opportunity to attack. The two of them were once again entangled in battle. Little Blue was also able to keep up with Scholar's rhythm, but even so, Little Blue was still at a disadvantage. Its body was constantly being cut open by the fan. Not long after, the man and the beast in the middle of the high platform were covered in blood. The surface of the high platform was covered in scarlet blood. Lin Bai did not dare to relax his gaze. If Little Blue was in mortal danger, he planned to immediately take action. Although it was important to fight hard against an opponent with similar strength as the scholar, their current target was not the scholar, but the city lord outside the mystic realm and the altar that was full of mysteries. What Lin Bai and the others wanted to do was to quickly escape from this mystic realm. 2 bloody gashes appeared on Little Blue's chest, but he did not care about the battle anymore. Because of this intense battle, more blood flowed out. Fortunately, the situation on Scholar's side was also not good. However, the situation where Scholar had the upper hand and Little Blue was at a disadvantage did not change. Roar! Little Blue's battle intent soared to the sky, and it was already wholeheartedly enjoying the battle. "Hey!" Lin Bai narrowed his eyes, and a confused expression appeared on his face. The hair on Little Blue's body was dyed with fresh blood, but the golden patterns on its body were becoming more and more dazzling. Fresh blood flowed on the patterns, and the patterns seemed to come alive. After a while, blue gradually turned into little gold, and the blue hair on its body was dyed with a golden light. After this mutation, Lin Bai was surprised to find that Little Blue was gradually able to keep up with the speed of the scholar. The gap between the two was also reduced by the speed visible to the naked eye. The more it fought, the fiercer it became. Lin Bai made a bold guess. Although he didn't know what bloodline Little Blue was, the strength it displayed was just as Lin Bai had guessed. Little Blue might need to keep fighting, bleeding, and getting injured to stimulate the potential of his bloodline. It sounded like Lin Bai wanted Little Blue to keep fighting in the future, but in fact, if Lin Bai kept transmitting his strength, he achieved the same effect. While transmitting his strength, making Little Blue keep fighting could make Little Blue progress faster. Could it be that Little Blue's entire body will turn golden in the future? Lin Bai imagined that appearance. If Little Blue's figure was any taller and more upright, it would be best if he held a stick in his hand. Hiss. Lin Bai took in a rare breath of cold air. He became increasingly curious about Little Blue's bloodline and looked forward to Little Blue's appearance after it grew up. The arrogant and disdainful expression on the scholar's face gradually showed some confusion. In the end, his entire face and eyes were filled with shock. The scholar was fighting with Little Blue at a high frequency. His perception of Little Blue was also the most obvious. Little Blue clearly had so many injuries on its body. The scholar had clearly used his full strength. Why was Little Blue getting stronger and stronger? It didn't make sense. Just as the scholar was slightly shocked and distracted, Little Blue punched the scholar's left hand. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed in the high platform. The scholar's left wrist was shattered by Little Blue. Now it was already drooping weakly. His skin was even pierced by a few bone spikes. It was very scary. It's really over this time. Lin Bai let out a long sigh of relief. After Scholar's wrist was injured by Little Blue, this slight disadvantage was gradually magnified by Little Blue. In addition, Little Blue's strength continued to rise. Very soon, Scholar made a huge mistake. Bang! Little Blue stepped on Scholar's chest. Several pieces of Scholar's sternum were broken, and his chest caved in. Scarlet blood gushed out from his mouth. Little Blue did not dare to be careless. It appeared behind the Scholar and pierced his back with its sharp claws. Pachai! Blood gushed out, and the Scholar collapsed on the ground. He had an expression of disbelief on his face even until he died. After Little Blue confirmed that the Scholar had turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared in this world, it finally let out a long sigh of relief and sat on the high platform weakly. Its limbs were stretched out, but its face was full of joy. Seeing Lin Bai walk over, Little Blue was delighted. "How is it? Have I become stronger?" Lin Bai nodded. "You have indeed become stronger, but remember not to be arrogant. This is a pill. After resting for a while and taking it, there should only be one high platform waiting for us next." Little Blue nodded obediently. Just as it finished nodding, it fell into a deep sleep. Lin Bai did not wake Little Blue up either. Although the shackles on the high platform had disappeared, as long as they did not leave the high platform would not chase them away. Therefore, Lin Bai and the others had plenty of time to rest. After half a day, Little Blue woke up, and its injuries had already begun to heal. This made Lin Bai think it was insane. After taking the medicine, other than a few deep wounds on Little Blue's body, most of them had already healed and would not affect Little Blue from fighting. After doing all this, Lin Bai continued to pass on his cultivation to Blue. "System, I want to pass on my cultivation to Blue." Ding! The host has given Little Blue 100 days of cultivation. 10 times of cultivation has been successfully triggered. The host has received 1,000 days of cultivation. Hearing the 10 times, the corners of Lin Bai's mouth could not help but twitch. Was his luck really that bad? Although he would not be able to break through on the spot, even if he were to return a few tens of times of cultivation, no matter how small the ant's legs were, they were still meat. Lin Bai wouldn't mind the system returning more, he would only mind returning less. As for Little Blue, other than its entire body becoming a little bigger, there weren't any special changes. "Looks like there's a long road ahead," Lin Bai sighed. He used his shoulder to carry Little Blue as he walked forward once again. This time, he no longer had the confusion and worries that he had when he first came here. On the contrary, a relaxed smile hung on his face as he strolled leisurely. He had a plan in mind. Lin Bai felt that his Dao heart had reached a very special sat. He didn't let go of this opportunity either, savoring the state of his heart in detail. Dao heart was especially important to cultivation. Whether it was a martial cultivator or a beastmaster, if a crack appeared on their Dao heart, or even if it collapsed, it would be irreparable. At that time, it would be a small matter if their cultivation didn't advance. Some people might even fall into madness, their cultivation regressing, and they might even become depressed. "All right, this damn place has trapped us for so long. Let's see what's waiting for us at this final stage." Chapter 343, Drastic Change in Situation. This atmosphere is so weird, so strange. Fatty leaned against the wall and slowly walked forward in the direction of the exit. His eyes were staring straight ahead, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. His heart was in his throat. Fu Hu also leaned against the wall and followed closely behind Fatty. However, he was much calmer than Fatty. His expression was solemn. To be able to make those monsters so afraid, it must not be something simple. Clang! Right at this moment, the sound of a clear sword chiming filled with cold air rang out from within the tunnel. Fatty almost flew up from where he was standing. He took 3 steps and took 2 steps. He immediately pulled away from the front, and his face turned pale. You, Fu Hu, what are you doing?" Fatty turned his head and saw Fu Hu holding a short sword in his hand. He immediately entered into battle mode, his knees slightly lowered, and his cultivation technique began to circulate rapidly. Cough, cough. Fu Hu's face was a little awkward. He never expected Fatty to have such a big reaction. I just saw that you were too nervous. UFC King." Fatty opened his mouth and cursed loudly, saliva flying everywhere. However, after cursing, Fatty's mood was extremely comfortable. It was even more comfortable than when he killed those few monsters. His face also became more or less rosy, completely forgetting his fear. After a little farce, the two of them continued forward and soon arrived at the end. Creak. Creak in the huge secret chamber at the end, a bad feeling aroused in their hearts. There were also heavy footsteps. There really is something? Fatty's eyes lit up. Fu-Hu mustered up his courage and walked forward. Fatty hurriedly pulled him down. Let's take a look first. Fu-Hu was helpless and could only agree. The two of them secretly looked around and saw a 2-meter-tall person in the spacious secret chamber. His body was thick and sturdy, and one of his arms was comparable to the waist of some women. He carried a sword the size of a door on his back. However, this person was covered in armor from head to toe, and his face was also covered in armor. There were only a few small holes in his eyes and nose. That person stood in the middle of the secret chamber like he was a demon god, which shocked Fatty and Fu-Hu's souls. His blood, chi, and killing intent were about to materialize. Look, the other passage in the secret chamber is indeed in the place where the blood pool used to be. Fatty had sharp eyes. He pointed to the place where the blood pool used to be. There was a hidden entrance under the blood pool. And the person in front of them, who was wearing black armor and carrying a sword the size of a door, was coincidentally standing in front of the blood pool. Even if Fatty wanted to sneak in, it was impossible. The other party was on the path that they had to pass through. Just as Fatty was thinking in his heart about how to avoid the battle and enter the entrance, Fu-Hu poked his back. After seeing the scene in the secret room, Fatty was certain that Lin Bai and the others, as well as the city lord, were all in the entrance. Thinking about this, Fatty felt a little irritated. In addition, Fu-Hu had interrupted his thoughts, making him a little irritated. What? Hey, did you FC King hear something? Fu-Hu's face sank, and his eyes looked around. However, other than the stone wall and the secret room in front of him, there were only the two of them and the person in the secret room. There's no sound. Don't make a fuss. Are you mentally weak? Fatty was a little impatient. He had completely forgotten that he was the one who was mentally weak not long ago. If you have the mind to think blindly, why don't you think about how to? Fatty kept talking, but he stopped mid-sentence. The impatience on his face disappeared, and his face darkened like Fu-Hu's. He heard some sounds coming from the tunnel, some very dense sounds, and they were approaching them step by step. Oh no, it's a trap! Fatty quickly reacted. The two monsters in the hall and the few monsters that were taken out of the secret chamber were all to lower their vigilance, but now, they're here. Fu-Hu looked at the passage behind him. There were 4 monsters that were the same as before, flapping their wings and rushing over. At this moment, there were these monsters behind them, and in front of them was the monster with uncertain strength. Under the pincer attack, they had no place to escape. The people in the secret chamber are also moving. It's really a trap. Fu-Hu looked at the secret chamber. The strong man in black armor was approaching step by step, and every step he took seemed to shake the ground slightly. The giant sword was dragged on the ground, making a creepy sound. The monsters in front of them were flapping their wings. They were being surrounded bit by bit. Haha, there is something wrong with the two of you. It seems that Jin Cheng and Zhang Lai, those two powerful and brainless trash, have been killed by you. Do you really think that you can enter the hall without being discovered? You are underestimating us too much? I'm kind enough to tell you that the person in the secret chamber is not a human, but a battle puppet. It only knows how to fight, but it doesn't know how to feel pain. Other than the monsters, 3 other people walked out from the secret passage behind them. The 3 of them were the ones who were corroded by the city lord's demonic aura when they came to the secret chamber with Fu-Hu and Fatty. The situation that was originally 2 against 1 suddenly changed drastically. Fatty and Fu-Hu's expressions turned ugly. Fu-Hu, whatever you have in your back pocket, use it all. Otherwise, we will all die here today. After Fatty said that, he used his secret skill again. A powerful force emerged from his body and charged towards the monsters behind him. FCK, I'm going all out. Damn city lord, how dare you trick me? Fu-Hu used his teeth to bite off his tongue, and his mouth was filled with a thick smell of blood. He suddenly spat at his arms. Fu-Hu's body was filled with a thick blood chi. He was burning his blood essence. Fu, whose speed and strength had increased by a level. He and Fatty turned around and charged into the monster. The two of them waved their fists and legs, grabbing the monster's wings and tearing at it with all their might. At this moment, the attacks of the few of them also came at them, forcing them to dodge backwards for a moment. Good, you have courage. Then we will send you to your deaths. Who asked you to stand on the wrong side? The leader, Yang Xing, laughed, his expression as cold as a vulture. We stand on the wrong side? After falling into a crisis, the fear in Fatty's heart was swept away. If he was still filled with fear at this moment, then his fate would really be death here. Yes, you're on the wrong side, Yang Xing sneered. His figure was like a ghost as he attacked Fatty. On the way, a monster blocked his way. He stretched out a pair of pale white claws, grabbed the monster's head, and pulled it back. Don't block the way, you bunch of useless things. So many of you can't even stop two people. Chapter 344. Reappearance of Demonic Qi. It seems that the two of you have been hiding something from the City Lord. To think that the City Lord trusted the two of you so much and even helped you to increase your cultivation. You are really a traitor. When Yang Xing saw that Fatty and Fu Hu's cultivation had increased suddenly, he only revealed a surprised expression on his face. However, he did not cower in the slightest. He naturally knew that the cultivation techniques in this world were as vast as the sea of stars. There were some methods that cost a great deal of life, blood essence, and cultivation to increase one's cultivation. Yang Xing threw away the head of the monster in his hand. His 5 fingers turned white as he clawed towards Fatty's face. The speed of this claw was extremely fast, and the angle was tricky. Fatty stretched out his hand to stop it, but was blocked by Yang Xing at a strange speed. The Fatty saw the incoming hand, but he did not show any intention of retreating. His huge body rammed forward, and his shoulder suddenly jerked forward. Bang! The Fatty used his shoulder to block the claw, but Yang Xing's claw was too cruel and sharp. It directly grabbed a piece of the Fatty's shoulder, and fresh blood gushed out. You! Yang Xing's chest was hit by the Fatty, and an intense pain appeared in his chest, as if he had been hit by a mountain. He had not expected that the Fatty would advance instead of retreating. It had only been the first time they had met, and he had already used such a desperate tactic. If Yang Xing had reacted in advance, he would have only needed to adjust the position of his hand slightly, and this claw would have been able to grab onto the Fatty's neck. He did not even need to exert too much force, and the Fatty would have died. Yang Xing flew backward and crashed heavily into the wall, then rolled onto the ground. He felt as if his internal organs had been shattered, and his eyes were shining with stars. Seeing that his sneak attack had succeeded, Fatty exerted force from his feet and was about to charge forward, wanting to take care of one person first. However, just as he took a step forward, the other 2 people pincer attacked him, so he could only hurriedly retreat. Good, good, good. The corner of Yang Xing's mouth was dripping with blood, his eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was crazy and angry. Yang Xing fell into a state of madness. He took out a pill out of nowhere. The pill was completely black, and the surrounding light seemed to have been absorbed by him. Fu Hu, quick, stop him, Fatty shouted. Although he did not know what Yang Xing was going to do, his heart was in an extremely bad state. He was fighting with the other 2 people and could not escape at all. He could only ask Fu Hu to stop him. Without Fatty saying anything, Fu Hu also rushed forward. The remaining monsters around them flapped their black wings and let out a sharp and disgusting sound. They pounced on Fu Hu, wanting to stop him. Get lost! Fu Hu shouted coldly. He waved his arms and broke a monster into 2 halves. Then, he grabbed another monster and smashed it on the ground. Too late? Yang Xing's face twisted and his voice was gloomy. He had completely lost his mind. He picked up the pill and was about to stuff it into his mouth. Fu Hu was now 2 meters away from Yang Xing. He took out a long knife and threw it forward. With the injured Yang Xing, there was no time for him to dodge. It's done. Seeing the long knife, Fatty flew out at lightning speed and stabbed at Yang Xing's heart. He let out a sigh of relief. Bang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. The long saber thrown out by Fu, who was knocked down by a huge sword the size of a door. At the same time, Yang Xing had already swallowed the pill. I originally didn't want to take this pill, but you guys forced me to. Everything is for the City Lord. Everything is for the City Lord. Ha-ha! Yang Xing was in a crazed state and had long lost his rationality. After swallowing the pill, the blood vessels on his face, body, and limbs bulged. The originally green blood vessels had now turned black. Ah! Yang Xing let out a heart-wrenching scream that was extremely terrifying. Even the few monsters were shocked. Demonic chi? The fatty's expression changed drastically as he suddenly retreated and stood side by side with Fu Hu. He had sensed the city lord's demonic chi at close range twice before. Now that demonic chi had appeared again, he naturally would not be mistaken. Yang Xing's body turned black, distorted, expanded, and condensed in an extremely short period of time. In the end, Yang Xing's body grew 2 heads taller, and black armor-like objects appeared on his hands and feet. Even the whites of his eyes had turned black. Ha ha ha! Yang Xing laughed out loud. However, this laughter did not sound like his voice at all. It was filled with disgust and fear. Yang Xing slowly stood up. At this moment, he was as tall as the battle puppet with the greatsword on its back. Then, Yang Xing exerted some strength under his feet. Whoosh! Yang Xing's body disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already on the left side of the fatty. Die! Yang Xing clenched his already blackened fist and smashed it fiercely at the fatty's body. This punch carried strong winds and produced bursts of explosive sounds. The fatty blinked, and Yang Xing arrived in front of him. He subconsciously placed his hands on his chest. In front of him, he could only use his physical body to withstand it. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. The bones in the fatty's left arm were broken, and the intense force sent him flying backwards. If it wasn't for Fu Hu supporting him with one hand behind his back and helping him neutralize the momentum, the fatty would have suffered quite a serious injury when he smashed into the stone wall. Be careful, the fatty shouted. As soon as the two of them stopped, a huge sword came slashing horizontally. In the narrow tunnel, there was no room for such a long sword. However, the huge sword cut into the stone wall like it was cutting tofu, and its speed had yet to slow down. Run! Fu Hu pulled the fatty and took out a tube out of nowhere. He threw it into the tunnel and escaped into the secret room. What is it? The person who came with Yang Xing looked at the wooden tube on the ground with confusion. Get out of the way, the other person shouted. Boom! The wooden tube exploded. The entire passage was covered by flames, black smoke, and an intense force. Some places on the stone walls of the passage couldn't bear the force and collapsed. Fatty and Fu Hu arrived at the first moment. It was originally a depression in the blood pool, but they were still affected by the force of the impact. The two of them fell onto the ground. Phew! Fatty let out a long sigh of relief. He hurriedly pulled down a piece of cloth from his trouser leg and endured the intense pain to bandage his wound. Looks like this can drag them here. Do you think we? Fu Hu also heaved a sigh of relief. He leaned against the wall and sat on the ground, wiping the beads of sweat off his forehead. However, before he could finish his words, he heard metal being dragged along the ground amidst the black smoke in the distance, a voice that made one shudder. Not good, that battle puppet. Fatty hurriedly tied up the cloth. Ha! Right at this moment. Fatty only heard a laughter that made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave above his head. You want to use that thing to stop me? Aren't you looking down on me, Yang Xing? Chapter 345, Hard Battle A, compared to before. When Lin Bai walked out of the passage in the stone wall again, he paused and looked at the scene in front of him with surprise. This time, the scene in front of him was not the same as before. The dark gray platform had changed into a transparent jade color. It seemed that the entire platform was made of jade and was emitting a weak luster, which made the pitch-black space a little brighter. Not only that, the two stone bridges connecting the two sides of the platform had also become only one side of the bridge, and the bridge was also a clear green color. Lin Bai hesitated for a moment before gently stepping on it. Immediately, a warm and cool sensation flowed from the soles of his feet to his entire body, making him feel comfortable all over. The fatigue from the previous battles seemed to have been swept away by this place. Little Blue's eyes widened as it jumped off the jade bridge. The corners of its mouth kept chattering, "Master, look at this place. This place is really too." "All right." Lin Bai patted Little Blue's head lovingly. "Don't forget the most important thing. Otherwise, this place won't be a happy place." If they failed, then the jade bridge and the jade platform would be the burial ground of the man and the beast. Little Blue nodded in realization and understood Lin Bai's meaning. Its face became calm, and it gradually began to adjust the state of its body. Seeing Little Blue's action, Lin Bai nodded in satisfaction and slowly walked forward. The closer he got to the high platform, the more Lin Bai felt that the spiritual energy in the surroundings was getting denser. When he stepped on the high platform, he felt that the spiritual energy was even denser. If I could cultivate here, I would be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Lin Bai sighed with emotion. However, such a thing was impossible, so he could only pack up and sigh with emotion. Swoosh! A black fog appeared out of thin air in the center of the high platform. As soon as the black fog appeared, Lin Bai frowned. In the black fog, he sensed an aura that he couldn't be more familiar with. The wind blew gently, dispersing the black fog. One was tall, and the other was short. The figures of a man and a beast were revealed. Little Blue widened its eyes in disbelief. One of its hands was still pointing in front of it. Following the blue finger, one could see a figure that looked exactly like Little Blue standing in the middle of the high platform. Beside Little Blue was another person, Lin Bai. Is this the final challenge? Lin Bai's expression turned slightly solemn. The other person and beast looked exactly like them, but their faces were as still as water, as if they were soulless machines. Little Blue, it seems like we can't be careless this time, Lin Bai instructed. Even though the other party looked exactly like them, Lin Bai could still feel the aura that the other party occasionally emitted. That aura gave him a headache. Little Blue nodded. There was a faint hint of anger in its eyes, and its battle intent slowly rose. Whoosh! Two air-piercing sounds rang out. Before Lin Bai could make a move, his opponent had already chosen to attack first, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Lin Bai. Meanwhile, Little Blue, who was miraged by this world, had fallen into a bitter battle with the real Little Blue. The illusion of Lin Bai had just met his opponent when he suddenly threw a punch. This punch carried an aura that could destroy everything in its path. Lin Bai did not retreat and similarly threw a punch. Boom! The two fists collided, creating an explosive sound. The billowing air waves even made their robes flutter. Both of them were forced back a step by this impact. So it seems that there is no difference in cultivation level? Lin Bai pondered in his heart. He had also used his fist to receive the attack just now to test out the difference in cultivation between the two of them. And now, both of them had taken a step back, which meant that the difference in cultivation level between the two of them could be completely ignored. Lin Bai was calculating in his heart, but he didn't expect that fake Lin Bai, who had transformed into his true form, would stumble. His left foot took a small step back, while his right foot kicked at Lin Bai's lower jaw from below. This kick brought with it a strong gust of wind, making Lin Bai's skin feel as if it was about to be cut open. In the blink of an eye, the attack was only half a foot away from Lin Bai. Not good, Lin Bai cried out in his heart. He circulated his cultivation technique and retreated with all his strength. As he retreated, he threw out a punch at this kick. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it in time. Crack! A clear sound rang out from Lin Bai's left elbow. The pain that seeped into his bone marrow made Lin Bai grit his teeth. Fortunately, he had avoided this attack at the smallest cost. Otherwise, if that kick had landed on his lower jaw, what would have shattered would have been his lower jaw. It would have struck his brain with an intense force from his upper and lower jaw. Lin Bai could not help but raise his guard. If he had not made the right choice, he might have been finished off by the fake him in one move. Lin Bai quickly retreated a few meters and arrived at the edge of the high platform. He took the opportunity to glance in Little Blue's direction. Little Blue was also in close combat with the other party, and it was at a slight disadvantage. It was also not feeling well. It seems that these two people's cultivation levels are similar to ours, and their cultivation methods and moves are the same. However, in terms of their battle sensitivity and judgment of their moves, they are much stronger than us. Lin Bai quickly made a judgment in his mind. During a battle, not only did he have to move his body and circulate his cultivation method, his mind also had to quickly determine the situation of the battle. Buzz, the sound of a sword rang out as a long sword was pulled out by the fake Lin Bai. Lin Bai immediately pulled out his long sword as well. As the saying went, 1 inch is longer and 1 inch is stronger. Currently, Lin Bai did not dare to be the slightest bit rash or careless. Ping, bang, the two long swords continued to collide, clash and rub against each other. Lin Bai was fully focused on the opponent's movements. Even though his wrist and fingers were changing, he did not dare to give up. However, even so, in the continuous exchange of blows, he was forced to retreat step by step. Beads of sweat, the size of soybeans, appeared on Lin Bai's head. His opponent's sword moves and strength were exactly the same as his. However, it was precisely because of this that Lin Bai knew the damage of these moves like the back of his hand. Even if he was hit by one move, the balance of him being slightly at a disadvantage would be quickly broken. Gradually, Lin Bai's back touched the restriction on the edge of the high platform. Not only did his opponent's sword moves not stop, but the angle of his attacks became more and more tricky. The frequency of his attacks was also like lightning. It's not a good idea to keep defending passively. He's already stronger than me in some aspects. Lin Bai's mind was working quickly, and his left hand was quietly placed in his robe. Crack! Lin Bai's left hand gripped the small cauldron tightly, and then he suddenly swung it forward. The sword and cauldron collided with each other, and the sound of the longsword breaking could be heard. Lin Bai did not give up this opportunity. He held the small cauldron in his left hand and the longsword in his right hand tightly, and he launched a swift and fierce counterattack. Pachai, a stream of bright red blood splattered. Chapter 346, Licking blood on the tip of the blade. What? Lin Bai clutched his bloody right arm and hurriedly dodged to the back, pulling some distance away from the fake Lin Bai. Just now, when he used the small cauldron in his left hand to knock apart his opponent's longsword and planned to take advantage of the victory to pursue and attack, the fake Lin Bai's body suddenly surged with speed and strength that did not belong to him. Fake Lin Bai's body held the broken longsword in his hand. Using a speed that was even faster than Lin Bai's and a strength that was slightly stronger than his, he took the initiative to launch an attack. If Lin Bai had not subconsciously defended himself, he might not have injured an arm, but his neck Lin Bai spread out his spiritual sense and enveloped the entire high platform. Not only was the fake him, but also the fake Little Blue's cultivation level was rapidly increasing. This made Lin Bai feel a very strong sense of danger. The opponents who were disguised as them had already surpassed them in some aspects. Now they had to widen the gap between them in terms of cultivation levels. We can't continue to drag this out. Lin Bai's expression turned cold. Little Blue, Lin Bai shouted at Little Blue. Their cultivation levels are getting stronger and stronger. No matter what moves we have to use them all at once. We can't have a tug of war. After Little Blue heard this, a look of realization appeared on its face as it nodded at Lin Bai. Just now, it was wondering why it couldn't keep up with its opponent's speed, and its strength was constantly being outmatched. Lin Bai took out a few pills and swallowed them as if he was swallowing a jujube. He circulated his cultivation technique to quickly digest the medicinal effects. At the same time, he also used a simple method to stop the bleeding so that he wouldn't bleed too much. Whoosh! Just as he finished these measures, the sound of air being sliced rang out once again. Without his longsword, his opponent clenched his fists tightly and drew his bow from both sides. Right now, his opponent had an advantage over Lin Bai in terms of cultivation, and his attacks were also wide-ranging. He wanted to directly win through brute force. After all, Lin Bai was currently injured. Compared to before, his skills were still a little inferior. The opponent's goal was to allow Lin Bai to make some mistakes and give himself away during the fierce attacks. And once Lin Bai gave himself away, he would be struck by the fierce attacks, and his entire body would turn into a bloody mess. His meridians would be shattered, and this jade platform would also become his tomb. Lin Bai gritted his teeth as he dodged and received the attacks. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. Fortunately, I broke his longsword just now. If it wasn't for that, I really wouldn't have been able to block him attacking me with his longsword, Lin Bai thought to himself. The small cauldron in his left hand collided with his opponent's fist and steadily received the attack. Wait! Lin Bai sized up his opponent in surprise. His opponent was barehanded. How could he be barehanded? Could it be that even in this special place, this small cauldron couldn't materialize? Lin Bai had a huge guess in his heart. Just as Lin Bai was thinking about this, the opponent's fist came crashing down from the front. This time, Lin Bai did not use the small cauldron to block it like before. Instead, A gust of wind arose under his feet. He bent his body downwards and dodged the fierce fist. He took the opportunity to approach the opponent. Buzz. The sound of a sword rang out. Lin Bai brandished his long sword, intending to slice open the opponent's chest from the right to the left. The fake Lin Bai used an extremely fast speed to dodge behind him. This sword did not even touch his opponent. As expected. Although this sword was dodged by his opponent, Lin Bai's face was filled with joy. If Lin Bai had encountered this move himself, he would definitely have used the small cauldron to block and break his opponent's sword, and then waited for an opportunity to launch an attack. Although Lin Bai's movements were ingenious and his attacks were ferocious, if his opponent could use the small cauldron to break his sword and launch a counterattack, then even if Lin Bai didn't die, he would still be heavily injured. For his opponent to be able to give up such a great opportunity, it could only mean one thing. This world could copy Lin Bai and Little Blue, but it couldn't copy the small cauldron. Not long after the opponent dodged and retreated, he closed in again, his attacks even fiercer. His cultivation level has become stronger. I can't drag this out any longer. Lin Bai gritted his teeth and took the attacks again and again. However, he only knew that this world could not create a small cauldron. As for how to awaken and use this small cauldron, he kept trying in this world, but there was no progress at all. Just as his opponent kicked Lin Bai's chest, Lin Bai grabbed his opponent's ankle with a backhand and pulled him in forcefully. At this time, his left hand had already smashed forward. Catcha. The fake Lin Bai spat out a mouthful of blood and his chest caved in. Lin Bai's face revealed a relieved expression. After such a long battle, this was the first time he had seriously injured his opponent. However, this little injury did not seem to be a big deal to his opponent. Instead, he forcefully endured the attack. He secretly increased the strength of his foot and pressed it against Lin Bai's heart. Not good. Lin Bai never expected that the situation would take a turn for the worse. He had to block this kick. Otherwise, if he was kicked in the chest, he would definitely die here. Then, Little Blue would be in a 1v and have no chance of winning. He had to block it. Buzz, golden light burst out, and an ancient and Taoist aura spread out from the small cauldron. Lin Bai realized that he could actually use the small cauldron. While he was shocked, he hurriedly used the small cauldron to block this kick. Bang! The small cauldron easily blocked the opponent's attack. The illusory Lin Bai revealed a confused look. His eyes stared at the small cauldron, and there was a burning passion in the depths of his eyes. He still has his own thoughts. When Lin Bai saw his opponent's human-like reaction, he felt a chill run down his spine. If he were to be defeated here, then where would this Lin Bai go? Would he be able to leave this world? Would he be able to replace him in the real world? However, this thought only appeared for an instant before it was swept to the back of Lin Bai's mind. He held the small cauldron and activated the Tao rhythm within it, unleashing an overwhelming attack that could move mountains and fill seas. Bang! The small cauldron's attack carried a dense Tao law. The moment the small cauldron was activated, it was as if this entire world was in Lin Bai's palm. The fake Lin Bai hurriedly retreated. However, he was surprised to discover that his speed seemed to have slowed down. At this moment, when the small cauldron's attack came, he could only hurriedly launch a defense. A flashing golden light enveloped the entire high platform, and the dazzling luster was so bright that even Little Blue could not open her eyes. However, this dazzling luster came and went even faster. Right where the disguised Lin Bai was standing, there was a mangled body whose face could not be seen clearly, and its entire body was splattered with scarlet blood. Not long after, that body turned into black gas and dissipated in this world. I won. Lin Bai heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This time, he was really licking blood on the tip of a balda. If it wasn't for the fact that this world couldn't fake the small cauldron, and the fact that he could use the small cauldron, that bloody body might have been Lin Bai. Chapter 347. Return. Lin Bai held the small cauldron in his left hand. The small cauldron was floating on his palm. It flickered with a faint ancient luster and emitted a solemn aura of the great Tao. Although the battle with the fake Lin Bai this time was dangerous, he had unexpectedly grasped the method to operate the small cauldron. It could also be considered as a blessing in disguise after surviving a great disaster. Lin Bai looked at the small cauldron in his hand. With a thought, the small cauldron floated up. Its appearance became smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turned into a tiny golden light and entered Lin Bai's glabella. From the outside, there was no change in Lin Bai's glabella compared to before. After Lin Bai took in the small cauldron, his body and mind did not feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, his entire body was warm, and his state of mind was as calm as still water. This little benefit made Lin Bai overjoyed. He had to concentrate on his cultivation and could not be disturbed by the outside world. However, after the small cauldron entered between his eyebrows, it was able to help him calm his state of mind. It could be said that a precious artifact with such an effect was very rare. Roar! Right at this moment, the fake Little Blue roared. Its body was slightly bigger than Little Blue's, and it bit towards Little Blue's face. Little Blue's arms and back were covered in blood, and there was a wound on its right leg. One could vaguely see the white bones inside. When Lin Bai saw this, he summoned the small cauldron between his eyebrows and held it in his palm. Then, Lin Bai urged the small cauldron to attack the fake Little Blue. Boom! Golden light burst out, dazzling and flashing. After this dazzling light, the fake Little Blue also turned into a cloud of black gas and disappeared into this world. Little Blue panted heavily. It sat on the ground and looked at Lin Bai with gratitude and worship in its eyes. If Lin Bai had not rushed over at this moment, Little Blue would not have thought that it could withstand the opponent's attack. However, after the gratitude and worship, Little Blue revealed a deep disappointment. This disappointment was disappointment towards itself. This was because it saw Lin Bai defeat the fake version of him alone, but it did not defeat its own fake. All right, you don't have to be disappointed. If your cultivation level was the same as the fake one, it would be all right if you were disappointed. However, the cultivation level of the fake was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. If it wasn't for this small cauldron, we wouldn't have been able to win. Lin Bai patted Little Blue's head lovingly. The disappointment in Little Blue's heart dissipated a little when it heard this. It was only then that it noticed the small cauldron in Lin Bai's hand and started to size it up curiously. Heh! I didn't expect this small cauldron to have such power. I couldn't control it previously no matter how hard I tried. Now that I've fought with the imposter and grasped the method to operate the small cauldron, it can be considered a blessing in disguise. Lin Bai smiled and put the small cauldron between his brows. He took out a few pills and threw them to Little Blue, helping it to stop the bleeding. Fortunately, Little Blue was a spiritual beast. Coupled with its strong body, the wounds had begun to heal. Even the bone-deep wounds had gradually stopped bleeding. At this moment, a huge force surged into Lin Bai's body. It's giving so much this time. Lin Bai was elated. He placed a hand on Little Blue's body, and Little Blue's face was beaming with joy. System, I want to impart cultivation to Little Blue, Lin Bai said in his heart. Ding, host has given Little Blue 200 days of cultivation. 15 times of return has been successfully triggered. Host has received 3,000 days of return. Hearing the cold voice in his head, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. This was 200 days of cultivation. If he could get a 100 times return, then even if he could not break through, Lin Bai's cultivation would still be able to advance by a huge step. However, Lin Bai quickly composed himself. Even though this system return was not very impressive, he had gained quite a lot this time. Little Blue's eyes were filled with confusion as it observed the changes in its body. Gradually, it turned into ecstasy. Stronger, master, I'm stronger. Lin Bai followed Little Blue's voice and looked over. He saw that Little Blue's originally thin and weak body was now filled with solid muscles. Its body had also grown a lot bigger. Other than that, the golden hair between Little Blue's hair was growing bit by bit. If he looked at Little Blue from afar, he would definitely think that Little Blue was wearing a layer of golden armor. Could it be that I will really become a golden armor in the future? Lin Bai was looking forward to that time. At this moment, a powerful suction force appeared on the high platform. Lin Bai and Little Blue did not struggle and allowed the suction force to suck them in. After seeing a blurry scene and feeling dizzy, Lin Bai's eyes lit up. Then, he was pleasantly surprised. I've finally returned to this altar. As expected, as long as I pass through all the high platforms, I'll be able to successfully return here. Little Blue also jumped up in joy. The man and the beast had completely forgotten that there were all kinds of body parts on the high platform and the stench of decay. Wait, Lin Bai frowned. He seemed to have forgotten something important. I relied on the small cauldron to escape from that place with great difficulty. As for the skinny man, Bai Zai, and Little Black, there's nothing like this that can't be imitated by that world. Lin Bai's expression turned ugly. Even if he found a way to return to that place, he would still be separated from Skinny and the others like before. Even if he wanted to help, he wouldn't be able to. Just as Lin Bai was in a mess, the space beside him started to distort. Ha ha ha, I'm back. Grandpa, I'm finally back. Little Blue, we're back, sob, sob, sob. The thin man's joyful cries gradually turned into sobs. A man on the high platform was in pain, and he was hugging Little Black, who was extremely disgusted. Cough, cough. A cold cough made the skinny man come back to his senses, and his old face immediately turned red, as if he was a big girl. Lin Bai, you're here. Then you should have said it earlier. The skinny man hurriedly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, while Little Black took the opportunity to break free from his arms and came to Lin Bai's feet, constantly rubbing his pants. Lin Bai reached out and touched Little Black. He raised his head and asked the embarrassed thin man, "How did you win? Did that world forge your imposters?" When the thin man heard this, he looked a little confused. Imposters? Little Black face was also full of question marks when he heard this. Didn't you guys meet? Lin Bai told the thin man and Little Black about his and Little Blue's experiences. No. At the final level, we met a man wearing armor and holding a long spear. It wasn't easy for us to win, but we finally came out. Skinny shook his head like a rattle drum. At this moment, the space around the altar distorted again, and Bai Zai and Little Green also escaped. Lin Bai didn't believe it and asked Bai Zai and the others again. Imposter? Bai Zai looked surprised. At the last level, we met an old man who used a sword. We won with great difficulty, and Little Red was injured because of it. Chapter 348. Not the same as before under the secret chamber of the City Lord's estate. Your final experience? When the thin man heard Lin Bai's description, especially when he relied on that world to not be able to conjure and create a small cauldron to find a breakthrough, he could not help but shiver. When he was with Little Blue, he had already felt extremely miserable when they faced the previous checkpoint. This was all thanks to Little Black's high attack and defense, which allowed the thin man to avoid suffering a lot of damage. Otherwise, they would not have been able to come out. If they were like Lin Bai and the others and experienced the final stage, the thin man was certain he would definitely not be able to come out. Bai Zai's face turned green and white after hearing that. There was a hint of lingering fear in the depths of her eyes. Then, every time you passed the challenge on the high stage, did you receive the same reward as us? Let me first say that after we pass the challenge on the high stage, we will receive an increasing spiritual energy. Lin Bai was very confused about this. He planned to compare the thin man and Bai Zai to see if he could get any valuable information from the information gap. It's the same. Because of this, my cultivation level has also increased by a level. This time, when I meet Fatty, I will definitely give him a good beating. The skinny man's face revealed a rather proud expression, and his eyes did not hide the proud expression at all. Us too, Bai Zai nodded. She was still thinking about what Lin Bai had said earlier, the final challenge in that world. Their group of people and spirit beasts were divided into 3 groups entering that world, and only Lin Bai and Little Blue had the final challenge. Lin Bai could not help but frown. Was there a pattern or something special that allowed him to enter that final challenge? Did you guys notice that the jade green thing from before is gone? The skinny man widened his eyes and looked around the altar. Lin Bai looked around as well. Indeed, he did not notice the jade green thing from before. After Lin Bai came out of the mystic realm, he was only worried about the safety of the skinny man and Bai Zai. He had completely forgotten about this. However, just as the skinny man had said, the altar had returned to its original appearance. It seems that that thing is closely related to the world we went to. Lin Bai thought for a while and then changed the topic. However, now is not the time to dwell on this. We have spent too much time in that world, and the City Lord has inevitably found our tracks. We should destroy this altar now? The skinny man and Bai Zai nodded without any hesitation. Little Black, Little Red? Lin Bai summoned the two little beasts. None of them knew how to break the array, so they could only choose a stupid method. They etched the patterns on the altar, destroyed all the objects on the altar, and turned the surrounding flesh into ashes. The remains of the bodies and the stinky blood pool could be turned into ashes. Little Black had exceptionally sharp claws, and Little Red's flames could burn everything. It could be said that choosing the two of them to attack was the best choice. Little Black crouched at Lin Bai's feet. When it heard Lin Bai mention its name, its jet-black eyes instantly lit up. Before Lin Bai could give any instructions, its claws flashed with a cold light and it began to destroy the altar. 1 second ago, Little Black was still tired, but in the next second he became extremely energetic. Lin Bai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Little Red, you cooperate with Little Black. If he can't destroy something, then it's up to you. Remember to burn everything. As soon as Lin Bai said that, large balls of burning flames fell from the sky around the altar. The blood pools around the altar began to boil in the blink of an eye, and the flesh and corpses inside began to burn. Cough, cough, cough. The thin man hurriedly pinched his nose. This smell is too strong? Before Baizai could pinch her stomach, she bent down and began to vomit uncontrollably. She had the urge to vomit his stomach out. Whoosh, however, at this moment, a sound that was so subtle that it could be ignored appeared in the darkness. Lin Bai's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly took out the small cauldron from between his brows. The small cauldron glowed with a sacred golden light as it crashed toward Baizai. Bang! The sound of metal colliding rang out, making the thin man and the others feel as if someone had used a blunt knife to scratch their eardrums. Who is it? Only then did Baizai react. When she did, a layer of cold sweat formed on her back. She had almost died on the altar before she had even noticed the opponent. Before Lin Bai could say anything, a mist appeared around the altar, extinguishing Little Red's fire and causing white steam to rise up around the altar. Who would have thought that you bunch of ants, undying bugs, would actually find this place and even attempt to destroy my altar? However, this is good too. This way I can capture all of you in one fell swoop. City Lord? Devil? A cold and ruthless voice came from the unseen darkness, causing the thin man and Baizai to be stunned. Even though they had already deduced that the City Lord was about to discover their whereabouts, they had never expected that the City Lord would discover them so quickly. He did not even give them the time to destroy the altar. Suddenly, a large pitch-black hand emerged from the darkness. This hand was like a small mountain, and it swept up a terrifying aura of death as it grabbed towards Lin Bai and the others on the altar. On the other side of the altar was a pitch-black abyss. There was no way for them to dodge it. Not good, the skinny man shouted. He felt a bad feeling when he was far away from this hand. Baizai's expression was heavy. He hurriedly circulated his cultivation technique and secret skill, trying to use his strength to block this move. Buzz, the sound of the sword was like the roar of a dragon. It seemed to cut through the darkness and the deathly stillness. Lin Bai swung his sword with a faint golden light. When the sword arrived, his palms scattered. Lin Bai stood on the altar and looked coldly at the darkness in front of him. He said indifferently, "Things are different now. Don't you understand this word?" The darkness was silent for a few seconds and let out a ruthless roar. Good, good, good. Lin Bai, you have repeatedly ruined my plans. If I don't imprison you, extract your 3 souls and 6 spirits, light that eternal lamp with your soul, and make you suffer for 100 lifetimes, I won't be able to resolve the hatred in my heart. This Demon City Lord seems to be in a strange state. I'll hold him off while you guys quickly destroy the altar. Lin Bai whispered to the thin man and Baizai behind him. The thin man and Baizai were a little surprised when they heard this. They looked at the darkness in front of them and nodded abruptly. They immediately used all their strength to destroy the altar. Little Black and the other small beasts followed closely behind. In an instant, the altar was once again filled with smoke. You guys! Chapter 349, Formation Eye on the Altar. Little Red flapped its bright red wings and soared in the sky like a sun wheel in the darkness. It spat out scorching flames and burned the blood pools and debris on the ground. Little Black and Little Blue used brute force at the same time. They planned to destroy the altar so that it didn't look like an altar. The Thin Man and Baizai each used their supernatural powers and tried to destroy the etched patterns on the altar. The scene instantly became lively. but the thin man still spoke with conviction. "Ha ha ha, devil, seeing your grandfather here wreaking havoc, are you happy?" The temperature in the darkness suddenly dropped, and the inexplicable pressure made it even more difficult for people to breathe. It was as if there was something in the darkness, and an ancient fierce beast was staring at them like a tiger eyeing its prey. The thin man couldn't help but shudder, but his voice became even more fierce, and even Lin Bai was speechless. "Thin man, are you really not afraid of death?" Lin Bai had reason to believe that from now on, the person the Demon City Lord hated the most in his heart was Lin Bai, and the second was undoubtedly the thin man. Hula, two pitch-black palms that covered the sky and covered the earth, grabbed towards the altar from the left and right, engulfing everyone on the altar. When the thin man and Bai Zai saw this attack, they could not help but tremble and stop what they were doing. "Don't stop, trust me," Lin Bai said suddenly. The thin man and Bai Zai immediately gritted their teeth and began to destroy the altar with great ferocity. Lin Bai held his longsword and swung it towards his left palm. The small cauldron in his other hand also suddenly swung towards his other hand. Lin Bai did not intend to hide the small cauldron. He did not hesitate to use his trump card at this moment. Lin Bai believed that the city lord knew very little about the little cauldron, as it was something that even that world did not have. The two mountain-like palms were struck and scattered. A large amount of black fog surged to the ground and suddenly spread in all directions. Immediately after, a black shadow shuttled out from the darkness and grabbed Lin Bai's heart with a claw. This attack was as fast as lightning. Together with the black smoke that spread in all directions, it could be said that it was done soundlessly. Hiss! Lin Bai could not help but take a deep breath. If it was not for the fact that he had obtained a large amount of spiritual energy from that world, and used the power transmission to return a large amount of cultivation, which allowed his cultivation to advance further, just this attack would have caused him to be heavily injured. However, things were not the same as before. Lin Bai's feet moved slightly, and he took a small step back. He waved one of his hands forward and struck at the wrist of the claw that was already in front of him. At the same time, he took out a foot and swung it with all his strength from the bottom up. Bang! Lin Bai's right hand struck at the wrist, causing the direction of the attack to shift. At the same time, this kick made the attacking city lord choose to retreat. However, Lin Bai did not let go of this opportunity. He had already thought of a follow-up move. The small cauldron in his left hand shot out a bright golden light and released a sharp attack, smashing towards the retreating city lord. Bang! The golden light collided with his body. Cough! The city lord suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood and hid in the darkness once again. The thin man and Bai Zai did not dare to believe their eyes. They looked at Lin Bai in a daze. They had never thought that Lin Bai's strength would rise to the same level as the city lord after not seeing him for such a short period of time. Was this reasonable? This wasn't reasonable. This isn't the real city lord? Lin Bai hurriedly reminded. The thin man couldn't believe it. How is this possible? This should be one of his secret clone, Lin Bai explained. In fact, Lin Bai had already begun to suspect from the beginning. They hadn't discovered the city lord in the darkness when they were on the altar, so why didn't the city lord use a more secretive method to defeat or heavily injure one of them? Instead, he hid in the darkness and used a roundabout method to fight. After this exchange and injuring the city lord, Lin Bai confirmed his guess that the person they were fighting was the city lord's clone. Haha, a terrifying laughter came from the darkness. It was hoarse and sinister. "It's fine even if you've discovered me. Do you know why I sent my clone here to disturb you and not to defeat you?" Lin Bai's scalp went numb when he heard the city lord's doppelganger's words in the darkness. He hurriedly activated the small cauldron in his hand and smashed it into the altar under his feet. The thin man and Bai Zai also activated their full strength and smashed it towards the altar. Hee. It's too late, it's too late. Suddenly, the altar lit up and struck Lin Bai and the others out of the altar. A thick black fog appeared in the darkness above the altar. The black fog contained a rotten and stinky aura, and a large amount of aura of death spread out in all directions. The corpses and pieces of flesh scattered above the altar, as well as the blood pools around the altar, began to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. As these things disappeared, the black fog above the altar grew larger, and the aura of death within it grew denser. Roar! A roar came from within the black fog. This roar struck deep into one's soul, causing one's soul to tremble. "We can't let that thing out." Lin Bai held a sword in one hand and a cauldron in the other, and once again smashed towards the altar. The Thin Man duo and a few small beasts also started to attack. "Don't even think about ruining my plans." The City Lord's clone in the darkness once again launched a sneak attack in the darkness. This time, he didn't attack Lin Bai, but turned his spear to attack the skinny man and Bai Zai. Damn it! Lin Bai could only stop his attacks and scatter the two palms that could destroy everything. At the same time, half of a huge body appeared in the black fog. That body was covered in shiny black fur, and its limbs were covered with sharp claws that were as long as an adult's height. "Lin Bai, don't bother about us. Destroy the altar with all your might?" The skinny man shouted. He knew very well that if the City Lord's plan was completed, not only would they be killed, but many other living beings outside would also be killed. "Roar!" The half-body figure in the black fog roared once again. "Look, are there more and more figures appearing in the black fog?" Bai Zai's expression changed drastically, as if her blood had run out. Lin Bai raised his head to look at the black fog. He saw that there were a few other figures in the depths of the black fog who wanted to break free from the black fog and come to this world. Could it be that the purpose of this altar was to open the doors to two worlds? When he thought about how the City Lord was a devil, Lin Bai couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Crack, the small cauldron in Lin Bai's hand floated high in the air, and a crisp sound of breaking could be heard. Along with the sound of breaking, the golden light on the small cauldron became even more dazzling. As the small cauldron floated in the air, something seemed to resonate with the small cauldron in the altar. When Bai Zai saw this, she roared, "Formation Eye, that's the Formation Eye." Chapter 350. Frog at the bottom of a well, why could the small cauldron resonate with the array eye of the altar? And why was the small cauldron in such a strange state? Lin Bai looked at the small cauldron floating in the air, and a myriad of thoughts and various guesses emerged in his heart. Ever since the small cauldron appeared, there were many doubts surrounding it. Whether it was the material used to cast it, the power contained within the small cauldron, or the words of Fool Li. Lin Bai had the heart to figure it out clearly. He understood it clearly, but he also knew what the most important thing was right now. In the black fog above the altar, a huge body was about to fully appear, while the other body was already half-formed. Other than these two bodies, there were dozens of others who were about to arrive in this world. Lin Bai knew that he could not delay any longer. Lin Bai poured his spiritual energy into the small cauldron and immediately attacked the array eye of the altar. An ancient and holy golden light shot out from the small cauldron. "No, how is this possible? How is this possible?" The City Lord's clone could no longer care about his injuries. He revealed himself from the darkness and attempted to use his body to block the attack of the small cauldron. When he saw that it was too late, he expended his avatar's life, and his body instantly became somewhat transparent. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed throughout the entire hall. The formation etched on the altar turned into countless fragments, and a huge amount of spiritual power spread out from the altar. This spiritual power was filled with the aura of death, the smell of blood, turbid, and impurity. The black smoke above the altar disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. "No, Lin Bai, you dare to ruin my plans." The City Lord's clone did not have the time to stop the destruction of the altar formation in the end. Blood vessels bulged in his eyes as he glared at Lin Bai. Pachai, a short sword that emitted a cold light, pierced through the back of the clone and out of his chest. The thin man held a short sword that emitted a cold light. He stabbed into the back of the clone and out of his chest. There was not the slightest bit of pity in Lin Bai's eyes. His tone was cold, as if something insignificant had happened in front of him. "It's too late to say anything. Go and die." Even though the City Lord's clone's eyes were filled with fear and hatred, the moment the skinny man pulled out his short sword, he could only turn into a pile of corpses. A gentle breeze blew past and turned him into dust. However, Lin Bai and the others' attention was not on the corpse of the clone. Instead, they were staring at the altar with extreme vigilance. On the altar stood two human-shaped monsters that were 20 meters tall. One of them was covered in black fur, while the other was covered in green scales. Their faces were distorted, and they had green faces and sharp fangs. The eyes of the two monsters were scarlet. They were looking at the corpse of the city lord and were talking to each other. However, Lin Bai and the others could not hear a single word that the two monsters were speaking. "Hey, Bai Zai, what are they saying? Why can't I understand a single word?" The thin man frowned and asked. "Do you think I can understand?" Bai Zai did not give the thin man a good look. "Aren't you the most arrogant one between us? You act like I've read a lot of books. Who's arrogant to you? Shut up!" Bai Zai was a little angry from embarrassment. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. These two monsters that they had never seen before appeared and spoke in a language that they could not understand. In addition, the city lord was a demon, so Lin Bai and the others would naturally think of something bad. They became extremely nervous. However, thanks to the thin man and Bai Zai, the two of them were mocking each other, which eased the tense atmosphere. Little Black and Little Blue were holding their stomachs and laughing loudly. "How do you want to die?" The monster on the left was covered in green scales. It spoke in human language, but its tone was as if it was saying something insignificant, like stepping on an ant. The monster covered in black fur looked at the ashes of the city lord's clone with disdain. "Useless trash, you actually let our plan fail. You didn't even do such a small thing well." "What are you? Things. Where did you come from?" The thin man mustered up his courage and questioned. The green-scaled monster used its sharp claws to dig its ears. "A dying ant, what nonsense is there to talk about?" "Noisy, really noisy," the black-furred monster roared. Bang, a long sword stabbed out from the shadows behind it towards the black-furred monster, but it was easily blocked by it. "Insect, you actually dare to make the first move?" The black-furred monster became agitated. Its huge body swayed on the spot, using a speed that should not belong to such a huge body. In a breath's time, it arrived in front of the thin man, clenching its millstone-sized fist and smashing it down from above. "Not good," the thin man shouted. He never thought that the monster would be so fast. Although his feet had moved, he still could not dodge this attack. Just as the thin man was about to fall into despair, he felt something wrap around his waist and pull him back. Boom, the millstone-sized fist hit nothing but air and landed on the altar. The entire altar trembled, and the stone wall above the altar shattered and fell down. The thin man's face was pale. If he had not dodged, he would have been smashed into minced meat by the fist. Since the first attack had failed, the black-furred monster launched its second attack. It chased after Little Green and the thin man, opened its mouth, and spat out a ball of black gas. Even the rocks in the path of this ball of black gas had some signs of being eroded. If one's body was touched by the black gas, it would instantly rot and die. Little Red flapped its wings, opened its mouth, and spat flames at the black gas, forcibly blocking the ball of black gas. Taking advantage of this moment, Little Green pulled the thin man to Lin Bai's side, and Bai Zai also took the opportunity to approach. "I didn't expect you guys to have two tricks up your sleeves," the black-furred monster sneered. "However, ants are ants after all. No matter how much you struggle, you can't get rid of your disadvantageous status." The black-furred monster's claw-filled hands clenched tightly in the air, and a 10-meter-long halberd appeared out of thin air. The halberd's long body was ghastly white, as if it was forged from the bones of some creature. Moreover, the moment the halberd appeared, the aura of blood and death on the altar became denser and denser. Black shadows circled around the halberd. The black-furred monster gripped the halberd tightly, brandishing it and attacking Lin Bai. "You ant, what kind of expression is that? It really makes me feel disgusted." Lin Bai stood where he was and looked at the monster and the long halberd. The world seemed to be distorted once before the long halberd was even brandished. Moreover, the murderous aura on the long halberd was even more powerful. It was able to intimidate people before the attack. If it was someone who could not withstand it, they would not even be able to react in time. They would be intimidated by the dense murderous aura and be killed. "You keep talking about ants, you frog at the bottom of a well?" Lin Bai shouted coldly. He took out the small cauldron and threw it at the long halberd with a golden light. Chapter 351. Determined the golden light and the murderous aura of blood, the small cauldron and the long halberd collided with each other, making a deafening sound. The entire hall with the altar started to tremble, and stones kept falling from the ceiling. "Huh!" The black-haired monster looked surprised. He had never thought that someone could easily block his attack, and his weapon was not damaged. The black-furred monster's attack failed. It waved its long halberd again and slashed at Lin Bai from the bottom up. This move seemed to create a black scratch in space. The long halberd, which was more than 10 meters long, formed a strong contrast with the small cauldron. The thin man and Bai Zai couldn't help but worry. Would the small cauldron be shattered by the long halberd? Would Lin Bai be able to block this attack? Bang! Another collision sounded, and the sound was even stronger than before. However, the small cauldron and the halberd were undamaged, and it was impossible to tell which was stronger. Seeing that the attack had failed, the black-furred monster moved its feet and retreated to the center of the altar. The thin man and Bai Zai couldn't help but feel relieved. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Lin Bai's strength. It was just that the visual contrast between their attacks was too strong, causing them to subconsciously become nervous. Not bad, not bad. He is actually able to fight with my yin bone halberd to a standstill. I did not expect to meet an extraordinary human here. The black-furred monster grinned and opened its mouth. The dense fangs in its mouth were exposed, making its originally twisted and ferocious face even more brutal and disgusting. An extraordinary human or an extraordinary weapon? The green-armored monster did not hide the greed in its eyes. It stared at the small cauldron with its scarlet eyes and licked its thin lips with its long and thick tongue. While the two monsters were talking, Lin Bai gave the skinny man and Bai Zai a look. The two of them understood and nodded. They didn't intend to hide their actions. Even if the two monsters saw them, it wouldn't matter. After all, they couldn't see through their real plan. Every time I activate the small cauldron, I have to use a lot of spiritual power. I used it many times just then. I still have about 2/3 of my spiritual power, so I can't enter a prolonged battle. If the situation is bad, I can only retreat first and then find another way. We've already destroyed the altar today, so that's quite a bit of achievement. Moreover, the city lord has yet to come here for some unknown reason. However, as long as nothing unexpected happens, he'll come here sooner or later. When he arrives, there'll be a city lord and two monsters. Even if they join forces, we might not be a match for him. Lin Bai's mind spun rapidly as he analyzed the current situation. Following that, he placed his index and middle fingers together and bent them slightly inward. When the skinny man and Bai Zai saw this, they gripped their weapons tightly and exerted force with their feet. Whoosh! Lin Bai, the three of them, as well as Little Black and a few other spirit beasts, took the initiative to attack. This was Lin Bai's decision after some thought. They would have to fight these two monsters sooner or later, and the city lord was also on his way here, so it was better to strike first. Go to hell, you monsters. Don't even think about killing the living beings in our world. The thin man shouted loudly. Even he didn't realize that a special emotion had appeared in his chest. That emotion made him feel a sense of mission to protect the common people. Ha ha ha, what did I see? Ants actually want to attack me. Not bad, you have guts. The black-furred monster roared toward the sky, waving the yin bone halberd in his hand. You don't know life from death. The green-armored monster's tone was cold, its gaze